Mic on. Hello. And to whom this may concern, making sure my headphones are plugged in. Oh, forgot the water again. Bugger. I told you. What did I say on the last stream? On my last Hollow Knight stream? Every time I've got the princesses here, every time I go through the effort of making the princess coffee, I forget the bottle of water. Without fail. Also, that's getting cold. Whoops. Fuck that up. Anyway. It's Sunday. Which means catching up on stuff. Wait. There was something that happened. What was it? THQ. THQ Nordic. They had a showcase. Basically a Summer Game Fest type deal. I think it's an hour long. And I don't know why it just dropped now. I don't really get it. But they just suddenly did that. So I think a bunch of reveals have come out of that. So I'm definitely doing that. Maybe I should jump into that immediately. I'm curious. What does THQ do? THQ Nordic specifically. I remember THQ from way back. Did they used to have ties into Tony Hawk? Was that always Activision? THQ Wikipedia. Yeah, man. I don't know why it's all Nordic now. Is that a division of it, or they just did the entire company change to THQ Nordic? They've got subsidiaries. Oh my god, Volition was them? I didn't know Volition was under them. Sold to Deep Silver. I remember the Volition title coming up on a lot of not last gen, but last gen games. Damn, they opened a lot of developers and then shut them. I remember Relic. Sold to Sega. Blue Tongue, I remember the logo, but I can't remember what they've done. Because that was Melbourne. That was just down the ways from me. Vigil. Paradigm. Big, huge games. That sounds familiar. What do they do? Kingdoms of Amalur. That's... okay. So they got sold off probably because all they did was make Kingdoms of Amalur, which was a big, huge game, to be fair. I think that was going to be their whole deal, is making games like that. And then, you know, the game came out and that happened. It wasn't bad, it just didn't do anything for the games industry. In and out. List of THQ games. Here we go. Oh my god, this goes back to 1991 on the NES. Their first game was Peter Pan and the Pirates, Revenge of Captain Hook on the NES. It's kind of amazing. Where's Waldo for NES? I didn't even know that had a game. Home Alone, I did play on the NES. That was cool. I didn't know how to actually beat it, though, as a kid. It was a bit confusing. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes had a game. I did not realize that either. That movie's kind of funny, but I don't know if it holds up. Haven't seen it since I was little. Man. This is going to scroll for a while, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. It keeps going. Bratz Rock Angels. For the GameCube. Amazing. I'm pretty sure I played the Cars game on Xbox 360. Was it? Oh, I played one of them. I achievement hoard that game. The Outfit. That was like a launch title for 360. A lot of people forget about that. Oh, they were behind Saints Row. Okay. The original Saints Row, I remember THQ coming up at the front of that too. So what's the difference with Nordic? Where is Nordic? Nordic Games. Embracer Group. Oh, this is getting confusing. Here we go. Based in Vienna. Originally, it was a company called Nordic Games, as was its parent company. Both companies joined together and renamed THQ Nordic in August after the parent company acquired THQ's trademark. So there's a lot of shenanigans back. behind that shit. Okay, so what is Just Them known for? That was English. Arcania, Painkiller, Recurring Evil specifically, the expansion. Book of Unwritten Tales, I do have that. I think that might have been an Xbox Games of Gold game. I've got something like that. Spellforce 2, Dungeon Lords, Painkiller again, Hell and Damnation. Book of Unwritten Tales again? For Linux, okay, never mind. The Raven? Vampire Tales, more Painkiller? More Raven? What the fuck is all the... Deadfall Adventures. No way. Oh my god, that was like a bargain bin piece of shit shovelware game that appeared for free on Games of Gold on the Xbox 360. I think I played it for 5 minutes after getting it for free and was like, wow, this is not a game this is not a first person shooter you would pay money for. I should stream that one day. It's kind of hilarious. MX vs ATV Supercross. Cool. Shadowrun Chronicles Boston Lockdown. Okay, I don't know what that is, but dope. Legend of K. It's shovelware PS2 game. More MX vs ATV. Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition. I've got Darksiders 2. Great game. This is The Police. I have seen this kicking around on Steam. The anniversary edition of Titan Quest. I think they grab a lot of older classic stuff and do remasters of them for PC or console. Like, here's the original Darksiders, War Master Edition, The Blob. For Windows. Yeah, they're remastering a bunch of stuff. Because The Blob is a Wii game. So the PC version is definitely a later remaster. Snipers versus Thieves for Android. Oh no. Sinmora EX, that's actually a big deal game. Spellforce. What is this Spellforce bullshit? I don't know. Probably a magic-based Diablo type ripoff. Red Faction Guerrilla. Once again, they're just remastering shit. Yeah. Wreckfest. Maybe that's an original. Darksiders 3 might be one of their bigger originals. They remastered the first two, which were probably THQ games. When it became Nordic, they finally made a third. Were they behind the top-down one? The co-op one? I don't see it anywhere. I'm only in 2019. Let's go to the end. Outcast 2 is apparently a thing. Jade Alliance 3. The remake of Kingdoms of Amalur. Gothic. A South Park game. SpongeBob. Alone. Blah, 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 blah. Biomutant. That was a fail. I didn't play it, but I've heard bad things. Even though the trailers were cool. More remakes. Destroy All Humans. I saw some reviews of Elix and Elix 2, both of them. That pretty much said that it's a open world RPG that bit off more than it can chew. Like, it's the kind of thing that has a lot of ambition, but it was a buggy mess. This is the President. I don't know what that is, but it sounds awesome. Okay, well, it's all the same shit now. They just spend most of their time remastering the same handful of usual suspects for every single medium. Wild. Okay, well, now that I've got that, let's switch to this one. Now that I've got that little basis in what the fuck THQ Nordic is, we should probably do the Doom test to make sure these headphones are working and if the Elgato's getting it. Where is it? Oh, it's right at the top. That's it. It works. Full screen. Let me just move everything. Okay. I don't want to eat these sour candies anymore, so I'm going to grab some pizza shapes instead. I'll do. Oh, good. The 30-minute countdown's got a pre-show.
Tonight, witness the most inconceivable trailers from our most tremendously anticipated games. Unbelievable updates for the high-spirited titles.
They're doing like a cute little gimmick thing.
And a multitude
like what Devolver would do.
Exclusive world premieres. Fasten your seatbelts for the Handy Games pre-show.
Handy Games? I want to play a handy game.
Previews of upcoming attractions. Get ready for the most bombastic 4-player co-op shooter that you've all been waiting for. And if you think there's nothing new, we've got a surprise for you. Parish packs on an all-inclusive new update, Exodus. And
I have no idea what this is.
It's free. Stay tuned for the breathtaking gameplay of Parish Exodus.
Oh, it must be new. Hopefully the whole show isn't this VHS quality old school gimmick. It's probably just a pre-show for the next 12 minutes. Oh, it actually is the trailer now. What was it, that little intro, if we're just going to show the trailer anyway? This is quite the old school shooter. This is like some Quake era shit. Although the open world is quite large in the desert. These levels seem like regular Quake levels, but the desert part looks mad open. Almost like a Serious Sam game. That's the part that has me the most fascinated.
Oh, and
is how big that desert is. On everything. Surely we can leave behind the PS4 and the Xbox One now, right?
And now, a head full of air.
It's been many years.
Full of passion to solve the cryptic puzzles in a Metroidvanian world. Don't lose your head, because here is the magnificently exclusive animated
you sold me
trailer
at
for this
Metroidvania.
upcoming enigmatic puzzle platformer. Introducing Airhead.
Cool. Is his head a balloon? I'm guessing that's the gimmick. Metroidvania where your head's a balloon, but it can be replaced with other heads, right? Or something a little bit more cyberpunk. What the fuck? Okay. This game has a lot of head. That's a lot of head. Are they going to show gameplay? Or nah? It's going to have an art style like Limbo or Inside. Give me that vibe. This is a lot of intro cutscene. I'm starting to get scared we're not going to see the actual game. Please? Airhead cometh. Oh my god, please. I don't think a Metroidvania is the kind of game... Like, Metroidvanias and roguelikes are not the genre of games that you show only cutscene and no gameplay. Everyone knows how you play a roguelike and a Metroidvania. We need to see exactly how yours plays. That made no sense. See, this is how you sell certain genres of game. Just show it. Show it being played. This one looks kind of shitty, but Titan Quest. Okay.
Ever wanted
That's why
a brutal,
Titan Quest is
isometric
mad old.
comic book style game
I've
of
actually
hack
played
and
that
slash?
long ago when I was at
Add to
uni.
that a dark and complex story? Sounds phenomenal? Well, we've got something special for you. Lethal Honor is exactly what your gore-loving heart has been waiting for.
My what loving heart?
Let's have a look at some brand new
Did he say horror?
gameplay.
Horror loving heart? Or horror? Did he just spell horror? Did he pronounce horror funny? Swear to God I heard whore. Or did he say honor? Dope. This looks like a roguelike. This looks like a roguelike as a ninja. Hey, Tanky. Loot. Be nice if they would just like say what it is, because this definitely looks roguelike-y, but I would like to know definitively. That's what I'm looking at. The ninja's design in the graphics, these graphics versus in the game, is a little different. I swear the in-game one doesn't have that half-torn mask with his hair and face sticking out. Order of the Apocalypse.
And now for something completely different.
How many pre-show trailers can they fit in before the showcase actually starts? They got 6 more minutes. You can get
Good day,
2 to
fellow
3
city
more in.
builder. With Townsman VR for PlayStation VR 2, it is now more immersive than ever to build your own medieval town in virtual reality.
Cool.
Let's dive in. You can use your hands to move around freely and grab with both hands to rotate and zoom. Or use one of the thumbsticks.
I want to play this.
So, how do you build your own town?
Wait, can you play
simply
co-op?
choose a building and freely place a construction site. Then just wait for your workers to get the required resources.
The game map doesn't look very big.
Well, or you give them a helping hand.
You just killed
The
that man.
adaptive triggers will create some resistance if you hold something in your
You
hand.
just threw that villager over the mountain. No, don't throw the cat.
The
Thank you.
farm is finished. Your worker has turned into a farmer. You can just drag them on other targets to assign new jobs on the
It's
fly.
kind of funny that you have to drag yourself across the
This makes
terrain?
it very easy to quickly react to any shortages.
Just shake eggs out of that chicken.
You must make sure
This is
you
awesome.
can train soldiers to defend your islands.
I really got to get my VR set
Oh
back
yeah,
up.
you can feel everything you touch
So you can
with
do some of this
detailed
type of
haptic
stuff.
feedback. No matter if it's trees, water,
Oh, the haptics on the PlayStation.
buildings,
That's cool.
rain, thunder. I could go
Actually, you know what? The one thing it's not selling the haptics is the part where he blocked the arrows with his hand. I don't think I want to feel arrows going into my palm. Like, that's just me. It doesn't sound like a good selling point.
on and ow. I understand. I'll stop talking now. Start building.
The fact that
in
there was another
Townsman
person in
VR
front of him
now.
that he could see
Let's get
and slap
constructive.
makes me think that there must be a co-op mode.
World premiere.
Very low-key, chill game to play in co-op with another person, though. What is this? Oh, this is like Factoria, but cute. And wizardy? Are they wizards or are they holding brooms? So it's Factoria / Pikmin, but medieval. It's kind of cool. Odd sparks. I don't think they're meant to be wizards. I think it's just a staff with a horn on the end. Like how a shepherd would carry. Full VR suit with haptic feedback, completely lifelike.
Coming soon.
Yeah, that's the one part of haptics you don't really want, is getting shot and stabbed.
They banished him from the commune.
Oh,
now,
this is adorable.
It's his time to make a stand. One rat will rise and make his way back home. Stay tuned for A Rat's Quest.
I've played a game like this. Wait. Hang on. What was it called? Ghost of a Tale. I played a game on my PC for YouTube, which is not edited or uploaded or anything, but it's on my hard drive. It's called A Ghost of a Tale, and I played it off Steam, I think. And you play as like a mouse in a medieval world, hiding from the rats and like sneaking around Metal Gear style. It didn't look quite as realistic as this. Like, it was a bit more cartoony, the mouse character design. Whereas what I just saw, that like this is a little bit more rugged looking. Okay, it's still kind of cartoony. It's not that different. The art style of this one is not quite as charming as Ghost of a Tale, though. I'd still play this, though. This looks adorable. I like playing games as little guys.
You wanted a challenge, righty? Well,
That's what's awesome about Pikmin.
wish granted.
You're a little dude in a big world. Cool.
Brothers in mischief. Forever.
The character design is a little meh. I don't think they quite have enough artistic charm in the way
That's
they've
all. We hope
modeled
you
their
had a
rats
wonderful time
and their
with
faces.
these upcoming games. Now, enjoy the sensational THQ Nordic Digital Showcase.
So with these
and just one more thing.
What? What? Is this a tattoo simulator? Did that just tease a coming...
Get more out of life.
I think that was a tease for a tattoo simulator.
Play video games.
That could be as fun as something like Power Wash Simulator, I bet. Like, are all those the pre-show trailers? Are those the games that were not worthy of the main show? So it's all uphill from here, I'm guessing. That's a chunky timer. I'm gonna wait it out. Have a sour lolly. Oh shit. Silk Song this time for sure. Dude, this is the THQ Nordic showcase. I don't think they have anything to do with Hollow Knight. There's no way it's going to be involved in the showcase. If anything, if it's THQ, we might see another Saints Row. Or a Painkiller. Or a Darksiders. Ooh, Alone in the Dark. That's THQ? Prime. That must be THQ as well. Those are the two that I recognize. There's Darksiders. SpongeBob. They must be behind the games. Biomutant was it? I should play Biomutant someday. Everyone says it was a failure of a game, but I'd still want to try it though. I didn't recognize 50% of those games that they just showed in that montage. I recognize David Harbour.
It's been a while since
Handsome
I last
man.
talked to anyone like this.
Very
Things are pretty
Hellboy.
good for once. I got a job. Taking a client to visit her uncle at Giuseppe.
I wonder if David Harbour would play
know what
this
that
game.
is?
Like,
It's a
Because
place
he's in
where
it,
you
you know
go
what I mean?
when you need a
Oh, hey, Sham.
vacation. But it's your family who thinks you should go rather than something you decided on your own. I'm sure it's a fine institution, but that place always felt inevitable to me.
like I don't know if
Like I'm
David Harbour
chained
plays
to it.
video games, but I wonder if he'd play Alone in the Dark
Like it's
just to
keeping me
experience him
around
himself
for something.
in it.
Like there's something I'm supposed to do. Like what am I supposed to do?
Oh shit, he's
Why
acting.
the hell do I wake up hearing that damn voice? I know what it sounds like. But it's not what you think.
I wonder if they fully
I'm not
mocapped him for
afraid
this.
of that place.
Face and body.
I just...
Yeah, the hat.
I don't want to dig up the past.
David Harbour is the only person that's allowed to wear a fedora. Nobody else? Cringe. Was that the whole trailer? Just David Harbour acting? Okay, that's fine with me. Apparently it had big issues with development. I'll buy Mutant. Yeah, like the trailers are always good, but when it finally came out, the reviews were like pretty average to terrible. Like they weren't that bad, the reviews, but they were all very middle, like 5s and 6s out of 10. Which in internet speak is basically 0. Like when someone really likes a game and IGN gives it a 9 out of 10, people in the comments tend to like tear them a new one because they didn't give it 10 out of 10. And that basically means they hated it.
It's a snow day.
What the fuck?
The most magical of days in a young child's life.
Oh yeah, THQ has the gaming rights to South Park. They did the RPG as well, didn't they?
It's a snow day!
This is an RTS? What? Okay. I guess.
Hey, new kid! It's a snow day, dude!
Wait, no, not an RTS.
Snow's good, everybody! Snow's good!
This might be an isometric action game like Diablo. The co-op threw me. The South Park game RPG? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. South Park has had like every single genre of game by now, but most of them were terrible. Except for the RPG. I had the trivia game on Dreamcast and the first-person shooter on Nintendo 64. Oh, sweet. Is this Outcast?
I taught him that every choice counts. The choices he made changed his life.
The second I saw the
And
dude with the
ours.
orange and grey outfit, I was like, yeah, this is Outcast.
He remembered Adelpha as a vast and beautiful ecosystem where every living thing has its
Most
place
people only know Outcast
and
from the
its
remake.
purpose. But the invaders
That was only like
brought
2 years ago,
hunger
2 or 3 years
to
ago.
our world and disconnected us.
But I remember
from each
Outcast
other.
from like
You see,
my childhood
it
on the
is not
PC.
enough just to climb
At the very
every tower.
Whoa, cool.
As you might do on Earth, one must uncover how everything in our world is part of a whole.
This is dope.
The many
I don't know what's going on, but I like
relations
whatever
that
this is.
connect all living things on Adelpha.
Did that just say Nom Nom
in
Team?
perfect harmony.
Wait.
Living things on Adelpha. Many.
That says Nom Nom Team. Nom Nom Team uses Nom Noms to steal blue helidium from the WFA. Okay. There's also a category for Boogoots, Meptars, Lampes, and Guaralampes. Nom Nom Races? Intriguing. Anthem with Harvard? Oh, don't say Anthem. No, this isn't. I mean, no, nothing like it. Outcast goes way back. Not even
Conversations that connect
slightly like Anthem.
all living things on Adelpha in perfect harmony. He discovered our secrets, learned how to nurture our
The-
creatures,
Ooh.
nourished our plants.
That's cool.
To understand that they only grow together.
The original Outcast was a big deal because it was one of the first games to do open world using 3D graphics, but it wasn't polygons, it was voxels.
The more effort he put in,
and voxels were the reasons
greater the
why
impact.
they were able to create an open world back in the days when games weren't good enough to be able to fit open worlds on a disc.
And eventually makes a difference everywhere he goes. By influencing the balance, supporting the resistance, and defying the invaders with just the right strategy.
They put a lot more into this one.
Our planet would grant him the powers of the yards.
I don't really know what's going on.
But you can't become a citizen of Adelpha and change our world.
The main
without
character design is a bit
engaging
doozy
you
looking.
as well.
I feel like he looked better in the older games. That's alarming. I didn't know they were still going with the Outcast franchise. The voxel thing, they're like polygons, but they're triangular and they're like empty, which is why you can like mass generate really big worlds with voxels and have it take up like no space in the game. So like a lot of games after that wanted to create big worlds that are doing voxels. Outcast. Did not spell that correctly. Images. Wait. Outcast game. I don't want the remake. I want original. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about. Right here. Yeah, that's too big. Wait. Old school. Yeah, like back in the 90s, this came out in those big PC boxes. I don't know what happened to my copy from back then, but yeah, that's like all voxel-based terrain, not pixel or polygon. So you can make like a very big open world and explore and stuff. It was kind of ahead of its time with that shit. It looks dinky by today's standards, obviously. Why is this so massive? Stop it. Yeah, so dinky by today's standards, but this was ahead of its time. Like, other games couldn't do this back then. They kind of were blazing a trail with that tech. And then there was some, like, military games after that. Some Delta Force shooters that were using voxel technology to basically do, like, large stretches of, like, Afghanistan. So you'd be, like, airlifted in by helicopter and have to travel on foot. That was all new. So this here, I think, is the remake of that old 90s one I just showed you. So that's when they remade it with new graphics. I've never played that one, but I was surprised when they did it. Because I was like, I don't think Outcast was ever like a big deal. It was kind of a niche PC game that only like old school PC gamers remember. But it was just a big deal for its time, so it was like, you know, awesome. There was an emphasis, as opposed to most games where it was all like level by level and fighting things, there was an emphasis with exploring and learning how the alien world works, which I think they're really leading heavily into with that new game, that sequel we just saw. Like, they're really amping that up with like figuring out the science behind how all the biological creatures and how nature fits together and exploiting it. They're bringing back a lot of classics in this showcase. Good on THQ. I mean, that's kind of what THQ Nordic does. When I looked at their Wikipedia page just to see what the Nordic thing was, it's like old school THQ owned a lot of franchises, and this new Nordic version, which is like they got bought out and two companies got combined, which is why it's called that now. But they own all these like classic franchises, and they keep on remaking and remastering their old stuff. Like, if you look down their Wikipedia game page, it's like things like Darksiders, things like Painkiller, things like what was the other one that I remember seeing? You get the idea. Like, actual named franchise games that have had games since the 90s or the 2000s that have many sequels, they just keep re-releasing or remastering them all on different platforms, and that's like most of their games list. I swear 60% of that list or more was just the same game names from the same franchises repeating for different platforms over the years. So I think they're still doing that, but I think they're actually now pumping out a whole bunch of new sequels to a lot of them, which is cool. I would like to see another Darksiders, to be honest, if they've got that in their hat. They're playing to people's nostalgia. No, but that's what I'm liking, what I'm seeing so far, is that they're actually bringing out new games, as far as this is concerned, as opposed to just like Alone in the Dark, another old franchise they own the rights to, which has actually had some remasters on Steam, also by THQ Nordic. But now they're actually pumping out a new one with Harbor in it, which is awesome. Okay. Probably won't see another Darksiders. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I mean, you can't go wrong with the Darksiders. If they made one, like, we'd all be into it. I say that, but I haven't actually played 3 yet. I'll get there. Is this Wreckfest?
How did you create that? Well, so I started back in Red Hill County, you know, over along the
recreation.
coast. But then I split the track between Grizzly River and Smoky Hill. Turned one half into a western town, and the other one into a crazy stadium.
Oh, Remnant was making it?
Dinosaurs, jet skis.
But
Just what?
I think THQ is the publisher though, because if you look at their release list, they've done all the remasters for Darksiders 1 and 2, and they're behind Darksiders 3, 3's release as well. I didn't see the top-down co-op one on there, on the list. But it seems like THQ is a heavy hand in releasing all the major ones. So even if they're not the ones that are developing it, if they're the publisher, they could pretty much just make somebody make another one. Like, if the Remnant guys are busy with something else, they could probably literally just get someone else to make another one. If they wanted to. I'm not sure if they were making enough money to warrant a 4. We've seen a trailer for Recreation on previous Sunday streams. Like last year's Summer Games Fest, I think. You can literally create the track while your friends are driving on it real time. I remember that in the trailer.
Bubba, Sarah, and Scooter all helped me. Once we found out about the loops, things got a little out of hand.
Oh, they jumped ship to Gearbox? Ooh. Well, THQ would have kept the Darksiders license. So if they jumped ship, then we wouldn't be seeing them on the next one if they made another one. Yeah, the most interesting thing about this game is literally just the fact that other players can add to or delete from the track.
What do we do now?
Live as you're driving.
What do you think? We play!
You could be driving along and your friend can just drop in like a loop-de-loop.
Wait. What? Do you really want to race in that? I got you.
I don't like this voiceover. It's kind of stupid. It sounds like it was written by someone who was trying to make young gamers sound cool.
Satisfied? Much better.
Are they going to show that feature? Or is this... Because all the previous trailers are basically just about that live editing feature. Pretty cool, actually. It's got destructibility. It's not as good as Burnouts, but it's in there. I do think the cars look like toys a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, more so than other arcade races, even like Burnout and stuff. I feel like this game, it looks like Hot Wheels. It almost looks a bit too much like Hot Wheels, because it doesn't seem like they're supposed to be toys, but... Oh shit. The logo's getting real remnant on us. But why? Not actual gameplay footage. Because why would you want to show that?
A tale of mortals, bound by fate's golden strands.
Cool. Maybe this is a spin-off Remnant game for mobile phones. For Android. Cut your nails, lady.
Tell of their laughter.
That was a baby.
Their struggles. Their glory. Tell of warlike Sparta.
Is this Titan Quest?
Fate destined them for godlike greatness.
I mean, this is definitely not even in-game engine footage. This is straight up FMV. This is straight up a short film. They wouldn't be able to say that even if they wanted to.
Other plans.
This is definitely Titan Quest. Titan Quest is a very long game. Like, Titan Quest was basically Diablo, but like historical medieval Greek history with the gods and stuff. But it was a lot longer than Diablo. I remember playing through all of Titan Quest and its expansions in university, and it took me a long time. This is like a 100-hour game.
Staining their strands with darkness. But don't cut it short. Tell us the whole story.
This is vibing Diablo pretty hard right now.
Hope.
In a Titan Quest kind of way. Hey! It's actually straight up Titan Quest 2. Wow. I thought it was going to be like the phone spin-off that they advertised back in the pre-show. But there's a legit sequel. Straight up sequel. That's scary though. Because honestly, Diablo, Path of Exile, and Titan Quest 2, yeah, they're all back. Titan Quest scares me a bit because, like, I've always liked games like Titan Quest and Diablo, but it kind of blew my mind how long Titan Quest was. And I'm not the kind of person who plays Diablo in the character grinding method. Like, I don't finish the story of Diablo and then replay it on different difficulties with the same New Game Plus character to build it up, which is how you're supposed to play it. Like, I played the story to the end and then I walk away. Like, game's done. Like, I'm not going back and doing it again just to build up a character. Even though that's what the genre is meant to be about. Titan Quest 2, I swear to God, like, just playing through the main story one time and seeing all the content takes longer than it takes to play through Diablo as many times as it takes to level up your character to max. I swear to God, like, I couldn't believe, like, I was still going on that game and I still hadn't got to the end yet. So the idea of a Titan Quest 2 with today's gaming standards in mind is, like, freaking me out a little bit. I don't know if I want to go in for that. It's spooking me. Path of Exile is the only one I never actually tried myself. That's my blind spot. I've only seen, like, the trailers and the video reviews. Ashbourne Games.
Orders, Major.
Ooh.
Obtain safe passage home.
Wait, what?
Reach Vladivostok on an armored train. Command Czechoslovak soldiers
No, go back to the game
stranded in a
footage.
hostile land. Explore war-torn cities and the Siberian countryside. Deploy squads from the
this looks
train
mad
to explore
original.
the surrounding area.
This is interesting.
Lead your soldiers in real-time tactical battles. Move behind enemy lines.
I've
Prepare
never
to
seen
fight
a
your
game
way
like
to
this
freedom.
before.
Face challenging situations and unexpected obstacles. On this relentless journey, you will realize that your troops are not units, but people.
We saw a trailer for this a
Do
while
whatever
back.
it takes to prevail.
I think we might have
Keep
seen
your
like a
soldiers
CG, no gameplay trailer.
Watch them
because
rise
I've never
through the
seen
ranks
this train stuff before.
and unlock
I didn't
new
realize
skills.
this is what this was.
Your train will require constant care and attention.
It's like a
Instruct
travel.
your crew to
It's
manage
like a
the
get the
train
train
efficiently.
across Europe simulator, but with
Prepare combat
RTS
equipment
tactical combat.
and craft spare parts. Realize the train's full potential by unlocking new upgrades and
Like,
enhancing its durability.
I'm cool with RTS games in general, or
Reach
tactical
a safe
stuff.
depot.
It's not my favorite
and
genre,
exchange
but
cars or locomotives.
I like to play one occasionally.
Stockpile and trade supplies.
But this is super original.
Keep going. Or the suffering and loss.
I like
of
the
all
idea that...
those under your
Hang on. I gotta pause this for a sec. I love the idea of them boiling down the simulation tactical aspects to having to look after one persistent thing. The fact that you have your train that you're upgrading and looking after and trying to get across the map, I think is like super interesting. Like, when do you choose to stop the train and get troops on off board them, and then like deal with some kind of tactical situation and then get them back on and keep moving? Like, can you stealth? Like, can you choose to stop the train at spots to stay out of sight, let things move on, and then keep the train going and like avoid danger? I'm super curious about how this whole thing works. Like, what's the structure of the entire game?
command will have been in vain. This is your last train home.
Like, at this point in the RTS genre's lifespan, I think you need to be this clever. What happens if you run out of resources? I bet the game has a finite fail state. Like, I bet you could actually fail the entire game and have to start from the beginning. Or save a save point. That would make sense to me. So there'd almost be like a roguelike level of stakes or danger. So if you play it poorly enough, you could actually just completely fuck the entire playthrough. So not like, I mean, roguelike is the wrong word to use, because I'm not saying it would play like a roguelike, but the idea of the game having stakes like a roguelike where a run could fail and you'd have to restart is all I mean. Although restarting would just be starting a new game. It wouldn't be like roguelike style of like unlocking things and then bringing them on your next journey. It would just be a complete run fail. No, but like, remember when I played... What was that game that I played that was like set in World War II, but it was an alternate history where there was like steampunk mechs and stuff? Like, that game was pretty much just riding completely on the originality and the creativity of that setting and that version of history with those kind of units, like the steampunk stuff. But the problem with games like that is it still plays like an old school RTS where you pump out units and just basically basically throw shit at the wall until the enemy like falls over. I feel like this is the kind of thing we need to be doing with RTSs. You need to come up with like a new way that the game works, a new structure, like a new focus. Because if it's just building bases and buildings and pumping out tanks and dudes and then just sending them to the front lines to like make a dent while you pump out even more, that stuff has been around since Command and Conquer, Warcraft, Dune, Battle for Arrakis. Like, I was a child when RTSs were doing that, and I just feel like they need to be a lot more original nowadays, because every time I play one that still plays exactly like those ones from 20 to 30 years ago, I kind of enjoy it on a nostalgia level, but there's a part of me that's like, this needs something, because we're too far along in gaming history to just be pumping out that same thing still. Kind of like, yeah, it's like XCOM was back in its day. I was fascinated and loved XCOM. I was a massive XCOM fan as a teenager, because XCOM was like another level to strategic tactical shit above games like Command & Conquer and Age of Empires. Because I liked them, but when XCOM came along, I'm like, this is a new thing. This is a new way of doing it. I love this. We've evolved. And I think we need new ways to evolve, and ideas like this train thing, I think, is where we need to be. A combination of XCOM and Command & Conquer, having troops but not pumping out waves of faceless NPCs. Yeah, see, Company of Heroes was famous when that came out. Because by the time Company of Heroes came out, people already over like all the StarCrafts and the Age of Empires and stuff. That genre was already dying. So what Company of Heroes did differently that almost no other RTS was doing was it made the idea of your units being finite a thing. So in a similar way to XCOM, Command & Conquer was old school. Like, you'd have buildings, you'd pump out dudes. The idea of XCOM, not an RTS, but the idea of having like 6 or 7 dudes with specific names and loadouts, and if they die, they're dead. That's what Company of Heroes did to Command & Conquer style stuff. it did realistic World War II, but you had a specific number of like human troops with, you know, snipers, assault dudes, grenadiers, whatever, just like a Command and Conquer game. But you had to use them strategically because if they die, they're dead. So, I mean, by the time you get to Command and Conquer's, Company of Heroes 2 and 3, it started to mix up. Like, there were plenty of levels in the sequels where you could actually build buildings that would bring in more troops. But from Company Heroes 1, the big deal of that game was the fact that if you had maybe 3 or 4 groups of assault guys, 2 groups of grenadiers, and 1 group of snipers, you'd have to like get them through a combat scenario and achieve your objectives and keep them alive. So you'd actually have the assault dudes ordered to bunker down defensively in a trench and tell them which directions to aim with the fan viewpoints covering different directions. And you'd actually put the sniper up in like the 2nd floor of a nearby library building where they'd have a massive like viewpoint fan coming out of the building where the snipers would be safe from damage, but they'd also cover a massive amount of the battlefield and be able to snipe people from like really far away. So you'd have to be clever like that. You couldn't just tell troops to go here and shoot. You'd have to look at what the enemy's doing and prepare for them. Like if you're trying to hold down a position in the middle of a city, you'd get 2 sandbag walls built on the ends of the 2 roads coming in. So you could set up your assault dudes defensively behind the sandbags where they're protected, but aiming over the top. And then at the fork of those roads, you put the sniper in the building that has views down both streets. And then you'd basically like lure the enemy in. And that was good. Like compared to all those old games where all you do is build a barracks and a tank factory and then just keep on pumping out dudes and sending waves at the enemy, and that was every level. Like Company of Heroes changed the game. I don't think people talk them up enough. I think it's because nowadays there's probably as many games like Company of Heroes with that level of strategy as there are old school Command and Conquer games where you just pump dudes out of buildings. Should be careful of my phrasing here because I'm talking about pumping dudes a lot. I actually still have my original box copy of the first Company Heroes on the shelf, on my PC shelf. I never owned the second 2, but I kept up with like watching the reviews and stuff and seeing what they were all about. I really want to try that train game now. It really sold me. Oh my god, a THQ Nordic simulator. We get to develop our own games in Vienna. Oh, it's trying.
Come on. Hey.
Get that plank over there.
Wait. That dude just came home from his office job and saw his mate playing Trine and was like, whoa. No one has ever looked at footage of Trine and gone, whoa. It looks like a game from the early 2000s. It's a 3D, it's a 2.5D side scroller. No one's ever had their mind blown by Trine. Oh shit, that was so funny. I'm not shitting on Trine, by the way. I like Trine. I played the first 2 on my PS4 or PS3.
Shield charge it.
Good co-op games. Greetings, my white son.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh my god.
Hey.
What is happening in this house?
Get behind me.
He can't act for shit. Get behind me. I don't understand this this flatmate situation going on here. They've got the bum white guy who apparently has no job and sits around the house all day like a stooge. They've got the office worker black guy who probably earns all the money in the household, and then they've got the emo teenager, the goth teenager. I hope they keep on bringing in new characters. I hope this this flat starts getting even more multicultural by the second. I want more stereotypes to come in. The next one needs to be a construction worker with a beard. How's it going, mates? Comes in with a VB in his hand. Oh god, here we go.
Yeah.
It's Jack Black with a pizza.
No worries. It's pretty.
He's gonna stick around. Okay. And they've got a cat. Don't think I didn't notice the cat on the couch.
Yes!
What shrine is this now? 6?
Let's go, guys!
Oh, that's okay. I feel bad now. It's not bad acting. They just don't know how to speak English. This is a game for another country where they were told to make their trailer in English, and the actors are only barely keeping it together. Here's a cat. Give the cat a controller. 5-player. The cat's very concerned by the lack of skill.
Yes!
Skill issue, says cat.
Ready for round 2? Yes, sure.
Man, their handle on the English language is bizarre. Like, they sound like poorly acted NPCs in like a European Steam game. That was the weirdest trailer I've ever seen for a Trine game. Did that even say what Trine that was? Did I miss it?
Yay! Yes!
Ready for round 2?
No.
Yes, sure.
Trine 5. Okay, I thought we were up to 6. Fair enough. You know what they've added to Trine to justify a sequel? It's now 4-player. The previous games are all 3-player co-op games. I actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if they added 4 players in 3 or 4. I'm pretty sure the first 2 games are only 3-player, but from then on, I have no idea. It is still weird seeing 4 people play Trine at the same time, though. Oh, that was probably going to be the most hilarious trailer out of this entire showcase. Bar none. Business, Sam Jackson, and Evanescence playing Trine together. Space for sale. Oh my god, the graphics in this are cool. This is doing that Pikmin thing, where everything's so small it has that depth of focus that makes everything look like toy-sized. Yeah, I like this. It's dope. This might be slightly ripping on Satisfactory a little bit. Because a lot of those power cable things is very Satisfactory. Cool soundtrack. 1950s sci-fi soundtrack. Mini Astroneer. I haven't played Astroneer. I played Satisfactory, that's why I was connecting those two. Even the building vehicles like that and driving them around with your friends. Me and a friend did that in Satisfactory. Actually, you know what the power cables also remind me of? What's that mech game I played? Riftbreaker. Making the little nodes for the power cables between all your sites. You spend a lot of time in Riftbreaker doing that. I want to see more of that that dwarf game where you drive the mechs around. That looked like someone was ripping off Riftbreaker with dwarves. Like half Riftbreaker, half what's that game? Oh, fuck, what's the dwarf game called? Big Rock Galactic? No, wait, what's it called? Something Rock Galactic. That's on the tip of my tongue. It's gonna drive me crazy. Great Rock Galactic? Rock and Stone. Fuck, what's it called? I hate myself. Deep. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Sham. Deep Rock Galactic. Oh, that was driving me crazy. Yeah, I don't know what company's making it, but at Summer Game Fest, they showed a trailer for what was basically Deep Rock Galactic crossed with Riftbreaker. And then for some reason, Jeannie got mad at me because she claimed that it was nothing like Riftbreaker, even though it clearly was Riftbreaker if the mech was being driven by a dwarf. and everything else was literally the exact same game. So I don't know why she was dying on that hill. Like she was adamant that I take it back, and I was like, come on, man. It's almost exact. Oh no. African Safari Simulator. She's secretly a dev behind it. I mean, that is a thing. Wait, why is that not pausing? That is a thing that sometimes happens with games. Like, devs will be making a game that seems like an obvious inspiration from something, but then they get mad if you bring it up. Like, they don't want to be accused of, like, ripping off the thing that they clearly are inspired by. And it's like, we're not saying that to say that you're dipshits. We're bringing it up because it's a apt comparison that obviously will sell your game more, because marketing-wise, if you get compared to Deep Rock, for example, that should get you sales because people love Deep Rock. So what's wrong with that? Like our party animals is gang beasts. I don't really want to play it. I think Gang Beasts is on Game Pass. Way of the Hunter. Tikamoon Plains. Okay, you should have stopped at Way of the Hunter, maybe. Tikamoon Plains is a very silly subtitle. I would play that if you get to be the lion. I don't just want to be the hunter going around killing majestic animals, but if I get to be the lion counter-hunting the hunters, hell yeah. Add that as a multiplayer mode. Have other humans as the hunters, and have another human be able to play as the lion.
The Dynasty have amassed an enormous army right under our noses.
Cool, man.
And as of 10 minutes ago, while the GDF Council was debating whether to even respond, the Dynasty have launched attacks across our western border. They've been planning this for God knows how long.
Girth Defense Force? The protectors of fat penis?
Code Red. Issue an immediate retreat order.
I'm sorry.
Units in 10 miles. Get our troops
I'll take it back.
Weapons free. These things fire back.
Can someone actually explain to me what GDF stands for real before I start giggling like a schoolgirl again? Oh, it's an RTS. The 6 soundtracks. This looks actually a lot like Command & Conquer.
I have reinforcements on their way to you. Pull that base apart.
We've discovered a strange property on a large scale.
I feel like the soundtrack's selling me more than the game is right now.
Get me one of these missiles, Commander.
This is kind of like StarCraft mushed up with Command & Conquer. Like if you StarCrafted up Command & Conquer a little bit. Tempest Rising. Cool name. Cool name, cool soundtrack. I'm half sold. 3D Realms is involved. That's interesting. I thought I only did shooters. Girth Defense. What was it, GDP? I thought it was GDF. Hence the Girth Defense Force. Cool. You know how many video game trailers start with a crow? It's a much larger number than you'd think. Literally like 6 or 7 years ago, I watched a funny video on YouTube that was talking about it. Like so many video game trailers start with that, especially medieval stuff will start with a shot of a crow ominously flying into shot, landing on a corpse or a bone or a skeleton of some kind. It'll peck at something, it'll caw, it'll fly away, which will justify the camera moving or pulling out to a reveal shot of something.
Hey, you! Get out of here! Calm down.
It's one of the biggest cliches in video game trailer design. We need to get that crow out of here. Or maybe get it more money. The crow should be earning fucking residuals.
You idiot!
That guy just got robbed. Is this Peasant Simulator? Wait, that guy had a cigarette.
There's the line.
This isn't medieval times.
Get lost. Get lost.
Wait a minute. This can't be medieval times. That guy had a modern cigarette.
Oi, you twats! What was that? Sorry, you fucking twats! Mess him up!
Time to put that booty to good use.
I feel like this is some kind of Fallout deal. Like, this looks medieval, but it's actually in the future after like a post-apocalypse or something. And you're some kind of scallywag that goes around robbing everybody. That's right, I said scallywag and I stand by it. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of ugly.
Yeah!
Like, this is the most low-res, brownish grey bullshit. Cool shit. I feel like if you're gonna rob like 3 or 4 people in a row, maybe you should like leave the area ASAP. Does that even have a name, or is that just a logo? What the fuck's that supposed to mean? Is there a name for this? Where's the game? Is the name carved into the helmet? I'm so confused. How do I know what game to fucking pre-order if you just show us a helmet logo? What is your game? What the fuck was that? You know what? No, fuck off, Nickelodeon. Maybe someone in the chat? Arena looks good. Is it called Arena? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. No, that's not it. That's someone guessing. Someone in here? Wait, okay, here we go. Someone has a list. Tempest Rising. Gothic remake? Oh my god. That's why they didn't put a name in the ending thing. Gothic is a huge deal. The Gothic series got to like Gothic 4, and then there was like a spin-off game called start with an A, I think. It was basically Gothic, but it was had a different name. So they had like 5 games basically. And this is like a remake of the first game. That's why, okay, that's why they didn't put the name at the end. Everyone who was supposed to get psyched by that trailer would have known what this was just from that logo when it came up. You would have lost your mind and screamed in the audience. I know Gothic. I've tried either 1 or 2 for a little bit, but it was a bit jank. It's a very in-depth RPG. There's a lot you can do with it, but it's also very, very jank because of how big it is and how much variety and customization there is involved. Like, it's one of those ambitious things where it's like, it's almost too ambitious for its own good, so there's a lot of like jank built into it. I guess in a similar way that you could say Elder Scrolls, but probably more jank than that. So that's interesting. I didn't know they were going to bring back Gothic. What was the... Hang on, I need to know what the spin-off 5th game was called. Gothic... Wikipedia. We definitely need more niche games. The thing with Gothic is that it was a niche RPG, but it was such a big niche RPG that it spawned like 4 or 5 sequels. And they were very big games as well. So it always felt like Gothic should have been bigger than it really was. Oh, okay, they're also behind the Elix games, which is like the sci-fi version of Gothic. Very big, very ambitious, very jank because of it. Okay, hang on. Gothic series, here we go. See how correct I was. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Gothic, Gothic 2, Gothic 3, and then Arcania, subtitled Gothic 4. So the version of Arcania that I owned on Xbox 360, I had like a collector's edition box. It didn't have the words Gothic 4 on it. I think it might have been an Australian marketing packaging thing, but by the time they got to Arcania, the fact that Gothic, even after 3 games, is still so niche, I think made the publisher want to not draw attention to the fact that it was a sequel set in an already existing universe. because once you get to like 4 or 5 sequels, you start to lose sales, because a lot of gamers will look at the number and will get scared away, thinking like, oh, I don't know what the first 3 or 4 games were like. I don't want to play the 5th game and be like lost and not know what's going on. So at a certain point, the numbering in your titles becomes like a setback, which is part of the reason why like Xbox never numbered their consoles properly when they were going up against PlayStation. They didn't want their second Xbox to be called Xbox 2 when the PlayStation it's going up against is called PlayStation 3, because it sounds like the Xbox is lesser than, hence the Xbox being called 360. So PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. It almost it made it sound like it was part of the same generation, and it wasn't like they were behind their competitor. But from that point on, they could never do a numbering scheme because they'd broken out of it immediately before they could even start. So it kind of fucked them when it came to naming in the long run. But yeah, I fully understood why Arcania was just called Arcania, because people just didn't want to play a Gothic 4. And no one was going to catch up on Gothics 1 through 3 when every one of those games is like 100 hours. You understand the mindset, but the SX confusion is frustrating. Now, see, their biggest fuck up is just their naming choices from then on. Like, they're kind of like, it's a good and a bad thing. Like, they couldn't use an Xbox 1, 2, 3, 4 naming scheme, and that's acceptable. But their actual choices of what to call them after 360 just kind of got away from them a little bit. Like, I feel like the Xbox One was super confusing, because now when we want to talk about the original Xbox, we can't say Xbox One, because that's the third Xbox. And then everyone gets like mad confused. So they could have definitely named their third and their fourth console a lot better and avoided a lot of confusion. But the alternative of just calling it 1, 2, 3, 4 never existed from the very beginning, and I accept that. Since you're finished on Hollow Knight, here's a video where everyone's required to watch when you have time. Okay. Well, we'll do it after the showcase is done, which is very soon, actually. I think there's only 4 minutes left on the clock. Black Forest. From the minds of the creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Say what? Oh my god, it's black and white. Are they making a Ninja Turtles game based on the graphic novel? Because that's sick. Wait, no. This is Last Ronin, isn't it? Because there's 4 candles for 4 turtles and 3 of them just got snuffed out. Yep. Called it 2 seconds before the title came up. Awesome. Okay. The candles are a dead giveaway. I would love to actually see some footage of what that looks like. That was one hell of a tease. God damn it. Oh, if you didn't know what that was, by the way, there's a graphic novel that's a much like grittier black and white graphic novel that was done recently called Last Ronin, where in the story it's the future of the turtles, where 3 of the turtles are dead and the last remaining turtle is like still fighting on in the honor of his brothers, and it's a lot darker and more sad story. And I believe the plot twist of that graphic novel was the fact that the remaining surviving turtle, which I think is kept coy throughout some of the story, turns out to be Michelangelo. So like the least serious turtle, and probably the least one you'd expect to be the survivor out of the 4 of them, ends up being the last remaining turtle, and he has to like basically become a lot more serious and stoic in remembrance of his brothers. You remember the fan-made trailer being badass? Yeah, there was a sick fan-made trailer. I remember that too. Like, I think the giveaway that it was Michelangelo was you see like all the broken weapons of the other 3. Because you never see the color of the bandana.
Matter, Emily? Why are you so sad all the time? Nothing is the matter, nothing at all. There's nothing for me to be sad about, nothing to do, to love, to see, to be. I just feel...
Is this the other playable character of Alone in the Dark?
But that's alright. I think we're all like that at times. I'm fine. I get up every morning, go to work, and time goes by. 10 years now. More even since he died. He died a hero. He died, so now nobody asks anymore. Nobody
I want to see her
asks,
in
what's the matter, Emily?
in the fedora.
It's just me now.
In Harbor's fedora.
Alone. In the dark.
She said the name. She said the title. Everybody drink. She looks better in the marketing art. Her 3D model was a little bit freaky looking. I really hope that Alone in the Dark game is good. Because I always liked Alone in the Dark. I had the demo of the original, the really shitty old PC one, and I would replay that bit in the attic where you have to push the cupboard in front of the window so that the werewolf can't get in. And then I had the Dreamcast reboot, which was basically just like a rip-off of Resident Evil, like old school Resident Evil. You know, with the old pre-rendered backgrounds where you move your 3D character like a tank through it.
What am I supposed to do?
You know what I like about THQ's showcase? Everything is different. Like, every game they showed was like a totally different genre from the game before it. They've got like quite a stable of varied genres in the franchise that they're in. It drinks cranberry juice. I've got Biscoff. I can drink that. Well, that was neat. As of today, THQ Nordic has 37 games in development. There are 20 still unannounced after the showcase. Thank you for watching. So what they're saying is we still haven't seen half of the games that they've got in the pipeline. Wow. Good for them. I just realized I have to shave. I've got Hollow Knight beard. I haven't shaved since I started playing Hollow Knight like 2 weeks ago. That was neat. Recap Alone in the Dark. I like how they started with Alone in the Dark and they ended with Alone in the Dark. Well, actually, they didn't start. They had a couple before that. No, that was the pre-show. The main show started with Alone in the Dark. Yep. Nice. I really hope that game is good. Not just for the fact that I like old school Alone in the Dark, but I want David Harbour to have more wins. Because in terms of his movie choices, he's kind of like 50-50. Like, he keeps on ending up in movies where he's not bad, but the movie is not great. Train Game and Hot Wheels look fun. Yeah, I mean, I kind of dug a lot of what they were showing in that. For different reasons. There's almost not a single thing that I was like meh about. Maybe the Way of the Hunter, because I don't really want to shoot Majestic Lion in face with bow and arrow. But like I said, if they reveal that you can play as Lion hunting human, then I'm 100% in a big way. Okay, cool. Bloop. What a tanky drop. Oh my god. That's a long bitch. What did Sham drop? Let me just claim both. Oh, it's another Raka Raka clip. About their film. Okay. I'll watch them in reverse, since this one's shorter. Bloop. What is that shirt that he's wearing?
Yeah. I've had a lot on my mind. I've had a lot on my chest. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I wear my heart like a vest. Work every day of the week. They told me I
They
need
used a
some
lot
rest.
of
Want them to mention my name whenever they mention the best. Damn,
a lot of music in their videos, like that other video about the making of their movie and their history of making films as kids. They had what it sounded like it had a lot of popular music in that, and I'm wondering if they get like a lot of copyright hits on their YouTube videos. Like, will this song get flagged, for example? Was that Hideo Kojima?
Hey, I'm Danny Philip.
I swear to God, that was Hideo Kojima just said.
And no one cares about that. Oh my gosh, people! No, buckle up. It's our direct. No, yeah, fuck that. Okay.
If you don't want to say buckle up, you don't have to.
Can we get some prop seatbelts? Please tell your friends if you like it, because we're up against Oppenheimer and Barbie.
I'll probably see it eventually.
You probably can't do that last part.
Oh, come on. If you guys like it, tell your friends. It's coming out July 28th. That's so lame.
Did the producer just tell them they're not allowed to mention Oppenheimer and Barbie?
Dude,
That's mean. Why are we pretending like they're not a thing?
Alright guys, we've walked into a bit of a pickle. I lost my passport and we're about to go overseas. I got an emergency passport, but while I was picking it up, what happened, Timmy?
Car's been f***ing towed.
And now the footage is in the f***ing car and my flight's in 2 hours.
Damn.
Yo, can I quickly get my car out?
Oh, you're gonna have to call council about that, man.
Oh, I've got a flight in 2 hours. Can I just quickly grab a hard drive out of the back seat?
There was nothing in the car, man.
What?
Dude, it's right there. I'll get the car later. I just want the hard drive.
Oh, they're doing a bit.
Then get the f*** out of my face, mate.
Walk!
Naughty. Why don't you pirouette out the door, boys? Alright, we're just gonna go. Let's get out of here, yeah?
I knew they were doing a bit. I thought it was real for a bit. When they first arrived here. I can see some hidden cuts there. They're trying to do the one take thing. That lead pipe sounded like a machete. What the fuck? What the hell was that? Also, they can do Hadoukens. That's just lore. That's just Raka lore.
It was actually really fun. I'm really down to earth.
Are you feeling good about the premiere?
Yes. It's so cold.
Yeah, she's cold. She's wearing naked. She's got an old lady's outfit on. We're gonna get out of here.
Do not include that in the video.
Do your impression of us directing you.
It was included in the video.
Alex looks like a New York reporter. No, she looks like Scully from the X-Files.
Oh, hell yeah.
She actually does.
She looks like...
What is X-Files?
Oh my god.
What's the X-Files?
The truth is out there, Mulder, but so are lies.
She's gonna get roasted on Twitter for that.
So guys, we've been doing press for the last 6 months all over the world, which is so much fun, but it's also randomly really intense as well. We're gonna show
I wonder
you
if there was
guys
like a
one
mate
day
of
in
theirs
press, just to show you what it's
garage
like.
to let them use it to film that one little fight scene.
Hey, good morning. Michael's been late to every single publicity thing that we need to do. I've decided the word for him is inconsiderate. Every day we wake up and we go in and there's a, here look, just like,
You know, I can never remember which Raka is which Raka.
2 hours.
Because they're both Rakas.
We got a big day, don't we, Dan? Come on, bro. Let's go. Get your finger away from me. Look at the hand. Whoa, giant hand. Yeah.
Cool.
How crazy is that? That's awesome. Oh, who do we have here? What's going on? This is our stunt crew for the big, glorious stunt we're doing tonight. So everyone's going to be having a party. And I'm going to be in here getting possessed. And I'm going to get flung into the wall. And then like get dragged up the side and then across the ceiling. There's two scare things. There's this, see? So they're going to be in here.
Are they gonna
One of
prank the,
girls were like testing it yesterday. It was so funny.
The junket interviewers? By pretending to get possessed mid-interview? Is that the plan
This
here?
is a song from the film, Edith Piaf remix. Wait, are we late?
You're late. Very, very late.
Oh my god. Yep. Alright, close it. It's 11:22. Now we've got to do some online press.
When does the press end, Mike?
It doesn't end,
It
Gordon.
doesn't end.
We've been doing 27 interviews a day. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I always felt bad for Hollywood actors on that junket thing. They literally spend like weeks being interviewed like 20-something times a day. It's no wonder they end up looking like surly in interviews. Like people put Twitter videos and little YouTube clips up of like how shitty Hollywood actors are, but it's like, dude, they've been interviewed like hundreds of times over like a week or two. They're over it. And they get asked the same question like many, many times a day. You want to kill someone as well. The song slaps in the movie. Oh, that one that we're just talking about.
Tell us how excited you are
nice.
for the horror film Talk to Me.
I've never heard of it.
What was your favorite part of the trailer?
I haven't seen
Is she meant to be
It's a horror
Beetlejuice?
film about a hand.
I don't.
A24.
I have no idea.
Starring Sophie Wilde.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. Come on.
No, I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't yeah. Oh, Barbie. Oh, Barbie, yeah.
Not Barbie. The other one.
Oppenheimer?
The other one.
Wow, the white balance of this camera. Oh, thank God they fixed it.
Nothing sprouts out. No ideas sprouting. Talk to
I bet they asked people about their movie and only included the ones that didn't know what they were talking about in the edit.
Yeah. Do you know the movie Talk to Me?
No. I never seen that. Oppenheimer?
Talk to Me?
Oppenheimer?
Talk to Me? Have you heard of the film?
Yes, I have. I think I'm very excited for it.
What's it about?
I couldn't tell you.
You haven't seen it, have you?
I've not.
Beep, 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 liar alert.
The dude in the One Piece cosplay.
Have fun. That's a good room in there.
Run. Run. We're doing a panel on Comic-Con. I'm really nervous. I don't know how many people are here.
It's full.
Full?
Comic-Con was smaller this year, wasn't it? Because of the strikes. It wasn't like as big a thing as it usually is.
I know I'm not your father. Sorry, Spider-Man. Go ahead, Peter. We met Sam Raimi once. You first. No one cares. Can you find someone that looks bored in the audience with another camera? Yeah, that guy looks pretty bored. Yeah. I feel like there was some really awkward moments.
That dude took ages to realize that he had the camera on him.
I felt like I was.
He did like a triple take at the camera.
And then I felt like it was fine.
I think the first draft was a lot more vicious, like unnecessarily vicious.
That dude is wearing a t-shirt of a different A24 movie.
Would you rather a news story or continue on the story? We're gonna record in here. We're not? No, we're not. We're not gonna. Sorry, cut. We're trying to keep the energy up, right, Court? We're doing just fine.
Hey, this is interview what, like 30?
You two are going to be directing a Street Fighter.
Oh my god!
There is a classic adaptation from the 90s.
I'll make you a dead one.
Jean-Claude Van Damme there. That's America, baby. There's some decent stunts in here. Okay.
It was kind of awkward that Bison and Jean-Claude had to fight on that little hovering platform. There's like no room to fight on that fucking thing.
Get out of here quick.
Xbox?
That's what the Xbox looks like. No!
Why do they have an Xbox, a new Xbox in a hotel room?
There is a valid island code, okay? We're just going to type that in here, sirs. Okay. This is the first collaboration between a horror film and Fortnite, so we're very excited to experience this. Let's see.
How does Talk to Me
As you can
fit
see,
into
guys-
Fortnite, though?
As you can see, we've got a bit of
What
a
the fuck?
cyberpunk thing going on here. We're starting in 5, 4, 3. We can read, Danny.
So it's basically just Fortnite. I don't really know what the Talk to Me connection is exactly.
Alright, so KP if you're an adult. This is all tiny stuff.
Oh, there it is.
Look at that hand here. Alright, now give me that. Yeah, no.
So that's why they got given an Xbox, so they could pimp this.
Oh my god, okay, that's another hint in the movie. This is so cool. That's in the movie. We're here to promote Talk to Me, and we got Gerald fucking promoted in the new season of The Witcher. Yeah, okay, get him out. We're promoting different things here. Gerald, move.
Cool.
defend yourself to the sales zone.
I wonder if that's still up.
What the fuck?
I wonder if that's still
in this corner.
in
Oh, yeah, you're
Fortnite
fine.
to actually try out.
Really? Yeah, you're fine. Oh. Online Ceramics is going to be doing an exclusive drop of A24. But talk to me! Whoever can get the fastest speed run on the Dead Pirates, we're going to give one of every single piece.
You think they were on cocaine during this press tour?
Speed run. DM us your speed run times, and the winner is getting.
They got to keep up a lot of energy over a lot of things happening in a small amount of time.
Dude, what the fuck? Who are you?
Malibu Ken. You guys see my new movie?
No, we haven't.
It's blowing up. Come on.
We got a film as well. It's called Talk to Me. Have you heard of that?
Is Barbie in it?
No.
Am I in it?
No, you're not in it. We're going to be reading some reviews now about
Fortnite and Roblox are no goes for me.
About
I don't play
Talk to
Fortnite properly,
Me.
but I do like showing up for the concerts. The concerts are pretty rad. The Ariana Grande one was awesome. But then I leave after it's over. I don't actually want to play the Fortnite part of the game.
Dude, Daddy, we have a call with fucking George Miller.
George Miller. Whoa, laptop's gone.
But we're not identical. And we grew up together, we were in the same class.
You guys talking about Barbie?
Yeah.
His t-shirt is torn at the back. Awesome.
Look at you. You're just complaining about your double chin and you're eating 2 bags of popcorn. Hey, stop filming my double chin.
You really do have to try your best to enjoy this part of the process, though. Because the actual process of making a film is very long and very exhausting and makes you never want to do it again. So, like, this afterwards part, where it's just about, like, reveling in the reactions to it, is, you kind of have to get into that as much as possible, because otherwise you're never going to make another film again. It really is, like, mentally draining, getting through all that shit. And that's a feature. I mean, I'm just talking about short films. It's another level with an actual feature. What the fuck? Awesome. They're like putting on shows after the show, around the show.
Speech we gave at the Adelaide Film Festival. This is before, like, we knew we were in Sundance. This is before A24. This is before anything. It might be a bit cringy, but I want to share it with you guys. Here it is. I just want to say, there's a question we often get asked in DMs and Q&As and stuff from people that want to start something creative. They want tips on beginning and often ask, like, oh, how do I know if I'm ready? You shouldn't take advice from Daddy and I think we're bad role models, but if you were, I'd say don't wait till you're ready, because you're never going to be 100% ready. Like,
well, there's no such thing as ready. I mean, that's another way to put it.
7-week shoot, to a 6-week shoot, to a 5-week shoot. We had the global
You either
pandemic,
do it or you don't do it.
budget
You know what I
cuts,
mean?
But we didn't want to let this moment slip. We didn't want to look back and say, like, oh what if? Because that's the worst.
There are
feeling to me,
reasons
saying,
to
like, what
wait
if
for
at the end of
things,
something,
like
what
if
we
you
just
need
did
a
this,
bigger
what if we just
budget,
did that? We wanted to capture
because it'd be better if you could get one, and maybe if you wait, it does pan out better that way, but there's no way to know that for
lives
sure.
on long after it's finished. Like, the best films are timeless, and that's what Danny and I's dream is. We want to create stuff that lives long after we're gone. Now, will we do that? Probably fucking not, but that's our dream. So when you're on that line between doubt and a dream, just take a deep breath and fucking run. Don't look down, don't look back, just go. Wherever you end up, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
Have they ever dressed up for anything? I don't think I've ever seen them in like in smart casual or even a suit.
Thank you very much. Fuck you, Danny. And
It's like camo pants, sneakers, and like t-shirts and hoodies, pretty much 24/7. Cultivating passion and learning, I think, is really big.
Just by 0.5. If it's 6.5,
We do 0.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard whispers around the world about the Egyptian theatre.
I mean, everything you do is a learning experience, so that's one of the benefits to just doing and not waiting for a better opportunity. Because even though a product or a creative endeavor might be better if you waited for better means to accomplish it, trying in the moment when you first get the compulsion to do it and just doing it however you can, it might not turn out as well. It might even be a massive failure, but that does make the next thing better. It does. There's always a step up. You learn a lot from failure, maybe more so than you do from success. So it's kind of worth taking the risk, because no matter what happens, you do get a positive out of it one way or another. If I'd waited to start writing until I had a PC set up, I would have looked forward to, would have been trash. Yeah, I mean, if you have the means on a very base level, like, you may as well start it there. Like what you're saying about writing, or on any level. If you're trying to write a screenplay for a film, if you're trying to write music, like, as long as you have a pen and paper or just anything with a screen that can be typed on, you may as well just start there. And everything else can be added as you go, but at least you're doing something in the meantime. You know, working your way somewhere. Neat. Every time they seem to put out a video about their experience with this film, it always comes off as more inspirational than I expect it to be. Dude! Whoa! How to Basic has a comment in the comments for their YouTube video. Movie was amazing, proud of you guys. Hi, How to Basic. You also make some pretty helpful tutorials. Just sending more suckers their way. His way, sorry. You know, it actually makes perfect sense that How to Basic would be cheering them on in the comics, because a lot of people don't realize that How to Basic is Australian. So he's really just cheering on fellow Australian YouTube content creators. Aussie Man Reviews is in the comments. Holy shit. Big fan. Legitimately want Talk to Me posters on display. Not to be a dodgy influencer, just outright want that shit on my office wall. Cordially, the O-Man. Peppa Pig parodies is in the comments. Unreal Entertainment Gaming. Stephen Hare. Or he. I don't know how to say that. Cat of the Year 8953. Okay, now it's just randoms. Bailey Twins, Radical Talent. So I recognize How to Basic and Aussie Man and Peppa Pig. That's why they're at the top of the list. Cool. I'll have to try and make an effort to see it at some point. God damn. I just haven't been to the movies in a long, long time at this point. By the time it gets to December, I'm not going to have barely any movies to like make a top 10 out of. That sucks. Anyway. Let's see what Tanky sent. The complete lore of Hollow Knight. 3 years to the day since release. This is made 3 years after it came out. Contains spoilers. I don't care, I'm just text on a screen.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS.
Outer Wilds.
But Hollow Knight would be a close second.
No, close second is also Outer Wilds.
On February 24th,
It's got the 2 top spots.
2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia.
Yeah,
Over
Aussies.
the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019.
Don't know what that
There's
is.
a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts,
What's the book about?
nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters.
Is the book just like
Team
a
Cherry had one
novelization of
goal
the
when
story of
making
Hollow Knight?
They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or, The game's navigation system
Juicy
requires the
orange
player
bullshit.
to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an
Christopher
atmosphere
Larson
that the
looks like
player
he's
won't
14
want
years
to
old.
leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in
And the
1994, I was
lady.
busy not being
People were
alive,
shocked when the main
but I've
character
watched
had to be a
enough
lady.
YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid,
Well,
there are moments
don't
that give the
forget
player a sense
Castlevania,
of
man.
depth. Basically, the feeling that
That's
this
why
world
it's called
exists
Metroidvania. It's a
outside
combination of
Samus's
Metroid and
interactions with
Castlevania.
it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing,
He's ignoring an
Samus
entire
can
game
find
in
the
that
corpse
setup.
of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does
Random
the same
garbage.
thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the
Yeah,
game.
you know what? Slight criticism for Hollow Knight. I do find some of the barred doors infuriating because there's no way to open them later in the game to make getting around the map easier. And by that point, there's no benefit to making it harder to get around because the whole game is finished. The map's all opened up. I kind of want to be able to use those openings, and the fact that it is a door that can never be opened is infuriating to me. To this day, I still hate the fact that there's like at least 2 major spots on the map which could have been opened but weren't, and just taunt me.
Randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover.
Grub
Hollow
mural.
Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue,
Zoe talking
item
himself.
descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling
Was that
world.
wait? I saw that.
We've even made it to the point where
There was a
people
document
are
there called
looking
How
at
to
the
Eat
in-game
Ass. You
signs
just snuck that in.
to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain
It's been so long
future.
since I finished this.
When
I
I'm
don't
not busy
even remember
making
fighting Hornet in
surprisingly
that room.
accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making
I'm a
videos
fire
about
and a
Hollow
laser.
Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend
What
checking
about the
out
How to
lore
Eat Ass
section
one?
of the
Can we go
Hollow
back
Knight
to that?
Wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge and enjoy the mostly
I have
complete
Tim
lore
Tams.
of Hollow Knight.
I gotta eat these Tim Tams. Is that good enough?
It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the
I don't know if
bugs
I
in
agree with that
Hallownest
statement.
pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much
Like
worthy
neon
of
blue
worship.
butterflies.
A creature born from the carcass
Worship
of a
them.
worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like.
Goddamn.
At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly
basically
long
a shy
creatures that
halud.
featured little to no limbs.
Hollow Knight's
Another
ripping
more
off Doom,
mysterious
man.
property of worms was that they had some kind of purse.
Then again, everybody rips off Dune. Star Wars ripped off
Basically,
Dune.
they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm. a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale
Also,
King
you
is a
can't
hired
Goomba on
being,
his head because his
a type of creature that
helmet
exists
is
above all
spiky
others.
as all hell.
His body was said to shine with a
at
radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations.
Ew.
And here in a far corner of the world,
Symbiotic,
the Pale
I think,
King
is the
emerged
word
from
you're
the
looking
corpse
for.
of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's this one slight problem. There's like people already living there.
What do you mean by people?
The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders,
that's not people.
mushrooms, and bush cosplayers.
None of these are people.
Each of these groups were already operating
Beings.
with their own
You could've
cultures
said
and
beings.
societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate
Gross.
with one another through one shared mind.
So many gross things in
The
this
mushrooms
game.
viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the
They're
birth
basically
of
the
Hallownest.
elves of Middle-earth.
The Mantises
They're the
are a
elves of
proud
this
tribe,
franchise.
believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest.
Anymore.
Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of
they're
Deepnest
spiders,
had a
man.
monarchy because why not?
Gross.
Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another.
Deepnest is the Wakanda
Another
of
section of
Hollow Knight.
Hallownest includes Greenpath.
Completely
Now, as far as we
isolated,
can
trying to
tell,
stay out of
the
everyone's
mushrooms,
bullshit.
Mantises, and spiders of Deepnest didn't worship any higher beings.
But like the most
There
cultural.
is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass
Exactly.
slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers,
Dream?
the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually
Don't know
much
about this
larger
dream
than you
shit.
see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon.
It's just an overgrown
Greenpath's citizens
forest cave,
showed
man.
themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense.
I mean, she
with
does
Moss
exist.
Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees.
That was a bit snarky
And
for
while there
Mr.
is no
Lore.
lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King.
I know how.
These bugs
It's his
decided
video
to seal
game.
their hive off from the rest of the world.
Lay off the bees,
with only
man.
patrol bees being able to
Let 'em
enter
be.
and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless
Boo.
in this story. And finally we have the Moth tribe. In-game, the only Moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, Moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the Moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated.
Wait, why are Moths
the
in real
Moth
life
race
complete
is
assholes?
described as being a rather pacifist group, with
They're
few
kinda-
ever choosing to take up a weapon.
They're kind of
During the
placid.
Pale
They just
King's
go for
reign,
light and that's it.
The Moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothskin, the Moth tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as essence.
Sorry, Moths.
Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only.
I love how the
higher
only
being
footage
to
they
give
can show of the
off
Radiance
essence.
is mid-boss
Un
fight
has
of her
green particles,
exploding knives
the
out of her
Pale King
eyes.
has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if
Video
other gods
creator
also
is
dabble in the
confirmed
dream realm.
Grim fetishist.
Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, Moths are assholes in this game too.
I don't know
With
why
her
he
tribe
thinks real life
forsaking
Moths
her,
are assholes.
The Radiance became a forgotten memory,
Moths do
a
nothing.
remnant of the past.
They can't
and
bite
a thing
you,
that's
and you just
definitely
hang
not
around
going
lights.
to come
That's
up
about it.
again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Modamon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered.
I don't remember that.
Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be
But that was a long time
wasteland,
ago when I first
where
started
bugs
my
survive off
playthrough.
of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the
I don't
same
remember Tuck
species
either.
of bug,
I remember Boone.
Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string
Kinda.
together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name.
Is that because it keeps raining?
The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom
Oh
collapsed.
yeah, there's no
So unless
sky
the
to
capital
rain
was
from.
originally named by some
So it's
edgy
dripping through
literature
from the
student,
underneath
the
of the
name
lake.
City of Tears wouldn't have
That
made
makes
much
sense.
sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating.
He's a shorty.
The Pale King's White Palace was
Napoleon
also
complex,
built underneath
100%.
the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits.
Napoleon wasn't sure
but
that was
aside
British
from
propaganda.
A few exceptions, no
I don't think it really
citizens
matters
of
in the end of the
Hallownest
day. It
ever
pissed
used
him off
this
enough
power.
and made him insecure that
However,
it became
the
a
Pale
complex.
King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the
So it
mix,
worked, if that's
a
the
being
case.
known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise.
Well, she's probably tied up
The
now
White
because
Lady
she
is
was
also known as a
overbreeding and
pale
someone had to
being,
take care of that
along
shit.
with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless
What?
dual band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus
Oh my God.
RT-AX88U AX6000
I'm not
dual
sure if
band
this is exactly a
8X gigabit
relatable
Wi-Fi router.
analogy.
Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods.
And enslave the
Forgotten
stag beetle
Crossroads and the
race
storerooms
to
above
be
the City of
taxis.
Tears were used to store
No
goods
one ever
that
talks
traveled
about the
along
enslavement of the
these
stag
stagways.
beetles.
The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the
If you
resting
can build
grounds.
trams,
A
why did
second
we
tram
ever
was
need the
built
stag
from
beetles?
the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy. I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super
He is
smart
pretty
plan
dead.
to build a tram in Deep Nest
Cannot
ended up
confirm
getting
nor
a few of
deny
his
how
tram
smart he
workers
was.
killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction.
Sign
An
maker?
elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining
Yeah.
the various signs
I knew
scattered
it.
throughout Hallownest. From the journal
Did I
entry
beat
of
it?
one Menderbug,
Yeah.
we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable
I'm just messing around with
minds.
Pantheon
Dear,
5
dear diary.
for fun
Isn't
at this
life
point.
just the most beautiful thing?
But everything else is done,
Fixing signs,
including all
mending
the
posts,
story stuff.
Let them break, I say. I'm a better
the
mender
percentage
for all
completion.
that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Why does his
Another
sign say
example
triple
of the Pale
X?
King's expanding infrastructure
Was that the
is
bug
Crystal
porn room
Peak.
that he's making
This
a sign
area
for?
is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Nope. Oh god, you son of a bitch. Should have expected that.
In terms of military,
He only played it for
Hallownest's
just
first line
long
of
enough not
defense
to get
appeared
copyright
to be
struck.
a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma.
Ogrim?
For being so important,
You mean Dung
most of
Defender?
the information about these knights
You mean
has
Poopy
been
Guy?
lost to time.
Poop
Ogrim
Man?
is the
Man
knight
of
we
Poop?
know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim
Living in
expressed
poo
a
as
great
well.
amount of loyalty towards
Imagine
the
that.
king,
The
and
irony.
he maybe had something going on
The guy who
with
lives among
Isma,
shit is the one that
but
lived
we
the
really
longest.
don't know. Hagamol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Samir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she
I
also
still think
got
she
into
looks
a
like an old man
relationship
with a big grey
mantis,
beard, the way
but
they
not
draw
just
her.
any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers
I don't remember this
were.
character.
The 5 Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call,
Probably been a long time
the
since I've been to
Knotted
that part of the
Grove,
map.
and the Battle of the Black Worm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory,
There's
with
that
a
dead dude on
mysterious
the throne.
figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed.
Why did they
or if
leave
the
his
Pale King
corpse
was
there on the
involved,
throne?
But one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes.
Gross.
This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Fluke Marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live.
Cavities?
There really isn't too much lore involved
Little
with the
vaginas?
Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Fluke Marm is canonically a MILF. Like,
oh no.
That's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4.
Everyone is on the
and
MILF
we
thing
all
with the
want to
Fluke
fuck
Marm.
this thing. And so this
I mean,
was the
those
kingdom of Hallownest
throbbing
at its
mouths
height.
that it gives birth out
Hallownest
of
was
are
a vast kingdom connected
oddly
by a
inviting.
network of stagways and tram stations.
God, now I'm
The bugs
falling
of
for it.
Hallownest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As a suspiciously knowledgeable hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic
I'm
creatures.
surprised that thing never turned
The
into a
bugs
boss
of
fight.
Hallownest did not hunt for their own food.
It's
and had
designed like
become
something that would have been a cool
complacent
fight.
with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital.
Maybe we'll get to fight him in
These greedy
Silksong.
members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest's prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before.
That little black dot just like
Long
came out of his
before the Pale
crotch.
Kings or
I think
the
that was
Barry
a
Bensons of the world.
coincidence though.
The
I think
land
that
of Hallownest
RNG
was
on that
controlled
particle
by
just
an
came out of the
ancient
most
caste.
dodgy spot on
Hints
the
of
possible
Hallownest
screen.
history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul
We live in a
totems and
society.
arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or
That
any
Joker
lord,
movie
but instead
can't
a dark
exist
and
now without that
mysterious
joke
substance
attached to it.
known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true.
The Moth
Memories
tribe are
of
like
her still lingered, and
those
hushed
religious
whispers
people
of
that
faith
flip
kept
flop
the
what
Radiance
they
alive.
actually believe
At the
on
summit
on
of the
a
Crystal Peak,
moment-to-moment
a location
basis.
known as Hallownest
Whatever's the
Crown,
most convenient or
a
interesting
strange
to them.
collection of glyphs can be found.
So basically
Joining
losers.
these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below.
They need to be led.
This old summit is the sole standing
They
shrine
require
left to the Radiance.
to be like sheep
This was
kind.
built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged
Ew.
through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began
It's gonna
attacking
explode.
bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies.
This shit is where
For many
Hollow Knight gets
victims,
mad gross.
They were reverted back to their basic
All the
instincts,
orange juicy
carrying out the
cyst
duties
bullshit
they once fulfilled in life,
growing on
but
bug
now
corpses.
as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city.
I want that gate open.
The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection.
Every time they say soul, I keep thinking of the genre of music.
They took as many innocent people down with them as they could.
And the Soul Master
Mantis
being
tribe,
driven mad by the
showing a
power of
stronger will
soul
than
is the
common
funniest
bug,
sentence I could possibly
were
think
able
of.
to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick.
Is that Sonic figurine holding his ADHD medication?
Useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void.
This place is Lovecraftian levels of fucked up.
The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such, deep within the Abyss.
It's just misty Vegemite bullshit coming out of every pore of it.
Predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds. But the point is, the Pale King turned to the Void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void, designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method
empty
for
vessel
creating
that
this
was also
so-called
infected
pure
somehow?
vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the Abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with the void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel.
Wait, so
vessels are also non-gendered. I guess because they're dead or
Hollow
something.
Knight
I'm not sure if that's
lore
how that
is basically
works,
about an army
whatever.
of abortions.
I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE
Fucked
anymore.
up, man.
Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels.
Wow, they got a
very
really
well.
good wide shot of all
How does being
that.
good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy
Oh my god,
vessel?
he just referenced Super
And
Meat
while
Boy,
thinking about
which is
logistics
exactly
in
what
a
I
game
did
about
when I played
magic
through
bugs
that.
is never a good idea. How exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss.
Aww.
Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory. It reads,
There's something very
our pure vessel has ascended.
Spartan
Beyond
about
lies
this.
only the refuse and
Like
regret of its
having
creation.
a shitload of kids
We
and
shall
only the
enter that
survival of the
place
fittest
no
gets to
longer.
live.
This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen.
If you can climb out of the
considering
pit
that is when
from
the
Dark Knight
entrance to the
Rises,
Abyss was sealed
you get to
off.
live and be my child.
The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the
Why was
Abyss
that cut out?
first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense
Gross.
that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super
Someone
important.
calculated how many
but I do
skulls
find
are in
it
the Abyss, and
interesting
there was
how many different
200 to 600
interpretations
million?
can be pulled from this part of the lore.
God damn.
After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway
That's
to
a
the
lot of
Abyss,
abortions, man.
leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King
Just chuck
or
them all
the
down
White
there.
Lady. Both
Hope that one is
participants
good enough to
expressed
climb
shame
all the
in
way
what
back
they
up to the
did,
top out of
but
600
saw
million.
no other option to save
Harsh.
the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with
That's fucked up.
purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the
That's
Hollow Knight
fucked up.
chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The
Everything
Hollow Knight was
about
raised and
the
trained
decisions
in
that
prime
these
form,
bug
causing
gods
it to
and
grow several
creatures make
times
in
its
Hollow
original
Knight is fucked
size.
up.
We don't know
This
exactly
is why I don't like bugs in
this
real life,
happened,
man. I don't
but
trust
I guess
them.
the Hollow Knight is
Just
just
makes
a
me
grower,
trust them
not a
less.
shower. We know that the Hollow
Hey, eye
Knight was
contact.
trained to use a nail.
This is Sparta.
But why was this even necessary?
I was literally just making a
One
joke about
possible
Spartans
explanation is that the
before.
Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case
In
an
relation to
intruder tried
the
kill
Hollow
it,
Knight babies that
you
had to
know,
climb out of the pit.
like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself,
They're still
but Team
showing
Trey gives us
random
no
boss
explanation
fight
of
footage
how
of
that
this
might
thing.
have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of three particular
Isn't this the
bugs
same as the plot
who
of
would
Harry
later
Potter?
be known as the Dreamers.
Harry
Lurian the
Potter?
Watcher, Motomon the Teacher,
What do they call those
and
things?
Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most
What are those
mysterious
artifacts
of the
called
three
that contain,
dreamers.
like,
He lived in the Watcher's
souls?
Spire in the City of Tears.
It's called
From
your
there,
something
Lurien
something.
watched over the city with his telescope.
I don't know if anyone's like
Lurien was a pretty
good at
big
Harry
fan
Potter
of the
lore.
king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another
Horcrux?
strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears.
I think it's called a Horcrux.
Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images
Hollow Knight's
of
got
jars,
Horcruxes.
the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most
Have you
bizarre
heard of World of
bosses in
Warcraft's
the game,
Darkest Secret?
the Collector.
It has a dark
The
secret?
Collector is a void construct that appears to
I used
have
to play
been made
that
from the
for
same
about
mold
4 to 5 months.
used to create the King's
A long time
molds.
ago.
But the Collector is
Haven't heard of
unique
any secret, though.
because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble
the
bug who
Collector.
likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub
Why
in the style
why did
of
the Collector
Vitruvian Man.
capture
Eventually,
the grubs,
the
but
bugs
keep
staying
them in
with the Collector
jars
decided to
all
lock
around the
it
map?
inside
Why
the
didn't he
Tower
put
of
them all in
Love
his tower?
and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died. Likely
And
due
don't
to
answer because
overexposure
video
to the
game
void.
collectibles.
Despite being locked up in
If
the
we're gonna
tower,
explain everything
the
through lore, we
Collector
have to
is still
explain it properly.
spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long-ass time.
I can
We
see the
have
link
no
to the
idea
YouTube
what these
video
creatures
name
were
if you're
trying to
interested.
do. It's implied
Wild's
that the Collector
Darkest
was
Secret?
trying
Yeah,
to
okay.
preserve the creatures of Hallownest.
I'm curious.
Perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection. But we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated. And while Lurien
I
does
think he was
seem
just a
connected to
pervert.
all of this, we
I
don't
think he
know
was just a
how
grub
involved
pervert.
he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was.
I mean, he laughs like a creeper.
Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community.
Oh no.
The archives
I didn't
and the
know
Fog
that.
Canyon as a
I didn't know
whole
that Hollow
are
Knight
also
had a
filled with
thriving
these strange
R34
Metroid
community.
knockoffs.
Oh, that's
These
gross.
creatures are likely related to Motomon
There's very
in
few
some
things in this
way.
game that are sexy
They
enough
could
to
be
need
her
Rule
live
34.
offspring, her test tube
Fluke
babies,
mom,
or
maybe.
possibly even her shit.
Yeah.
Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things
worm
to
milf.
store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiants,
Do I have link
indicating that
post
Motomon
perhaps?
had
I'll look
intimate
up the name
knowledge of
afterwards.
what she was taking part
I'll
in.
just find it manually.
Finally, the Pale King
You've already
sought
told
the
me
help
enough to
of
find
Hera
it, I
the
think.
Beast, the Queen of Deep Nest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deep Nest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a
dalliance?
fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's
Ew.
request is never elaborated on, but it appears
The White
as
King
though the
seems to
King of
bone
Deep Nest
everybody
was
in
dead
this
at
lore.
point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child
Ew.
could be of high birth. The bargain between
Ew,
Hera
ew,
and the
ew.
Pale King resulted in the birth
There's
of
8
Hornet.
Monomon posts.
She became known
and
as the
Mantis Lords
gendered
and Hornet,
child
however,
because
multiple
unlike the
thousand.
Pale King's other children,
I can imagine.
Hornet was not hollowed out by the
Hornet
Abyss.
is kind of sexy.
Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had
Yes,
to
Hollow
make
Knight
good
is
on her
scary.
end of the bargain.
It's disgusting, actually.
And so
a
the
lot of
three
Hollow Knight
dreamers
is
were
just
put to
pure,
rest.
like plain
Through
gross.
their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg.
I mean, it is a storyline that
prohibiting
is
entrance
based on a
into the
bunch of
chamber.
discarded abortions.
These dreamers also had their
fighting
own
back
protection.
and climbing up
At
from
the
the
base
abyss.
of Lurien's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping
Whatever
herself.
happened to him?
As for
I remember
Hera,
him.
we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to
They're
be
long
one
dead,
more element
like
to the
most
Pale
of things
King's
in Deep
plan,
Nest.
involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk.
Way to upsell the game.
This
Awesome.
design
Look at the job
prominently
coming.
features the Hollow Knight's head.
I swear,
and can
like,
be found in the White Palace,
so many things
as
about
well as blocking
Hollow
the
Knight
exit during the Hollow Knight
would turn
fight.
me off. Because
Silk
bugs,
spools created by the weavers can
icky
be found in the
bugs,
stag
and I'm
station in
arachnophobic
Deep
and there's too much
Nest,
spider
as well as
shit
the
going on
stag
in Deep
station
Nest.
next to the White Palace. These spools can
She
also
jumped
be
into the
found
Blue
in the
Lake and
Pale King's
drowned.
workshop.
I'm about to jump into
We
the
know
Blue
that
Lake
the
and
weavers
drown.
were closely tied to Hera
If they show
and
me more
Hornet,
spiders.
so their actions might have been a
And
part
gross
of the deal
bug on
between
bug
the Pale
action.
King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be
It's
fashioned
weird that they
from
call it an
gold.
egg when it looks like a butthole.
The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan
One time
actually
at bug
worked,
camp.
and the infection was successfully
man.
contained.
I
Memorials
can't
to
wait
the
to
Hollow
see
Knight and the
how
Dreamers
Silk
were
Song
erected
ups
in
the
Sea
ante of
Tears
disgusting
and
bug
the
on
resting
bug
grounds.
action.
But this is the part of the
A
story
lot
where
of,
things get
a lot more
little bit
seepy,
hazy.
gross,
By the time
icky,
these statues were
orange
constructed,
cyst action.
citizens had taken to writing on parchment.
There is too much
woven from
exploding
spider
orange
silk,
goo
which was
in
all
Hollow Knight.
destroyed
I
when
think that's
water
the
started
problem.
pouring down
Less
onto
exploding
the city.
orange goo.
We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Halnest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished
Boo.
by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King
Oh, the one
sharing
after
a
the Path of
moment.
Pain.
The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King.
Yeah, it was
And
daddy
who could
issues.
blame
That's
it?
what did it.
The Pale
Daddy
King is a
issues
pretty
was the
great
fall
dad
of the
after
entire
all.
kingdom.
You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable.
What do I normally do?
This is likely
I mean, I
the
normally
moment
spend the
when
week
Halnest,
gaming,
as it once
except for
was,
Sunday where we just hang
entirely
out.
collapsed. The Hollow
I've
Knight
lately
had
been
not
playing
completely
Hollow Knight,
stopped
which
the
is why
infection,
Tanky shared this
and
video.
while it may have taken a while, Halnest was eventually brought low.
I'll probably finish playing
It's at
Hollow
this
Knight
point
next
that
week, though,
characters and areas
and then move on to
begin
something else.
resemble as we know them in
Not
game.
sure what yet.
When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan.
I'll wait to see
He
what's
fucked
leaving
off, hiding himself,
Game
his
Pass
White
next
Palace,
week.
and his Pale Court
And if it's
in the
nothing
Dream
fancy,
World.
I might
At this
point,
point,
start Dead
all of
Cells
the
or
furniture in
something.
the palace was covered
Because I want to
under
fit that
weight
in
sheets,
sometime.
similar to how
I heard
people
that's
in
really
the real
good.
world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his
Yes,
throne.
that's
in the
exactly
White
what my
Palace.
apartment looks like.
There's no
Buzzsaws and
confirmation on
thorns.
what killed him, but there are
I
a few
wouldn't
things
visit
to
if I
consider.
were you.
The throne room is incredibly dark.
When I'm not gaming,
compared
I
to the rest
enjoy
of the
drawing
palace,
erotica.
and the
Man,
particle
I can't draw
effects
for shit.
and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the
If
Abyss.
you amend that sentence to
All
say
of the
I
king's mold surrounding
enjoy
the Pale King
viewing
are dead.
erotica, then
The
that
ancient
might be
basin
closer to the
itself
truth.
also has become stained with the presence of void, as it
Yeah,
can be
stick
seen
figures,
as high
exactly.
as the
That's
rundown
as good as
elevator
I could probably
shaft
draw.
leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed
It's-
away in the
stick
abyss
figure
to
porn
make sure
is
the lighthouse
viable.
wasn't turned off?
There are
Well,
people that are into that.
The lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for
The Void
itself?
freaks me out,
Can
man.
it form strategies?
What is even going on down
Does
there?
it host a podcast?
That's
Well,
where the
according to
Lovecraftian
this
shit
Chozo
is.
statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it
That
can
is a very
thrash around
H.R.
at
Geiger
things that come
statue as
near it,
well.
or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's
The
not
house
a
sticker,
single
wow, wow.
conscious being.
We're
Getting
reaching
back to the
dad
Pale
joke
King,
levels here.
One could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past.
There's a lot of classic
But we have
piano
to
going on
remember
in the
that
background of
there
this
isn't enough
video.
evidence to know
It's
for
reminding
sure.
of me of Amori.
As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial. My name is Johnny Cochran." Just above the White Palace,
sure he said
the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better.
Johnny Cochran was definitely a massive fan of Hollow
Even if we ignore the fact that the
Knight.
infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation.
Jesus Christ.
And there's also that metric
Oh yeah, I
fuck ton
remember
of
that now.
corpses lining
Totally
the walls
forgot.
of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character. The White Lady
I mean,
ends
there's a
up
few
in
characters in this
cocoon
game that
deep
just
within the
laugh their
Queen's
asses off when you
gardens.
talk to them.
She decided to
Like the
place
Collector.
bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame
kinda
she
hot,
feels
though,
in
the
helping
pale-
the
the
Pale
White
King
Lady.
create the vessels. But honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also
Yeah, she's a
diminished her
hornbag, but
power,
she's also kind of
possibly as a way to keep herself
good looking
hidden from
for a
unwanted
weird bug
visitors.
tree thing.
Outside her cocoon, Dryia stood guard, protecting her queen from
Like
the
the
violent
classic
traitor
Auntie Donna
Mantises.
joke of introducing your
Dryia
character's
is
name as you
eventually
play them.
killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty
They do
pathetic
that a
if
lot.
you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear
Do you know how
WPN
dad jokes are measured and tested?
N150 wireless router pathetic.
By how loudly a
Speaking
teenager
of
groans when you
great
tell them.
knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagamol. Hagamol held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagamol's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically
Why are they so
deserved
big
all
and
of the
chunky like
discrimination they
marshmallows?
got. But this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagamol's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class.
Oh, damn.
And that true freedom can only be achieved, blah blah
Communism.
blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogre moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit, changing
Literally.
his name to Dung Defender. Now I love wallowing
That guy
in
went
shit
crazy.
as much as the
Anyone
next
who
guy.
throws their life
We'd
away
have
to go live in
really love
literal
to
shit
put up with living with the flukes. The
is a
Dung
crazy
Defender
homeless
kept
man.
an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights. So much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice.
Gross.
Ogrim acted as
The
the
true measure of
defender
dad jokes
the
is how long your
pipeways,
children
as well as
spend rocking
Isma's
back and
grove.
forth in the corner
A
mumbling to
section of the
themselves.
Royal Waterways became
Just
filled
in
with
that coming.
acid.
Yeah.
And in the middle
That's
of
just a
it
longer
all
way to say what I
rests
said.
Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life.
Sham is
Isma
pretty
is
good at
likely
dad
the one
jokes.
responsible for this acid blight, but we have
Take
no
that
idea
as
what
you will.
happened to her.
It's a good and a bad
Hornet's
thing.
whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to
I guess
guarding
there is
Hallownest
kind of a
from
lot of
intruding
actual
warriors,
Hollow Knight,
as well as the cast-off
like,
shell in
politics
the Kingdom's Edge. Despite
in
the
Hollow
Kingdom's
Knight.
woes at large,
It's just like
fortunately this fate did not befall one
it's
of the
also
fandom's
like
favorite
subtextual,
characters.
like the rest
The
of the story.
Menderbugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Hallownest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
And now
Hello
he's
again,
dead.
diary. Not long now until
Now
the
he's
next
dead
Minder
because of me.
Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we
Simply
get together.
because y'all
And
wanted me to
Minderberry
see an
kept
Easter egg,
flashing
and
me
now the
that
man is dead.
smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding.
That's a stinky
But it
Mosskin.
appears as though Un is,
I don't
in
like
fact,
stinky
calling
Mosskin.
to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear or call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath
That's not
became
leaves, that one's
overgrown with
fluffy.
vegetation
That one was covered in
despite
wool.
Un's deteriorating powers.
Lies.
Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths. After
Yeah,
all,
the hive is
it's
so
their god
isolated.
that
It didn't
keeps
seem
killing
like it was
everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare
like,
too well, actually, as pretty much
tied
the
to the
entire
rest of what was
tribe
going on
died
around the
out.
map.
The only known survivor is
Like,
the
once I got
Seer.
in there, it was like, oh, this is like
Despite
its
the
own
loss of her
self-contained
tribe,
little corner.
The Seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the Wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools continued to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside
I found
the
that
Colosseum
weird.
were
Like,
infected,
why do they leave the
but
corpse
still
there?
seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these
It's kinda
bugs took
morbid.
in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane.
It's a she?
There appears to have been another unforeseen event
Didn't
with the
realize
Pale
that.
King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels
Maybe
within.
Hollow Knight 2
But
will have,
apparently, some vessels didn't get
co-op.
the memo. Vessel corpses
I mean,
can
we
be
haven't heard
found
anything about
littered
Silk
throughout
Song
the
having
kingdom.
multiplayer,
There's
but
one in the ancient
like, wouldn't that be
basin,
cool?
one in Green Path,
Silk
and
Song and
several
Hollow
trapped
Knight
in Nosk's lair
together
in
at
Deep
last.
Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollow Nest were closed off, with the old well-endured mouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed
It's
their
kind of a
way
flaw,
into
isn't
the
it?
kingdom, with few
If
ever
you seal it all
returning.
off, but you leave that one hole in
Characters
the
like
ground to get
Relicseeker
in.
Lem seem content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seem
Is there no law
interested
for
in
why his
something
chin
greater.
is like
In
glued to the
Howling
desk?
Cliffs rests the
We can
corpse of a
ignore that
member
whole
of the
fact.
Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hollow Nest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms.
Jesus
this
Christ.
process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because...
Because fucked up?
Hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group
The
that
soundtrack was
traveled to
going off for a
Hollow
few
Nest
seconds
are
there.
the God Seekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers look to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the God Seekers
Hey, there's that
constructed
secret you can
devices
find
called
if you
God
go into a
tuners,
brain over
which
and
help
over
them
again.
seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect
And you
the
just saw
lingering
that last
power
night.
of the Pale King and find their way to Hollow Nest. When they arrived, however, the God Seeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the God Seeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the
Really?
God Seeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself
The
with
cocoon
protecting.
kind of looks like a penis.
This was the general picture of Hollow Nest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside
Like the tip
temple
is very
of the Black
mushroom
Egg.
headed.
The
It's a
kingdom
bit
was
thick
stuck
in
in
the
a kind
middle.
of stasis,
It's a bit
with
chode
the
like.
Pale King civilization destroyed,
I think the
and
Dung
the
Defender's
Radiant's
a
unable to
pervert.
break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely.
What could go
The
wrong?
stasis
I
over
can tell you
Hollow
what
Nest
can go
held
wrong.
for
A
an
rogue
age.
Hollow Knight comes
How
along and
long
unlocks
is that
it,
exactly?
just to gain access
Well,
to
we
the
have
God
no idea.
Pantheon.
As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game. But this stasis over Hollow Nest
Okay.
wasn't going to last forever. At some
Why does it
point,
get to
the
be called
Radiance erupted
Elderbug then?
out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater.
You
The
think your
many
son did a
corpses
video
that
about
line
this
the
game?
roads and cities of the
There's a lot
kingdom
of lore
sprang
and
to
content
life
in this
with
game to
the
make
amplified
videos
power
about.
of
I
the
think that's why
infection.
YouTube is full of them.
This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their
There's
old
like
home.
millions of Hollow
Now
Knight
this
videos
old
of all
home might
kinds.
actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we
Yeah,
have
if that
about
game ever
Silksong
comes
right
out,
now is
holy
pathetic,
shit.
so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that
Her
Quirrell
movement looks
arrives
fun.
back in Hollow Nest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hollow Nest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallownest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallownest.
Why do they call him the
into
Knight if
wilds
he's basically
beyond.
just a vessel?
It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallownest by either the sealed
You'd think
Hollow
they
Knight
call him
or
just
the
the
Radiance
vessel.
within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this glyph, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins. Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallownest is full of NPCs
He
and
made
bosses,
games
each with
and
their
videos
own
about how
stories
to-
tell. But to be honest, I don't think
Oh,
we need
about
to go
Game
through
Pass
all
games.
of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward.
What's new this month
For
to get easy
example,
gamer
let's
scores,
look at the
etc.?
Brooding Moloch.
I actually
So why
follow
is the Brooding Moloch
True Achievements
brooding?
articles about that exact
Because
same
all its
stuff.
friends are dead.
Because I play a
And
lot
there
of
you
stuff
go.
off Game
That's
Pass.
the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole. Now,
Holy
did you
shit,
really
it does
need
have
me
a
to
visible
explain that
asshole.
to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the
New weak
interactions
plot-
relating
weak
to
spot
Hollow Knight's
discovered.
main story.
Groovy.
The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts
His girlfriend
to kill
broke
the
up
Knight,
with him and told
claiming
him, all
that
you
she
do is
knows
care
what he
about
would try
making
to
your
do.
videos, and it really fucked him
At
up.
this point, Hornet
Oh,
views the
damn.
Knight as being too weak. After
To be
the
fair,
fight,
a lot of
Hornet
the
can be
reasons
found in the
why
City of Tears, next
men
to the
start
statue
doing
of the
stuff
Hollow
like
Knight.
that is because
Hornet
they got
mentions that
broken
the
up
Knight
with.
has
It's like
gained
usually the other way around.
resilience due to
You
the
go through a
time
harsh
spent in the
breakup and you
void
start
beyond
picking up new
Hallownest.
hobbies or creative
This could be
pursuits to
referring
fill
to
the
fact
hole.
that some of those who leave Hallownest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception.
He was 14 when they got together.
Hornet tells the Knight
What
that
age
if
were
it
they when
seeks
they
to
broke
continue
up?
the stasis that keeps Hallownest standing, it must seek the Graven
Sham,
Ash,
stop trolling.
which is
You
referring
know
to
Game
the
Pass
Kingdom's
isn't
Edge.
trash.
At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight.
Oh, 16.
Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings.
On the plus side, he's got a lot more pain to look forward to in life than just losing a girlfriend after 2 years. I mean, wait until his girlfriend breaks after him after 9 or 10 years. That's a rough one. I think within 1 to 2 years, it's more common, because by that point, it's like, if you're not meant to be together, that's when you start to figure that out. But like, damn, once you've gone like a decade, it kind of feels like it's going to be a forever thing. And when it turns out not to be, that kind of like fucks you up a little bit. That's when you end up like not knowing what to do with yourself and staring at a wall.
Endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world.
I need it to be known I
Now,
actually
to
love
get the
Game Pass.
easiest
I know
ending
you
to
love
Hollow
Game
Knight,
Pass, Sham.
Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's
That's why I
Edge
said stop
can
trolling.
be ignored completely.
I knew you were full of
If
shit.
the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the dream realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's
When this
rescue
bitch breaks your
and
heart, I'm here
grant
to
it
pick
the
you back
Dream
up, and
Nail,
she did, and I
a
was.
special blade that can tear
Well,
the
that's all
veil
you gotta
between
do.
the real world and the dream
That's the
world.
way.
With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers,
Family has to be
curb stomp their asses,
that rock
and
solid
unlock the entrance
part of your
to the
life,
Black
because
Egg.
relationships are not
Inside the
always.
egg, the Knight
Eventually
finds
there
the
will be
Hollow
one,
Knight
but
chained up
until that
silently
point,
watching over it. Once the
it's gonna be
chains are
rough.
broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the
Gross.
place. The Knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results
I remember
in the
when
first
this
ending
fight
of the
used to
game,
seem hard.
called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallownest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed
It's
over
very
the entrance
Souls-like,
to the
isn't
Black
it?
Egg.
It's got
Now
that
there is one
Dark
giant question
Soulsy,
looming over this ending.
grim, dark
Can the Knight
fantasy
actually
vibe
contain
to
the
it.
infection indefinitely, or will the Radiant still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look
You
at
grew
some
up
of
in
the
a
other
small
events
family and
that
your
can
girlfriend grew up in a
transpire
big
while
family?
playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge
Oh.
the Knight one last time as a final test of
The
strength.
ideas of family are way different.
After her defeat, Hornet allows the Knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched.
I mean, it's not
By
even always
interacting
about
with
family.
this egg,
Sometimes
the night shell
for
is
your own
marked with
good,
the
you have
king's
to
brand, technically making the knight the
you have to
new
move away
ruler
from
of
family.
Hallownest.
Sometimes families can be toxic.
With the king's
it
brand,
depends
the
on
knight can now open
a
the
case by
entrance
case
to the
basis,
abyss
really.
and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the
Holy
knight
shit!
can
Her
enact.
mum and dad were one
She
of
tells the
11
knight
to
that it can
13.
either prolong Hallownest
Far out.
stasis or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. Within the night, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the knight. After visiting the abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens.
I never quite
The
followed
White Lady tells the knight that she has
Hornet's
been
part of
awaiting
the
a
plot
vessel
while I
to
was actually
accept
playing
a
the game.
gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're gonna have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're gonna need to answer a
family
simple
she doesn't
question.
talk to, which is foreign
What
to you?
exactly does it mean to be a
Yeah, like I've
Hollow
got
Knight?
family
Despite
that
the White Lady's
I don't really
words,
interact with
we have
either.
a number of
I'm
instances
somewhere in
where
between the two.
characters and item descriptions mention that the knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Drya is still alive, which, So
She
maybe
did.
the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory
How
is
long
that
is
the
the
White
video?
Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world. Due to them
Sandlot.
being
I didn't even realize
respawned.
it was a Sandlot reference.
She also questions whether or
Forever.
not the
I
knight
remember
sought
that.
her aid.
That's a
which
good
would
movie.
imply that the knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason,
It's got
the
about
White Lady
15
thinks the
minutes
knight
left.
is still capable of
It
containing
was
the
an hour and
radiance,
17.
even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure.
I used to watch
but
that
they
on
still taught her
VHS.
how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk.
The
or
game isn't
draw
that
a
long.
map,
I actually just
or
finished
open a
the
goddamn
the
bank
final ending of
account.
the game.
In short, this whole concept
the other
of
night,
being hollow
and
is
my
so
final time was
abstract
about
and hard to
74
define.
hours.
I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations.
I hate this Mirabelle chick,
Of
Millie
course,
Bell.
the White Lady's
She
gift
steals your
is
money, man,
useless without
and
the
then you have to
other
beat the
half
shit
of
out of her to
King's
get the money
Soul.
back with
In order
interest.
to reach it, however,
which was very
the knight must
satisfying.
travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a king's mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use
See, look,
a
we're
fully
here on the
awakened
tracker bar
dream
right
nail.
now,
It can
right at
do
the
this
end.
by bringing 1800 essence to the seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's
Hollow
blade.
pimp. You literally get
If
to
the
dra-
knight
you
does
get to
this,
juggle her
the
body
seer
above your
remarks
head.
that the knight truly is the wielder that her tribe
Like
has
with your
been
sword.
dreaming of.
Like a
There's no
volleyball.
explicit
And
reason
just
why
money
the
is
Moth
pouring
tribe
out of her
was
the
dreaming
entire time.
about this supposed wielder
very
so
satisfying.
much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The seer seems to know that the knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken dream nail in hand, the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm.
I didn't know that's what
and
it
the
did.
painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm
Oh,
will get
it
replaced
slowly
in
fills
about
up.
5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a
So it-
representation of a vessel.
So it's
which
an
also
emblem
was created by the
in
union
tribute to the
of
fact
two
they
higher
fucked. Yeah, there you
beings.
go.
With the King's
called
Soul
it
in
before
their
you made the joke.
inventory, the knight now gains access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the Knight has now bound the once fragmented Void under its own will, allowing it to control the Void in a powerful new way.
It's too bad it's hard to know that this stuff's going on in the game
King
itself.
And the White Lady,
without
the
a
Knight
wiki
has gained
open.
a strength before unseen.
Or someone explaining it to
It
you.
is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the Knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the Knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of
hand
the
over the controller at Gears of War with your
and
kids.
finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny.
Played soccer with their body parts.
Or
The
I
physics
can
in
just
Gears of
stand
War
there
are
and let
very
Hornet
cool
get
though.
knocked
I used to play
unconscious.
soccer with their
If the
body
Knight
parts.
finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual,
That is a pretty
the
gruesome
sealed
game,
sibling
too.
ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as
That's
the
a hard
Hollow Knight
MA15
ending,
plus
but
here
now
in Australia.
Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door
But
of
you
the
can
Black Egg.
you can chainsaw people's
It's not
meat
clear
in
what exactly
twain.
this means for Hallownest.
So it's pretty
This
nasty.
might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the Knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right? Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst.
I do find that a little
At least the Knight and
confusing. I
Hornet
wish
will
they
get
would commit
spend
to
some
one.
quality time together. If the
It
Knight
bothers
does
me.
dream of the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena.
You took your
where it can
daughter
finally
to see
fight the
Baby Metal
Radiance
live?
head-on.
Hey, I went to see Baby
But the
Metal
Knight
live
isn't alone,
here in Sydney.
as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order
It was
to
kinda
help
dope.
corner the Radiance. Eventually,
I
the
kinda
Radiance
went
gets
on a
trapped in
whim.
the tendrils of the Void.
It was
The
very
Knight
spontaneous
bitch slaps
of
her
me.
a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed.
No, I
into the
did. It was actually
darkness.
recently, a
The
couple
Black
months
Egg
ago,
then appears
like
to turn to
2 months
shadows,
ago, I
and
think.
The Void seeps down into
They had
the
a concert
ground.
here in Sydney in
Hornet
town.
awakens to find the Knight's
I found out about it
broken
like the
shell
day
lying on the
before,
floor.
and I just
We get
went
one final shot of
just
the
for
shades
the
in
hell
the
of it.
Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection.
I'd seen their
Now, I
music
think
on
it's fair to
YouTube
ask
a lot,
few questions
so I
about
thought it would be
how
kind
the
of
Dream
fun to
No
do
More
it.
ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up, and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only
I
way
wonder
for
if
a
any of
vessel
this
to
is going to
enter the
get
Abyss.
explained better
How did she
in
know it was
Silksong
necessary
if
to
they
guard
ever
the
finish
King's
it.
Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way?
It makes you hot to all the
I'm
ladies.
not going to provide any
I don't know about
answers
that.
to these questions, because God forbid
I know plenty of
answer
ladies that don't
anything
even
in
know
this
what baby
entire
metal
video.
is and would consider
But
it
I do
nerd
want
shit.
to point out that no
Depends on
plans
who you
to
are.
actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in game. So we can
Geekier
only
women or
speculate
women that
as
are
to
more
whether or not the White
internet
Lady or
culture
Hornet,
savvy
or
would
maybe even
definitely
the Pale
think it was
King
cool.
knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades like the Knight. Regardless, the next 2 endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last 2 endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black
Oh yeah,
Egg
this is kind of the
to beat
point
the
that I'm
game.
up to.
That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If
I think the
Knight
thing
finds
is
the
Baby
God
Metal
Seeker
is
in the
niche
jump pit,
enough
it will be able
and
to
such
enter
a
Code Mine and refight all the
unique
bosses in the
genre
game.
combination.
This is part of the Godseeker's ritual.
I don't think
basically
share means
attune to the
reputation as
resonance
anything
of
they did.
gods
I mean
through ritual
reputation as
combat.
in
This allows
what I
them
was
to
basically
ascend their
saying.
minds higher,
It's
and
such a niche
eventually,
combo
through the use of godly focus,
of odd
achieve communication
genre
with the gods
ideas
sleeping
that
in Hallownest's
it tends to be
heart,
seen as more of
the
a nerd
Radiance.
thing.
Now I know what you're thinking.
Like,
That's
I
a
know,
pretty
like,
convoluted little
people that
religious
are music
practice they
people
have
that are
going
legit
on
into
here.
heavy metal
What's
and
next?
death
Are they
metal
gonna
and stuff
start
like that,
measuring
and they would not
Knight's
consider
Theon
baby metal
levels?
like
It's
real
pretty
stuff.
complicated, but the point is,
So it depends
these
on, like,
God
where
Seekers
you
have some
sit.
serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the night makes it further and further through
Like,
the
if you're an
four
internet pop
pantheons,
culture
the
person,
God
you probably
Seekers
think
get
Baby
closer
Metal's
and
cool,
closer to
but
making contact
if
with
you're
the
like a
Radiance,
music hipster
locked away inside
that
the
goes to
Hollow
like
Knight. At the end of the fourth
local
pantheon,
niche
the Radiance makes
unknown
herself
band
aware in
concerts all the
this
time,
strange
you'd probably
reunion
think it was like
cutscene
corny
between
shit.
the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack,
Top
rising
10
up
medal
to meet
album all over the
Radiance's
world. Did
call.
they actually do? Did they actually earn
It's at this point
that?
that the final challenge,
Oh, wow.
the Pantheon of Halonest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer.
this is where I'm up
and
to
they
in
begin to
Hollow
watch
Knight
the
right
Knight
now.
more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face
This
to
is what I
face
was
with
been
the
trying to do.
Absolute Radiance,
Pantheon
a
5.
stronger, more enhanced
Full boss
version of
rush,
the game's final
43
boss.
bosses in a row.
Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy, responsible for the destruction of Halonest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal Menderbug.
Why do they
As it
keep
turns
on
out, he's still alive when the
traumatizing
Knight
us with
arrives
this
in Halonest,
Menderbug
and
death?
he's still fulfilling his
I
duty
still feel
after
bad
all
for
this
doing that.
time. Let's take one last look at his diary.
I need more lollies.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite sign. Right there at the top of the crossroads.
Hey, it's an Australian
Keeps
voice
happening
actor.
Too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay
He's about to
broken
die.
for long.
It's coming.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why
There
Team
you go.
Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads.
And then
It's
splat.
comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well, anyways,
Harsh.
the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiance plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity.
Cool.
Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely
Bill,
annihilate
sure.
the Radiance in spectacular fashion.
Vegemite monster.
We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The
Strangles
Godseeker
that guy
starts
for
to
no
get
reason.
pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though
What the
Bill
fuck?
is making an escape back into the real world, which is probably a bad thing? Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this
What the
cutscene, we can
fuck?
see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Halonest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Halonest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even
I mean,
more
it's a
strange
pretty
about
cool
this
looking
ending is
monster.
that the
Gonna give him
announced
that.
sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already, or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization.
It's
But
kind of
again,
funny how Hollow Knight
that's
seems
pure
to have endless
speculation.
lore.
We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the
That's
Void
why it
they
takes them
worshipped
way
took
too
the
long to
form
make
of
a game.
something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster, though.
10 years
It's
later.
weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker,
Interviewed
however,
the game creator,
is
they would
dumb
be
enough
like,
to
we
accept
wanted to
the
integrate
flower
new
from
and
the
innovative
Knight.
gameplay while
If
staying
the
within
player
our
does
world
this,
and game
instead of Void
limitations.
being released out into the world, this
Well, for
flower
Hollow
pulls a
Knight.
no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only
Top-tier
aware
horny
of two,
gods, you mean?
the Pale King and the White
They
Lady.
won't stop fucking
But
and
the
creating
fact that
more
Zamir
lore?
brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general,
Summed up in
the
30 seconds
Godmaster
instead of
endings
90
appear to
minutes.
be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect these events on the surface.
Silksong boss fight?
So we are in a bit of a
Spoiler?
bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to
Her
consider
movement
about
system
what
seems
the
very
Pale
different
Beings
from
are
Hollow Knight. It's
and
gonna have
what
to be a whole
properties
new
they
thing to get used
possess.
to.
And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how
God damn
bugs
it.
have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we're looking through a keyhole.
I mean, there's a lot of
trying to
content
grasp
here.
onto
It's like
the totality of
the Hollow
Team
Knight's at
Cherry's
least got value
creation.
for money
How
if you put your
powerful
all
are
into
creatures like Bill and
experiencing
the worms?
it.
Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with?
A lot of people
How
have
much
spent
bigger
hundreds of
is the
hours
world beyond
tooling around with
Hallownest?
this game, trying to
Is
get all the
bargaining
achievements
into butt
and seeing all the
stuff?
Easter eggs.
But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside?
Touch grass? Yeah.
Ugh.
Agreed.
And so this video comes to an end.
Grass is
Now,
itchy,
I know
man.
the average attention span of a
Don't need
YouTube
that.
viewer is 9 minutes. So let me leave you with a few takeaways. 1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know this may come as a shock, but it's true.
Gross.
Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all.
See,
I mean,
mass
this
abortion
is
in the
obviously
game.
just my interpretation
Look at
of
that.
the game's
Look at all those
lore.
corpses.
Other people might have different views on the
Gross.
subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything.
Yeah, but in the
3.
place of grass, we have
When your
like
bug is fucking
hot
dead.
sand that burns your
4.
feet.
Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
I've never seen even like a clip of Cory in the House. I don't know what people are talking about every time they meme on that show. I've heard the theme song. He probably should stop playing that for the entire credits because it's going to copyright strike him. He's going to owe Cory in the House some money off the back end. Who needs grass when you have hot sand and rock? I mean, I'd like a little bit more grass than that. I just don't want it on my skin. Bleh. Alright, what did you send, Sham, while I was in the middle of watching that epic? I feel like I know so much more about Hollow Knight now, but I also know slightly less simultaneously, and I'm not sure how that's possible. Hang on. Just a sec. Sham sent a link about an hour ago. Right in the middle of watching that. What is this? Elden Ring, but a random disaster happens every 2 minutes. God damn, that's long. Everything you guys sent tonight is so long. Let me look up what yours goes for. God damn it, not channel archive. Fucking hell. WoW's Darkest Secret. Was it House Hexagon? Is that, Oh, okay, good. What is House Hexagon? Hold up. About. House Hexagon produces high-quality productions relating to video games. Oh, cool. That's at least 75% of YouTube, though. United Kingdom. Hey, this is from 7. I know this. I know this. They've stolen 7's intro. Pincher! Here's some more Hollow Knight content. It's a shitpost? Okay. Wow, they're putting production value into their intro, damn.
I'm gonna start this off by saying whatever the hell you do not look in the comments section below. Though I don't usually get many, if any, comments on my productions, the ones that are there will no doubt spoil what is to come. So go into full screen mode and let me show you this.
Man,
because I promise you,
how
it's gonna blow your mind. I
basic
believe I've made a
WoW's
WoW
graphics
discovery
were,
that
but this has been
literally
around
no
for a
one
long time
else
now.
has ever found. No matter how much I try to look it up, there's never any results. No DuckDuck searches, no YouTube videos, nothing. And that's pretty damn surprising, considering this is a game from 2004 that we're talking about here. This is the vanilla WoW world map. As you can see, there's only 2 continents, Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Let me ask you a question. Out of all the zones in these 2 continents, which one is the most forgettable?
I've forgotten both of them,
I'll give you a few
sorry.
seconds to think about it.
The sand one that the orcs are from. Because I only spent a short amount of time there.
Alright, time's up. I imagine that the vast majority of people probably answered with Desolus, Silithus, Alterac Mountains, Deadwind Pass, you know,
No, I
the
said the
usual
sand
suspects.
one.
But there's one zone in Vanilla WoW that literally everyone knows about, but is almost universally forgotten. And
Yeah.
that zone is Stone Talon Mountains.
I don't
Stone
think I've
Talon
ever
Mountains
been
is a
there.
contested zone that shares a border with the Barrens and Desolus. The fact that it's a contested zone is quite interesting in of itself.
I explored
as
the
despite
bottom
there
half
being many
of
low-level
the
horde
orc
quests
continent.
available here,
As
for
a
Alliance
Rothian,
players, there's almost nothing
as
at
a
all.
human that
In fact,
spent most of my
I'd be
time
willing
on
to
the
bet
other
that if you're an
continent and I just
Alliance
came
mate
over
like
briefly.
me, you've probably never even been here before.
Nope.
The zone itself has an extremely unusual design, and there really is nothing else like it in the game. It's essentially one giant valley that connects to 3 different open chasms that are completely different to one another. Due to the zone's odd layout and frustrating quests,
Wow, is
even
nostalgia.
many horde players
Yeah, I
tend
kinda
to
had
skip it
the same, a
entirely
similar vibe.
when leveling. But I'm
'Cause
not
I
here
spent
to talk
5
about
months
the
with it
zone
back
or
when it was
even its
still
quests,
vanilla
but
WoW,
something
back
much,
in the beginning.
much weirder. We all know
And then
that
I
WoW
drifted
has a
away.
day-night cycle that is in sync with
Never
the
went
server's
back.
time zone. If it's daytime in real life, then it will be daytime in game 2. If it's nighttime in real life, then it will be nighttime in game 2. A zone's atmosphere can change significantly depending on whether it's day or night, but this is true especially for Stone Talon Mountains. During the day, Stone Talon Mountains just looks and feels like a pretty
Wait,
typical.
if it's day and night in the game, depending on whether it's day or night in real life, how does that make sense with international players? Like, if I was playing with an American, are we both seeing a different time of day or night? Or which one would be the legit one then? What the fuck? Or wait, or do they go by day or night in the country where the game exists on servers, where the actual developer lives? They changed it? Like, I was thinking per player, but now I'm thinking maybe it's day or night depending on the actual home country of the game. The day-night cycle shift? Oh, okay. By time of the user? No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, does that mean that, like Tanky just said, does that mean that every player is seeing a different time of day from each other? So if I went, wow, it's a really nice morning, would the American that I'm with be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's nighttime. Day for me, dark for you? Oh, I don't like that. That bothers me slightly. I don't like the idea of it not being a perfectly shared experience. Like, if I point out a lovely sunset, I would like my compatriots to be able to see that same sunset. Otherwise, it's a bit like playing Dead Space 3 in co-op, where when one character is going insane and seeing like crazy ghost shit, the other player is like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's an empty room.
Looking place. a bit of trees
That's a
here,
ripped orc.
a bit of grass there. But at night, this zone and the way it feels to be in it almost completely changes. From the hours of midnight to
Turns
5
into,
a.m.,
like,
music
cyberpunk.
no longer plays in
Wow,
the
that
zone.
really did completely change.
Instead, all you can hear is this strange wind ambience that sounds really freaky.
That was the point of Dead Space 3, but it doesn't make sense in this context, is what I'm saying. Like, I want to be in an adventure with people that are seeing the same thing that I am.
What's weirder is that at night, the entire zone has this creepy red tint.
We need to make a little bonfire
seemingly no
and
reason.
enjoy the night
and there's
sky
a ton
with
of
each other.
fog that limits how far you can see. Not sure if you can really notice it here, but the difference when it's daytime is really, well, night and day. Now obviously when I first discovered this, I was confused just as much as you probably are. Why is it like this? No other zone has effects like these at night. It just seems weird. And again, no matter how much I looked into it, no one had an answer. But that's not even why I'm making this.
It looks
because,
sucky.
yeah, it's weird, but it could just be some sort of attempt at atmospheric immersion. No, I'm making this because of a strange phenomenon that kept happening to my character here. If you know me, then you'll know that I'm pretty much nocturnal, as in, seriously nocturnal. I'm always up at night and in the early hours of the morning because that's just how I like it. As a result, whenever I play WoW, it's always in the dark. That's how I noticed how weird Stone Talon Mountains was in the first place. In classic WoW, I had an orc warrior called Warzerk that I would occasionally level up to see what the Horde side of the game was like. Just a way to relax and see what I would have otherwise missed out on my Alliance main. Stone Talon Mountains was one of the zones I ended up leveling in.
Version of this.
I remember being taken aback at what a
would have been so
weird,
cool.
almost psychedelic dreamscape the zone felt like. It reminded me of somewhere where a nightmare would take place, but again, I didn't think anything of it until this happened. This is a screenshot I took at 2:14 AM on the 20th of October 2020. I'm in the Windshear Crag part of the zone, and as you can see, my character is dead. You're probably thinking that a mob must have got me or something, but no. The reason I took this screenshot is because my character just died, instantly, for no reason whatsoever. I was just running around doing some quest when he just dropped dead. At first I thought that maybe a high-level rogue had got me, then vanished or something, but I didn't see any. And according to my combat log, nothing happened. He just died.
Maybe he died of old age.
Because
Maybe the game is
I
that
thought I would put it in
realistic.
a future production
You've
of
been playing
mine,
so
as
long,
at the time there
your
was a lot
heart
of
seized up,
uproar
you had a
about how
stroke.
badly Blizzard maintained classic WoW, with there being a ton of bots and gold sellers flying around. I figured it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for there to be bugs like this too, as, after all, this is Blizzard we're talking about here. Either way, I rezzed up and carried on with my questing before heading off for the night. 24 hours later, and I am, once again, questing in the Windshear Crag. Everything was going smoothly, until once again, bam. It happened again. Instant death, no combat log, just
I think his
dead.
orc has a heart
I
condition.
had never experienced anything quite like this. I mean, yeah, WoW could be buggy, but it's never been this bad.
Oh, the Draenei are
I
meant
looked
to be
back
like
at the screenshot
StarCrafty?
I took the night before and
Crashed into
noticed
Azeroth
something
on a
really
spaceship?
unusual. The time of death on both shots was exactly the same, 2:14 AM. That was just way too much of a coincidence to ignore.
Conspiracy.
I tried to make a post on r/classic WoW to ask if anyone knew what kept happening to my character, but it got removed, and then I was banned for no reason. So, yeah, pretty standard. I decided that this was way too much of a coincidence to ignore.
The fuck?
So, I conjured a plan. The next night, at 2:14 AM, I would have my recorder on, just in case my character died again,
I hate
so
Reddit.
that I would have proof of this weird bug in action. The following is what I captured.
Reddit mods. Gross. Why would you aspire to be this? Oh, look at those fucking harpies down there, just dancing. That's just them living their lives.
Nothing. I waited around for a few minutes longer, but it just wasn't happening. I figured that it really must have
Murphy's
been just
Law.
a weird coincidence. Feeling
Things never happen when
disappointed,
you're waiting
I
for
turned
'em,
off my
when you're
recorder
expecting it.
and carried on questing. But then, boom. It happened again. This time at 2:47 AM.
Oi.
3 deaths in a row on 3 different days. But why was this one at a different time than the others? The only difference I noticed between the last shot and the first two is that on the last one, I was at the Charred Vale part of the zone, whereas with the first two, I was in the Windshear Crag. So, I had another idea.
Well, there you go.
What if I went to the Windshear Crag at 2:14 AM and had my recorder on then instead? Maybe there it would happen again. So, once again, I set my character there and waited.
Why is he naked this time? It's like he's asking for it. Look, Ghost, I'm naked, get me. Look at this orc package. Yep, that's gonna taunt it. Go for it. Bust a move. Bust a move. There he goes.
Holy shit. I now had video evidence of this so-called bug in action. But honestly, at this point, I was starting to think there has to be something more to this. Out of curiosity, I wondered that if I went to the Charred Vale at 2:47 again, if it would happen there too. Sure enough, it did.
Don't forget to bust a move. No, that's jumping. Ah, too late. You ruined it.
2:14 AM in the Windshear Crag and 2:47 AM in the Charred Vale. I didn't know what it was, but for some reason, at those times, my character would always just drop dead. It was as if there was an invisible GM playing some sort of practical joke or something like that. But we're not done yet. At the very top of the zone lies the third chasm, the Stone Talon Peak. A very leafy and soothing place compared to the other two. I wondered if the weird deaths occurred there too. Sure enough, they did. 2:28 AM. I tested this again the next day, and it happened yet again. 2:14 AM in the Windshear Crag, 2:47 AM in the Charred Vale, 2:28 in the Stone Talon Peak.
Interesting.
Every night, at those times, my character would die without failure or explanation. It would never happen in the valley part
so
of the
there's a
zone,
Grim Reaper
only
traveling
in the
around between
chasms
those areas?
at those exact times. This wasn't a coincidence at this point. I tried to see if anyone else was in the zone at the same time as me, but literally no one ever was. Not too surprising, as this character is on Dragonfang, which is, yeah, a very dead server to say the least. None of my friends still played, so I couldn't exactly ask them to get a subscription just to test this. And whenever I would ask other people to come to Stone Talon Mountains so that I could watch them drop dead, they were surprisingly uncooperative. I decided to do some hardcore research to see if anyone else had noticed this, scrubbing almost the entire internet for even a nugget of information. But alas, nothing. Well, nothing, except that 2 years ago, back when Classic WoW launched, an old Blizzard developer who had long since left the company, Mike Crond, did a Q&A on the r/WoW subreddit, whereby he answered people's questions about what it was like developing the vanilla game. His name's not
Mike Hunt?
In his opening remarks, he mentioned that he was behind zones such as
Mike Crond
Desolus,
sounds like a joke name, like
Feralas,
Mike Hunt.
Ashenvale, and Stone Talon Mountains. Despite the Q&A being 2 years ago now, I noticed that Mike was very active on Reddit, albeit almost always posting about non-WoW related stuff. Now, I'm not usually one to pry,
I got dumped by my boyfriend
but
for being an atheist.
If anyone
that
knew
was
what
one
was
of the
going
Reddit
on
posts.
here, it would be this guy. And I'm in way too deep to quit now.
Probably friends with Mike
I
Hawk.
just had to
Hell
ask.
yeah.
So I did.
Mike Hawk and Mike
now,
Hunt
I'm gonna
together
be
at
honest,
last.
I had no idea how to open a conversation with a guy who I don't know.
You don't want
and
those
who
two
doesn't know
together.
me.
You'll end up with a Mike baby.
I'm not a journalist, I'm a WoW player. By nature, I'm very antisocial and tend not to talk to people unless they talk to
Corey
me.
Lingus.
But
Yeah.
this guy wasn't just going to talk to me by himself, so I decided
Also,
to
his
try to
character-
play
his,
it cool.
Reddit
Didn't want to
logo
come
is not
off as
facing the
too
right
pushy
direction.
or anything like that. So I said, "Hey there, is it true you worked on Vanilla WoW back in the day?" Honestly, I didn't expect to get an answer, but shockingly enough, he responded almost instantly.
He needs friends.
Yup.
Mike Rond needs
Well,
friends.
it's better than nothing, I guess. The ice was broken. I just had a question about one of the zones. Nothing serious, just some trivia that I wondered if you could answer. 2 minutes later, shoot. Talkative guy. I've been on Classic
Maybe
WoW
he doesn't want
recently
to
and
talk to you.
leveling
Maybe
up
that
in
was
Stone
him,
Talon
the
Mountains.
onomatopoeia
I've
of him
noticed that for
shooting
some
at you,
reason,
so you'll shut
my
up.
character dies at set times in the early hours of the morning for seemingly no reason. I know it sounds bonkers, but do you have any idea why that is? It's been driving me crazy for days now. After I asked this, the guy just went completely silent. I'll be honest, I was pretty pissed off.
Ooh.
If anyone would know why, it would be this guy, and he just bailed on me for no reason. I figured that all hope was lost and that I'd never know what was behind this. And with my limited audience, there was no way I could make a big enough deal out of it to try to get people to figure it out. So, case closed, I guess.
No?
Or so.
I didn't think so. I just had to check the tracker bar.
I'm not joking with you. 10 months later, I get another message from Mike. The message literally just said, "The SoCal Lady Killer." I'm like, what?
Ooh.
No response.
Conspiracies?
Guy just goes completely quiet again.
Warcraft
The SoCal
serial
Lady
killer?
What the heck was that? I thought that perhaps he had meant to message someone else and this was sent to me by accident. Decided to look into it and this is what came up. The SoCal Lady Killer is the nickname given to an unidentified serial killer who is believed to be behind the murder of 3 women in Southern California throughout the years of 1995 and 1996.
3 murders,
Though there is
3
no
different
direct evidence
areas,
that links
3
the 3
times of the
murders
night.
together, the modus operandi of the killer was seemingly identical in all of the cases, with the victims' bodies being mutilated in an almost identical fashion each time. The 3 women, all of which were prostitutes, were believed to be lured to a secluded area by the killer, whereby they were then murdered.
I mean, those
Again,
areas are pretty secluded. I mean, no one goes
idea
there.
What this had to do with what I asked, until
I think it's kind of obvious.
I read this part. The first victim was 28-year-old Whitney Fangson. On the 2nd of August 1995, her body was found on the outskirts of the Wind Shear Lumber Mill.
Oh, the areas are even named after the
Police
serial killing
reports
locations.
state that she was officially declared dead
That's kind of fucked
at
up.
2:14 a.m. 4 months later, on the 5th of December 1995,
Damn, dude.
25-year-old Sophie Riven was found in an almost identical state at a hotel room in the nearby village of Los Chared.
Damn.
Police reports state that she was declared dead at 2:47 a.m. The third and final victim was 32-year-old Amy Rassan, who 2 months later, on the 17th of February 1996, was
247?
found dead by climbers at the base of Sokol Peak.
Sokol.
Police reports state that she was declared dead at 2:28 a.m. Wind Shear Lumber Mill was the basis for Wind Shear Crag. Los Chared was the basis
We get this
for the
part.
Charred Vale. Sokol Peak was the basis for Stone Talon Peak.
That one's a bit
In addition, the
more of a
timing
stretch,
of the
but yeah,
victims' deaths
close enough.
correlate exactly with the timing of my character.
This is the part in the conspiracy you're
mystery
supposed to go.
had been solved. The seemingly
My
random
God.
deaths are an Easter egg referencing
It's
the
all coming
SoCal
together.
Lady Killer. But
Holy shit.
that's a pretty weird Easter egg, don't you think? I went to ask Mike what on earth made him want to add that in the game. But again, I got no response.
Is this why he got fired from Blizzard?
But this time, it was different. You see, in the past when I was blanked, Mike was still actively using Reddit obsessively on a daily basis. But ever since that last message, he had stopped completely. Not many people know this, but the state of California actually has an online public database of all its residents that states basic information about them, such as their criminal record, driving viability, and yes,
Oh,
whether
shit,
they are
I
dead
think I know where this is
or
going.
alive. Well,
Oh, fuck.
you're never gonna believe what I found.
No, I think I do.
Michael John Crond, 54, death by suicide, on the 13th of August 2021, the exact same day that he last messaged me. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Crond, World of Warcraft developer from 2004 to 2006,
Looks like a serial killer.
was the SoCal Lady Killer. Stone Talon Mountains,
Why hide
a zone
the
which
clues
he
about
designed, is nothing
his
more than a
murders
direct
in
reference
World of
to the
Warcraft?
crimes he committed 10 years prior to joining Blizzard. It is an open mockery of his victims, hiding the truth in plain sight while taking great pleasure
But
in how
also,
no one
they didn't
else
take
can
it
see
out either, did they?
Typical serial
Blizzard.
killer behavior.
They left the Easter egg in.
But if you aren't convinced yet, then let me show you this. Every single chasm has a rare mob that is a direct reference to one of the victims. Whitney Fangson died outside of the Windshear lumber mill. Meanwhile, in the Windshear Crag, there's an NPC called Taskmaster Whipfang. Sophie Riven died in Lost Charred. Meanwhile, in the Charred Vale, there's an NPC called Sister Riven. Amy Rasan died on the base of Sokol Peak. Meanwhile, in the Stone Talon Peak, there's an NPC called Sentinel Amma Rasan. The cherry on top.
Damn.
In the only safe place in the entire zone, the Sunrock Retreat, is an NPC called Krond. Krond, the Butcher.
God damn. Gross.
So the question you're probably asking yourself is...
You only play Horde?
Why?
I play the
Why would
Lions.
he commit suicide? Well, the answer becomes crystal clear if we go back to the SoCal Lady Killer's wiki page. It reads, after being a cold case for over 25 years, on the 2nd of August 2021, LAPD Police Chief Ed Jens announced that the SoCal Lady Killer case had been reopened due to advances in forensic technology that may help finally bring
I
the
thought he
victims
committed
some
suicide because
justice.
of the long-running guilt.
Mike Krond knew that he was about to be found out. Thus, he ended his own life as to escape justice.
Because some serial killers do live with the guilt of the stuff like that, even though they were still compelled to do it.
About all of this.
To the point where
The worst part is...
To the point where they, like, kind of encourage themselves getting caught. You know how, like, a lot of serial killers, like, leave calling cards or clues seemingly on purpose? It's almost like a direct goading of law and order to catch them. Because there's some sick part of their brain that's like, they want to get caught partly because of the raging internal guilt, but also partly because of the infamy. Like, they want to be famous and be known for having done a thing, and be remembered forever as somebody. But at the same time, they also have an internal disgust where they kind of fetishize getting caught as well and punished for it. Because you'd think that if you're a criminal, the main thing you'd be concerned with is getting away with your crimes, but it's actually not normally, it's not always the case. It depends on the crime. If it's a monetary crime, generally it's the opposite. Like, crimes that involve getting away with material possessions or money are generally they're generally obsessive about getting away with it. Crimes of passion or psychopathy are the opposite. Generally, like, they were compelled to do things that maybe their conscious mind wasn't really comfortable with, but their subconscious were drawn to it. They just had to. And so there's this war inside them where they're, like, kind of fucked up about it. So I could see him committing suicide simply because after this many years of having these kind of clues out there in, like, World of Warcraft and still nothing eventuating of it, eventually it just ate him alive and he couldn't handle it anymore and he killed himself. But I can see his version of it as well. Like, if the case is reopened because of forensics, maybe he was deathly afraid of getting caught. Yeah. Oh, and thanks, Direct Eye. Almost missed the follow there. I was yammering on too much. Rewind 10 seconds for you. Oh, yeah. We were talking a bit over that last bit.
Escape justice. But folks, do you want to know the worst part about all of this? The worst part is, I just made all that up. That's right.
Oh.
Mike Krond is not a serial killer. In fact, Mike Krond isn't even real. Hell, his picture isn't even real. It was generated by an AI. There's no such thing as the SoCal Lady Killer, and my character didn't even die randomly in the Stone Talon Mountains. I just got a friend of mine to use the neutral auction house to trade me a dark rune. Hell, even the character isn't even the same. So, the question you must be asking is, why? Why did I make up this entire story?
Internet clout?
Well, you see, it's simple.
Because I'm actually a serial killer. This is my way of throwing off the scent for the shit that I did.
If I can come up with an interesting and somewhat believable story that grips people enough to keep them listening for 20 minutes, about the pissing Stone Talon Mountains no less, then Blizzard has no excuse to not write a good story of their own, especially with their ridiculously overpaid writing team at their disposal. Dear WoW lore team, get it together, you absolute amateurs.
Wait, question though. Those locations in America, are they still connected to those areas in WoW? Because those were like named exactly like those World of Warcraft areas. I'm not sure if that's a thing in WoW or not. Like, do they base areas in the game off like real live cities or states? Just as sort of like a cute design philosophy. Hey, thanks, Naz. Nozakara. That actually sounds like the name of a Hollow Knight character. Nice thoughts, we could be friends. They're not places. Oh, so he also doctored that for the video. Okay, fair enough. Just checking. I'd assume they do from pre-production to post-production. I mean, most creative pursuits, you generally do take inspiration from somewhere, whether it's visual or whether it's naming schemes or cultural stuff. That's pretty common. It's like how when you have like a desert species of elves in a medieval thing, you might have your entire design or language philosophy based around a combination of Egyptian and like Tolkien elf stuff, like combined together. Getting them from the concept artist, history, and location. Yeah. All names everywhere are based off other names and things. Yeah, I mean, everything comes from something. It's a pastiche of inspirations. Cultures upon cultures. Don't be a bitch and Google midway through. I'm guessing that would kind of like ruin the video if you tried to keep up with the info and look it up yourself as it goes along. His description. Hire me, seriously. When did this come out? Oh, a year ago. This would be very relevant to what's going on right now in Hollywood. You know how there's the writer strikes currently? Because this is basically a big fuck you to Blizzard and their shit writing practices recently. It's kind of more relevant now than it even was when he made it. If you know what I mean. Hands off keyboards. Yeah, it's kind of complicated what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do during the writer's strike if you're involved in the industry. Cool. All right, that's right. I still had
Today I will be playing Elden.
I still had Sham's video open. Almost forgot about that. Since Baldur's Gate 3, I could have sworn I'd heard about how games are looking right now. I noticed that the most recent controversy about Baldur's Gate 3, where a bunch of industry developers, a lot of people have already covered this on YouTube. A bunch of industry developers were whining about the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 is too good, and that people shouldn't hold that as the new standard of quality because it's not fair. And everyone's been basically roasting them for saying that. Because instead of looking at Baldur's Gate 3 and going, hey, this is really good, maybe we should pull our own socks up and not make shit, their reaction's been the opposite of saying, no, Baldur's Gate 3 is too good, that's not fair on the rest of us, we're still going to keep making shit and don't get mad at us for it because Baldur's Gate 3 is an outlier, it's not normal. So imagine that, seeing something good and going, okay, good is not normal, I needed more excuses to say shitty. Oh, a Doug vid? Who's Doug? Is this Doug? It is Doug. Actually, it's Doug. He's double the Doug. He's double Doug. He's multiple Doug. Hollywood could suck a fat one? They're pissed because they don't know they can't fly in Epstein's planes anymore? I mean, they still can if they want. Who owns them now? Someone had to have got them after he disappeared. Died. Committed suicide. Whatever actually happened. Yeah, what does DSP stand for? Deep suck phallic? Sorry, I'm just butchering Deep Rock Galactic and turning it into a porn parody. I've been doing that all night. Yeah, he was going to try and develop a game for 10 years, taking hundreds of millions of dollars and then just dip. Oh, Dyson Sphere program. You know how many times that's happened, though? With, like, Kickstarted and, what's the other one? What's the other thing that's, like, Darkside Phil? Oh, okay. Don't worry, then. No, I remember the Darkside Phil stuff. No, I was just mentioning, like, there's so many, like, Kickstarted and... Fuck, what's the other thing that's like Kickstarter that people sometimes use to fund games? I can't remember. Hey, thanks, Ali. I can't remember what it's called. GoFundMe? Is that it? Anyway, yeah, there's been so many, like, scam-level, massive open-world games that seem legit up to a point, and then, like, everything goes fucking tits up.
Ring, but every 2 minutes, a random effect will happen to the game, like making the game tiny, or making it wide, or covering the screen with Jake from State Farm. God, get the
this is what people do with GTA 5 all the time.
To stop and answer an email, or making the game
the randomization thing.
If I'm yelling, or forcing me to salute to the USA national anthem for 2 full minutes.
Yeah, Darkside Phil is
but
got so many has got so many like YouTube clips and montages of him just being like a kind of a shitty person. Like, I've seen a bunch of clips of him just whining. Like, instead of doing what he's meant to be doing, he's like yelling at and whining at his chat for like something they're accusing him of, or like he just gets like so uppity from nothing. Like, he's got the most paper thin skin I've ever seen in my life. And just gets mad at everybody for it. And then for the next hour, he's like yelling at everybody in his chat.
Hard effects isn't hard enough, so I added another rule. Every time
he seems a bit cunty. I agree.
Destroy all of the equipment
yes,
and
GTA Chaos
Mod,
that's what I was talking about. I've seen lots of streamers and YouTubers do that.
With both of these things combined, my goal is to beat the first major boss of the game, Godric the Grafted. Here we go. All right.
Is that all?
Is there anybody who has
finish the game.
multiple weapons? I mean, it could be
Elden Ring Chaos Mod full game finish. Go
otter.
for it.
Doghole the Sea Otter is ready to begin her adventure.
I still haven't played Elden Ring, by the way.
Oh my god, I'm like getting nauseous from this. Hold on.
I will eventually. I'll get there.
You're tarnished. Okay, I'm ready for Gideon off here.
But I also missed out on Dark Souls 3. I played 1 and 2, and Bloodborne, but I missed out on 3.
God, I just want to be that into anything as he is about getting off near the all-knowing. Really
Time to farm some views on TikTok.
He's really passionate. I kind of wanted to watch the cinematic. We can still see a little bit of it.
Wow.
All right, the adventure of Doghole the Sea Otter
TikTok mode
begins.
is hilarious.
We're gonna go get Melina first. And one
so
final
accurate.
thing before we get started. For this stream, I'm letting Twitch chat roleplay as
Doug's
Melina.
not very good at Elden Ring.
Every donation's gonna be read out loud in the custom voice that I made for her.
Watching
this
you
way,
from
Twitch
Turkey?
chat
Oh,
can
thanks,
actually
Ali.
send messages in character as Melina the Finger Maiden and build on the story of the
I don't think I've ever
mysterious
talked to
finger
anyone in
maidens
chat
that
from
are
Turkey
so
before.
important to this game's lore.
Hey, Diablo the Fingerbanger. Can you explain the Elden Ring lore, but I only understand whale speak.
What the
like
fuck?
This.
Okay, you're caught up. We are off to find the real Melina.
That's hilarious.
I love the Order of the Fingerbangers. Poggies.
The term is finger maiden. Bang is not part of it. Oh wait, I gotta pick up. Okay, I have to loot everybody.
Does he have
because
to
they
stay
could drop
shirtless
items
throughout
and
this
equipment,
run? What's
which
going
is
on
gonna
with
be
that?
Very important. This is where
Delete
we
current
finally meet
equipment.
Melina.
Oh my
Let's see what
god.
she says.
I am Melina.
Hi, Melina. She is going to guide us through the rest of this challenge.
I offer you an accord.
Doug, I'm so hot.
It is
Don't
kind
you
of
just
funny
wanna
that
forget
I'm
this
looking at
stream
this,
and just type out
and he's a
messages
streamer
for me to
looking
say
at
to
that.
you
No.
while you're making-
This is like
we're
stream
gonna play Elden
reception.
Ring. We gotta go kill Godric. I accept.
Settled.
First battle begins at this camp. Go! I want a lot of weapons because my assumption is I will die, and I'm pretty much only used to
Does this character
playing
have a
with
massive
one-handed
beak
swords
nose?
in this
First
game.
in-person stream. Thank you for bringing some extra laughter into the world. It definitely brightens my day every time you upload.
Thank you. I feel a little weird about the positive messages from Melina.
Hey Doug, Melinda here. I love watching you play video games. Unzips.
No.
Time to finger some maidens.
Okay.
That's what a finger maiden is, right? I haven't played Elder Ring.
Finger maidens
Considering
refers to
Hugh
the
Jackman
big
and Tom
fingers
Holland, you
which, like,
can't trust
commune
anyone's
with God,
origin.
basically.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
we
don't
have
spend a lot of
flail
time
and
in
longsword as
Hollywood
backup
movies
weapons now.
speaking in
Let's
their
go.
actual accents, do they?
Can I get a cap jam?
Oh my
That's
god,
pretty
I
normal,
can't
though.
fucking see, I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, that's a good one. I like that one.
Thank you.
I mean, if I was playing the game, I would hate it, but that's
Whoa,
hilarious.
the problem is that I can't see.
Deactivating.
Okay, I didn't know what my health was at.
Come this way, Tarnished. There's shiny treasure this way. Ignore that it's under a cardboard box with a string attached to it.
Thank you, Melina. Oops, I lost my. Whoa, 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 whoa!
This is making me have flashbacks to playing Dark Souls 2.
What we're gonna do. I'm gonna bail. I am
But then
going
again,
to equip
like
more
all
armor.
FromSoft games have the same vibe, so.
Fire giant and save the lands between, I would certainly
Okay.
have to bed thee.
I think I'm killing him. Uh-oh, that sounded painful.
Yeah, Australians
I
are
really
weirdly
can't.
obsessed with sport as well.
All right, let's
Stop
go, bitch.
calling me Melina. Call me by my real name. I am called Melatonin, you maidenless Tarnished. You're too busy being a boy kisser to
You're
get
so
maidens.
aggressive.
Love Melatonin.
I'm gonna fucking annihilate this dude. You guys remember when I streamed this game last year? This guy killed me like 20 fucking times. First try, dude. Cool, this camp's done. Sick as hell.
By thy own
Look,
brow,
physics
thou hast
body
given
kicking,
voice to me.
just
Thou
like in
art
Gears of
my
War.
master, honorable Doug. Which article of clothing do you wish me to remove?
In the US, nobody has the
What
Crows
should I
as a
do?
team
You know what I'm
name.
gonna do? I'm gonna go for that cave monster.
Crows is kind of a
it's
dope name.
mitochondria, and I'm the powerhouse of the cell. This will be on the test.
What up, Mito?
Sounds
Hi,
mad
Doug.
goth.
Malaria here. You like when I say good things about you. You're bald and you suck maidenless Virgo.
Thank you, Mitochondria. Very cool.
Miranda here. We're not sure
I think
why
his
you're on
chat
some
is really
shitty
enjoying
medieval planet.
None of
making
you
the
guys have the
maiden
right
say
name.
shit.
Return to the Normandy so we can handle the Reapers.
Flipping
I wonder
the
if that's
screen.
whoa.
Oh my god. Why is it flipping the wrong screen? Hello? Hello?
Whoa.
Brave
That's
Tarnished
useless.
it is, I mesothelioma. You
wonder if
must
that's a
venture
channel
to
point
the
thing.
east into the blighted lands of Ohio in search of a sick artifact that will let you win the game.
Okay, I'm running to the boss. First try the boss. Yes or no? This is a easier guy, but certainly can kill you. Probably won't die.
I've
A lot
never
of
used
believers. Fucking
predictions
jam it.
either.
You must flip
I've
two
used the
heads in a
vote
row.
Okay,
system in Twitch,
well, I got
but I don't know
very
about
lucky there.
prediction.
Worry not, Douglas. I shall aid you in
I
your
should look
quest
into
to
that.
vanquish the final
Heads?
boss, Jake from State Farm.
Tails. This might take so long that I'm gonna get another effect. Tails. Heads. All right, let's send it. I have like a minute and a half till the next effect. I should be safe. All right, let's fucking go. I'll lose all my armor too if I lose this.
Hi, Billy Mays here for the stain fighting power of OxyClean.
Billy
No
Mays.
matter how filthy you get, foul, tarnished,
Oh, I
this
forgot.
shit fucks the
There's 4
stains
attacks?
right out of your rags.
6 attacks. I don't remember
If
how to
he
fight this
loses
guy.
his
I barely
armor
done
from
any damage
death,
to this dude.
can you go get it
Oh, I
back
had shield
from
up.
where you
Come
got
on, man.
originally,
Give me
or is
that.
it gone forever?
Another effect might happen
So the
too.
more times you
Flipping the
die, the
screen.
more
Whoa.
equipment
Fuck,
you
fuck,
don't
fuck.
have
I can't see
access
how
to
far
at
away
all.
No.
Mr. Douglas,
I
never
couldn't
give
fi-
up.
I can't
never
see where I
surrender.
am.
Unless it's coding, then give up.
I was holding backwards, but I couldn't. I was running into something. Oh, that's all of my armor. Upside down screen is not even that hard. I was just stuck on something. I was holding back and rolling, and he just wouldn't move away from the dude. Well, F in chat for all
fucked
of
it up.
my armor. Oh, my longsword. Dude, every death
So he
is
gets to
so
keep his
bad.
weapons, but just the armor's gone?
I'm so used to using a shield.
That's not
I
too
played
bad.
the whole game with a shield. I don't know how to play this game without a shield. Well, no better time to learn than the present. At least I'm beautiful. I'm warmed up now. Halbert's
Kinda
the only
looks
thing
like
I can use
current Doja
effectively.
Cat.
I have to kill him with this
The way
weapon.
she's been
I've
posting
never
on
even
Instagram.
used one of these before. Nothing that charging in can't fix. How do I two-hand it? Does anybody remember? Okay, wait. No, that just put it away. There we go. All right, dude. This guy's a bitch. This is fine if another effect doesn't happen. I probably have like 10 more seconds. I'm
It
just
is
fucking
melatonin,
killing
Dum
him.
Dum.
Just
What
poke
is
him to
this
death.
coward
Let's
shit?
go.
Why are you in armor with weapons and not
That
just
was
in a
way harder
loincloth
than it
with a
needed
big
to be.
stick? Ooh.
I would love to get some armor, dude. Is this a good place to be? I mean, this one's super easy.
Hi, Dong Dong.
I think I kind of get
Macaroni here.
addicted
Will
to
you be the
making
maiden to
her
my
talk.
favor?
Macaroni. This weapon sucks. It's so slow.
Lord of 5-minute adventure in and out flame, I will seek you as far as you may travel to deliver you what is yours. Destined
I could think of
death.
so many
See, that
things I
was
would
thematic.
type in
It
to
wasn't
make her
just about
say.
banging fingers. What a great message.
I am upset that you find my voice sensual in any way. You have been maidenless for too long. How dare you, you sick fuck you.
Thank you, Melina. Very cool.
Do you
What
think
if we
his
turn a
editor
new
is
leaf
adding that
and form
graphic
a
of
new
her
friendship that's based off trust
editing
and
it so
mutual
it-
respect
it
instead of
moves
yelling
to
fuck
when
at
it
each
says
other?
words?
Let's test out your vision. Can
I don't
you
think
still
that's
see?
in
How
part of the
about
game. I
now?
think
I
that's
need
just
a
for
better
the YouTube
visual.
edit.
This image is brutal.
What about
That means
this
his
one?
editor
This
is like
is better,
putting a
thank
lot of
you.
effort
And
here.
now back to our
Because it's actually
regularly
bouncing
scheduled
with the
programming.
the flow of the dialogue.
Whooping this cat's ass. Let's go.
Hey, Doug, it's me, Markiplier.
Which takes effort,
I'm
man.
here to tell you
I'm
that
an
you
editor
are
and I
more
know this.
important than anyone else on the planet. Nothing can kill you.
Let's go.
Survival is purely optional. Now stop being a bitch and go go beat the game right now.
I'm ready, Milena. Ow! That's way faster than what I remember.
That is a
I haven't
creepy
fought this
fucking
guy
thing.
in a year. Oh, come on.
I don't think I've ever, is that a
so
cat?
obnoxiously
What am I looking
delayed.
at?
No, I fucking pressed it. I pressed roll. No more healing. That's fine. Now we're warmed up.
That's horrifying, dude.
You must flip 2
Hello,
heads
Doug.
in a row.
No.
My
This
name's
is bad.
Milwaukee, and I'm here to say
I could.
your
One
healing
head.
is fucked in a major way.
2 hits.
Back where
I'm
I'm
out.
from, it's
I'm alive.
understood
Fuck.
that to play Elden Ring, you gotta get good.
Thank you, Melina.
Why's he
What
talking
would
to
I do
Destiny
without you? What do I do now? We have no weapons. F's in the chat for my.
Oh, you do
halberd.
lose weapons.
Whatever. The halberd kind of sucked anyways. Lord Sworn's great sword. Now that has some potential.
Playing the Shrek 2 DVD with extra features.
All right, let's send it. I'm going back in there and getting my souls.
Deactivating.
And we just watched the Shrek 2 DVD, which means I won't have an effect for like a minute 45 seconds. Melina, I need your advice now. Guide
Every
me
2
through this
minutes
battle.
is
Why
harsh.
the fuck was it this tarnished? Look, he stinks of oil and literally just
Thank
drops
you,
his armor
Melina.
and weapons on the floor. What the fuck? Oh shit, didn't see you there, tarnished. Yeah, no, totally.
This dude
believe
is
in
dealing
you.
with
Yeah,
like
you
the
got
most
this.
Oh, thank you,
possible
Melina, very
distractions you
cool.
could have
Oops,
trying to play
way
a
too
Souls-like. It actually gives me anxiety.
I fucking rolled. I pressed the button.
It's making me feel sweaty just watching him do this.
I don't even like two-handed. That was dumb. We need more
Cool.
supportive. I need motivational speech, Melina. What is her actual name? Melina. I keep forgetting because you guys are lying about her name all the time. I didn't want the great sword anyway. We are going to solve this rivalry with the cat another time. We're going to go look for a weapon you can buy from the merchants. Oh, really?
He's having to give up on so much
Ooh, yeah.
mini
Snap
bosses,
into a
and he
Slim
still has
Jim.
to beat
I
the
should also
first big
get
main
summons.
boss.
That's a pretty good idea. I almost certainly would not have died if I had summons. All right, we got some dogs.
You're doing great, sweetie.
Thanks, Melina. I'm gonna go to the cave side cliff and look for weapons to buy there. That would be sick if we could buy some shitty weapons.
Hi,
How
Doug.
about now?
I am much nicer than the other Melinas out there. You are so cool and are amazing
Use your
at
channel
coding.
points
Thank
to
you.
ban an
Just
in-game
kidding,
action.
fuck you.
Oh, you
You're
trolled your
bad
own
at
son in
2D
Elden Ring while he was
platformers
streaming.
and coding.
Oh, I walked right into
Hag,
that.
hag, 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 hag.
What about this
pretty
one?
funny.
God damn, how am I supposed to... Yo, what up, dog? Okay, we have to find what he's selling just based
Man,
on
I'd be
the
doing that
middle
every
of the
night to him.
screen.
Okay, last one.
Oh.
It's
I
my
never let him
favorite
know that's
game.
me.
One of
I'd be
these
there
is
in an
def-
anonymous
That's
account.
a weapon. That's a weapon. We can buy that. We're gonna save up $600 for a club. This has now become a working our way out of poverty stream. We must be able to afford a caveman club. And what if I kill a penguin? Does that give me hearts? I can't even
You know what would be the
kill
most
a penguin. How am I
Dark
gonna
Souls
get
thing ever
$600?
is if that
I thought
penguin
there was
just
money in the
wrecked him
penguin, all right? It's not my
after he
fault.
started
Wait,
a
how many
fight
gold
with it.
runes do I have? That might be enough for 600. Oh, I have 4. Okay, hold on. That's $600. We're fucking
This isn't my
rich.
main
We're
account.
back
Oh,
in.
this is the account you used to
Yes.
troll him? That's
Oh,
funny.
We are back, dude. We are fucking back. What is L2 on the club? This rips ass. Let's go. We can do this.
Is Rip's ass a good
Oh,
or
not
a
if I
bad
miss.
thing?
Oh, this club is nuts, dude. All right, a little more confident. I think the trick was getting a club. I think I'm ready for that stupid stone cat. We're going back to the cat. This is
Is that
redemption
cat
time.
made
With
of
this
stone?
club,
Is that
I'm
why it's so
unstoppable.
freaky looking?
And we have dogs now. Let's go, dogs. Ha-ha! Me and the club
This
are
is your be
unstoppable.
nice and have
Get
fun
out of there.
account.
I tried to leave. Yeah!
Just let the dogs do it, dude.
Oh, I shouldn't have tried to do that. This is what happens when you fuck with my club. Boom!
And then go in for the
We don't need
final,
armor.
the
We don't
final
need
hit
shit.
so
We
you
have
can
a
take all the
club.
credit.
I mean, the dogs did everything,
Good
but it doesn't
stuff.
matter. And I got my runes back. That's huge. Where should we go next? Now that I have the club, I can start fighting again. But it is literally the only usable weapon that I have
he
right
riding
now.
on a
So I should
yak?
really go
What the
find
hell is
some other
that?
weapons to help me eventually beat Godric. Twitch chat suggested that I go for the Bloodhound Fang, which is apparently super good, but that requires beating a nearby boss. That guy's hard though. Without armor, I'm a little concerned.
Doug, I'm scared and I shitted. Send help.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of need to like actually strategize this and play it as safe as possible.
Whoa.
Why did I just take like 8 hits? Okay, I am doing so badly. This is embarrassing.
You must play with voice commands.
Oh shit. Forward?
Moving forward.
Hey,
Holy
ding
shit.
dong,
Attack?
it's me.
Attack?
Miles per
Attack?
hour.
Attacking.
I just want
That
you to know
actually
that
works?
The big, hot,
Moving back.
steamy shit
That
that
is
you
the
dropped
worst thing I've ever
yesterday,
seen in my
I want you to
life.
know that it's doing much better now.
When does this end?
Deactivating.
There we go. Jesus. I feel like it'll be faster
Wow.
to just get off the horse.
Imagine
right?
fighting
It's
a
not
boss
really
and going
saving
into
a lot of time.
voice-activated controls
Yeah, it's
mode.
really not saving a lot of time. Oh my god, there's so many.
It keeps surprising me how
I've been
creative
concentrating
the
some time
mods are.
We've been on this journey together, and I can't seem to figure it out. Art,
Shit.
art we
Fuck.
there
Okay,
yet?
we need to use an item.
Quickly, art thou even fucking bring us anywhere?
I just need to keep that. I think I'm still running or near the guys. Wait, he's
Just
right
make
there.
a high-pitched sound.
Attacking! I fucking did it. Okay.
Deactivating.
Jesus Christ.
Inward singing like
We
Jack
did it.
Black
We
does.
saved. Oh, there's one more guy. Did any of you drop a weapon? I would really like one. Am I going the right direction?
That was
I
great.
think I am. No, I'm facing
Just
the
as
wrong
I
direction.
said,
We know
just
you
as
like
I said,
maidens who act
the
tough
mods for
but are
this are hella
soft
creative.
inside.
It just did the
Unfortunately for you,
the
I'm a
most creative one we've
fucking
seen so
bitch through
far.
and through.
Melina is such like a chill character in the game. We've really ascribed a lot of personality that I'm not sure she was written to
Find
have.
the Albinoric woman. Fucking find her, Doug. Find that goddamn Albinoric woman for the love of the Erd Tree.
It's like, I would love to see this game modded to use all of these lines instead of the normal ones.
Enhancing the display.
His chat's
whatever,
really
we're
good at
sending
talking
it.
in
Fucking go. Oh.
and writing new dialogue for that
where
chick,
are
but still being in character.
Ow. Weapon. Rainbow stone. Wait, I got a weapon? I got a weapon? Oh my god! Yes! Oh, that's huge. We are back in it, dude. This run started a little rocky. We're fucking cruising. Wow, that is a Poggies moment. Also, that is a huge bear. What do I do here?
Hello, Doug. Microwave here. Did you know you can roll to dodge? Maybe you should try it next time.
What? Dude, I'm one-shotting wolves now with this. God, this club is unstoppable. Okay.
Splitting into quadrants.
Until he loses that. I bet he loses
me,
big blood.
Jake from State
Fuck
Farm.
you, Jake.
Oh my
With that
god,
being
there
said,
actually
let's
is a
go
Jake from
murder a
State
bunch of
Farm mod.
Creepy medieval people. Okay, we can go back to Kenneth
I
Height.
thought they
We
were just
talked to him,
joking
we get
about
a
that.
weapon, then we're going over to Bloodhound Fang. We're gonna grab that shit. Maybe we go south.
Oh,
Maybe
is
we
that
go
the
get
link to
Game
when
of
you
Swords
trolled him?
throne? The Game of Thrones
Awesome.
sword? All right, we're
Hey,
going
Doug,
Bloodhound.
Massachusetts here. I'm done being your maiden. We are getting a divorce.
Massachusetts. We aren't married. We're going on a romantic
Ring is an
date
official
across Elden
comic?
Ring.
I can't believe you
And it's a
snapped at our
comedy?
waiter earlier today. I don't think we're
Oh,
that
really?
compatible. Could you drop me off at home
I
now?
did
This
not
date
know
is
that.
going great. Think of how romantic it was that I
That
just
actually
cleared that
intrigues me
castle.
more than playing the
If you
game
look
right
at your
now. It's
character,
reading an Elden
you
Ring
die.
comedy
Oh
comic.
shit.
You really used your big clubby club to smash no guys in the head.
What is that
you
doing?
do best. Go smash more bad man.
Thank you,
I
Melina.
can't believe I got stuck with this lobotomy
I have no idea what that mod
survivor
was
as my
doing. It was like a
champion.
blue
Okay,
thing on the
look,
screen.
I'm doing
Still
fine.
there.
He gives me a weapon, right? I can't look at what he's saying. What did I get? What did I get? It's right next to the character. It's a shit dagger. Well, I will turn it into diamonds, okay? Okay, we're good now, right? Wait, did I just jump off a cliff? I just freaked out because I went off
Oh,
a cliff.
I think it removed the HUD, so you can't
Wait, no, we have
see.
to lose the club. No. Oh, my club. You were good to us, club.
Doug, look out for the cliff.
Thank you. Just on time, Melina. What would I do without you? Wait, what do I use now? I guess Spike Club, right? Okay, we're rocking a Spike Club now. Let's
Honestly, a Spike Club should be better than a regular club,
Played
right?
on Skyrim.
Damn it. We're playing Skyrim. Right. Okay, we're going here. God, that's so loud.
Just
We're gonna
open
go to the Bloodhound
Skyrim.
Fang. Man, I'm sad about that club. That was a good-ass club. This club just doesn't feel the same. I didn't earn it, you know?
He's a real
I mean,
thing
I
from
did, but
commercials?
not-
Oh, I
not the
know
same
all
way.
about Jake
You know, I
from
just
State
realized,
Farm.
so if I continue this playthrough...
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Oh, Blue
This date
Circle
is
is
going
eye
so
tracker.
poorly, I figured I would just start scrolling through Tinder.
So that means he must have a
Possible
webcam
night
plugged
seems
into his
pretty
computer?
attractive.
Look, Melina, give me a chance. This is it, right? All right, let's
So
fucking
if you didn't
jam
have
it,
your
dude.
Hey, it's
webcam
me,
plugged in, that wouldn't
Jake
do anything.
from State Farm.
Jake, get out of here. All right, can Blythe just kill him?
I've been your finger maiden for 4.5 hours, and I'm already divorced, trapped in a basement, and embroiled in
Oh
a
my
war
God,
with
we
my
are
family
ripping
over where
ass.
our
Let's
names
go.
fall in the alphabet. No wonder
Wait,
your
Blythe's
normal
dead?
finger maiden left you and took the kids.
Is fine. Oh, this is fucking fine. I'm
You're looking at
unstoppable
him.
with a club. Why did I use anything other than a club
What
in
does
my
that
first
mean?
playthrough? Okay, we got Bloodhound's Fang. Let's fucking go. We don't need it though. We got a club.
Hey, it's me, Jake from State Farm.
Get out of here, Jake.
Why would
Where
his
should we go
streaming
next?
camera
So,
be on
okay,
the
for
same
people that
computer
haven't
as the
played
game
Elden
he's
Ring,
playing?
The big key goal I definitely want to do
That's
is
just
kill
using
the
up
King of
system
Scorpio Castle.
resources
There's a big castle up here. There's
between
a
the
really
game and the
fucking hard
streaming
boss
software.
on the way to him, which is right here-ish.
Like, if I
Margaret's
was
hard as
playing
fuck.
this,
I want to get
that
some
wouldn't
shit
work
lined
because there's
up
no
before
camera
we
plugged
fight
into my
Margaret.
computer.
You also go south. There's weapons down here in the Weeping Peninsula. I killed
I have a
Margaret at
second
level
computer
9
that's running
naked
the
with a
stream.
club. Yeah, well, I caught a fish that was this big. All right, we're gonna go kill Patches. Fuck that guy. Patches is this asshole's in the river. The downside is I gotta kill the invader first. But I can do that. I could kill this guy. Fuck this guy. Why have I done no damage to him? I never fought this guy before. Fucking
Jeez,
dickhead.
Doug, I'm starting to think you care more about this damn club than you do me. Why is it that every
The
guy
eye tracking
I try
runs
and date
on the
prefers
machine
their
where the
weapon
camera
to
looks
me?
at him.
What can the club
Yeah,
give
which
me
means
that I
that if his
can't?
camera's plugged in for the stream, it must be plugged in on the same computer
Why
he's
isn't
playing
horse
the
dying? I
Elden
didn't like
Ring
that
on,
club anyway.
which is
Melina, I'm happy to announce I'm
which
giving
wouldn't
up
work
that
with
club.
me
I only have eyes
because
for you.
I'm playing on a different
The
computer
club
than what my
saga
stream is running
is
on. My stream is
Goodbye, club.
on a
The
separate
good
PC.
news is right before losing the club, we got to 18 decks. Now we have
So
the flail.
if I was doing
Friendship
this,
with clubs
basically that mob would do nothing.
Flails are my new best friend. Oh yeah,
Because
this
there's
is good.
no camera
Oh,
for
yeah.
it to
Why
find
did we ever do
on the
anything
computer
other
the
than
game's
play
running
with
on.
God damn it.
Views on TikTok.
Okay. I mean, that is some pretty good Subway Surfers.
Deactivating.
Oh, I probably should have put audio in the Family Guy clips. We can't even really watch it. All right.
Why does it need to be?
We're going to
a separate
Patches.
machine? I mean, it doesn't
Patches
need
has
to,
armor.
but I wouldn't
Hey,
do it
Doug,
on the
Melina
same
here.
machine.
That's right.
I don't want to use up
name joke. Anyways,
system resources,
after you
both
beat
streaming
Marjorie,
and
you'll need to
gaming on the
kill
same
Dobrik the
machine.
Drafted, and then probably go kill Rental.
That's why my stream runs on 0% drop frames.
What would I do without you?
That
All right,
computer's
is
doing
gonna
nothing
summon
but
a
running
guy
the
who's gonna
stream.
try to kill
Like
me,
nothing
and
else
I just
is
need to
using
run
up
from him. I can't
any
lose the
resources.
flail. When is the guy gonna help me? He's supposed to help me. What is going on?
Activating Darker Souls.
Okay, this actually isn't that dark because it's so bright out. You
Oh god, the
attack,
contrast.
It's only a hit. I remember doing this a bunch. I died to this guy a shitload.
It's the same with the
He's
game
really
though. Like,
goddamn hard.
Deactivating.
if this
fuck,
computer
man?
was also
That's
running
bullshit.
the
I
OBS
was using my
software and
flash.
sending out the
Wow,
stream
you
signal,
dropped the club. Tell me you
then
only have eyes for me,
the game
and
that
then
I'm
just
playing
move on
might
to the first hot piece of flail
not
that
have as good a
catches your
frame
eye?
rate.
I don't
if it's
have
also
eyes
doing
for this
multiple things
flail
at the
anymore.
same time.
I promise.
It's just
Meltdown,
better for both.
I'll never look at this flail again. Friendship with flail is done. Remember that really good dagger that I was talking about
Most
earlier?
efficient
Earth
setup.
Steel dagger is my new best friend. Okay, if we two-hand it, yeah, this is gonna rip ass. Let's go, dude.
He's
Here's
never
the
gonna
plan.
do it.
The guy shows up. I jump slash him. Then I run around like a coward. That's the plan. I always hated this dagger. My friendship with that dagger is over. Bloodhound's Fang is my new best friend. Can I even use it? I can. All right, we're sending it. I really need this weapon. The fact that he kills me in 2 ranged hits that I can't
Is
roll
he gonna
out of
make
if
it
he
at
hits me
all?
on the first
Is
one
this even possible at this
very
point?
bad.
'Cause isn't that
On the
boss
other
supposed to be
hand,
one of the
I'm about
hardest
to play
things in the
story
game?
now. You literally cannot name a single
Splitting
time
into quadrants.
that I've lost during storyteller. Let's
I
go
think he's fucked.
into what I hope is the right direction. Half of the quadrants are flipped, so I can't really tell.
Deactivating.
And we're off. We are back to 0 weapons if I lose this. Best Elden Ring of my life. We just need
So
one
how
hit.
do you get this
Let's go.
mod?
Oh, that was huge. Holy shit. I'm gonna
Is
wait
this
for my
something
boy.
like
No, I'm not.
you
We're
build
going.
on top of the game?
Ow! Doug, what are
Is there
all
a
these
mod
weapons
section in
you're
Elden
leaving on
Ring?
the ground?
Is it built in
Children
or?
live here.
Let's fucking go. I will not lose the Bloodhound Fang. We got a weapon. We got a
You know,
weapon.
because I haven't played Elden Ring.
Dude.
Margarita here. I honestly think that Doug would look fine bald. So don't
I'm just
worry
curious
if you
how
really
easy it
are
would be
starting
to
lose hair.
set up this mode.
me up.
Can you move? I'm trying to watch the movie.
Let's go visit Patches. Ow. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose the Bloodhound Fang. Okay, we're good, we're good. We
Cloth
found
garb,
clothing.
trousers.
It's beautiful. Look at how much stronger we'll be. I feel like I saved the pants. We can't lose both the cloth
I'm not
garb
talking about
and
the eye tracking. I
If you
mean
look at
this
your
entire
character, you die.
mod
I
that
can't
he's
look at the
using.
character anymore. Sorry. We're sticking with pants for now. I am playing from peripheral vision.
Doug, you absolute creature. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Look at me.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Melina. All right, purchase.
I suppose I can look it up later.
I'm on
It
board
was,
with that.
I'm just
the
curious.
shackle. I never did this. Now this dude Patches
Of
sells
how you
an
install
item
this,
called
like,
Margit's shackle.
this whole
which
thing that he's
stuns
doing.
Margit, who's the first really hard boss for 5
Like I've never
full
done
seconds. This is like a
anything,
must
any
buy,
of these
but
chaos mod
it's
type
very
things like with
expensive.
GTA 5 either.
$5,000? Dude, I don't have that kind of money in this economy. We can't afford that. What are you talking about? I mean, it's worth it, right? Okay, we're gonna come back here when I have 5K. That's a good like goal too. We need 2,300 more souls, and then we're gonna buy Margit's shackle, and then we're good to crush Margit. Right? That's the plan. That's the plan for the stream. In the meantime, I'm gonna go to Weeping Peninsula, which is to the south, pick up a flail. Damn,
He moves
Bloodhound
Mike
Fang is
around so
sick.
much. It's always in the way.
Say it back.
I just feel like we're still on our first date. That's a little too early. Dude, Bloodhound's Fang is so goddamn good. Oops.
You must draw me
No!
Shrek.
Ah!
What? Oh, you actually have to do it? What?
In my life, No, god damn it! Ah! Shrek! We lost Bloodhound Fang. Even after drawing a perfect rendition of Shrek, I thought I could live through it.
Imagine
Goodbye,
being
Bloodhound
completely
Fang.
fucked over by Shrek.
And the pants!
Why did you lose at
No,
Elden
fuck!
Ring? Well, Shrek.
I don't even know if we go for Margit's
It's
shackle
okay,
now.
Doug. Literally anybody could get shrieked at any time.
You're watching a highly
It
edited
happens
video and
to
should probably watch the
all
full stream.
adults at one point in their life. Oh, the Bloodhound.
Yeah,
is so
probably, to see how it
goddamn
actually
good, man.
works.
I don't know how the fuck I beat any of this shit. There's a giant club on a cliff south of the blood. Okay, I'm down to be best friends with clubs again.
Can I get a cat jam in the chat?
Yeah, you can get a fucking cat jam. You know what? I was a little sad, but we're gonna get a club again. I never actually ended my friendship with club. The club was always my best friend.
Splitting into quadrants.
No, not this one. You know what? We're still going. Fuck it. The worst case
Yeah,
is
that
I
one
jump
is
off a
pretty
cliff and I lose
nauseating.
my
That seems to happen the
laundry
most.
apron.
Today
the quadrant
we gathered
thing.
here to remember the Bloodhound Fang. and pants. We pray amen.
Okay, I am completely lost. I have been told stories.
Oh, he
of
has actually
clubs.
beaten the
Where
game
are they?
multiple
Chat, is that the
times?
club? That is a bird.
Enhancing
I thought someone said that he was
see
shit
the
at this
club.
game.
Chat, point on the screen where the club is.
Was
It's
it Tangy
right
that
there.
said that?
Which video game is covering up the club? The club was in you all along. I hope not. That's weird.
Hey, it's me, Jake from
Jake, I'm
State
trying to play
Farm.
the game. Get out of here. I am trying. Is it over here? Is it down there?
Oh, the mod
I want
stuff
the
is stream side.
club!
Okay.
Were you guys lying about the club because you knew I was
Fair
sensitive to club-related matters because of the loss of my previous clubs? Club! Oh my god.
Spamming attacks.
Interactive elements with Twitch
club.
stream is pretty fun. Like, I haven't done it
I like
that
her
many
dress.
times, but
Kill her and
Rift
take the
Breaker was
clothes.
one time
We
I did
already
it.
have a beautiful dress.
Hey, Dougie, have you seen my
We
dress?
might have
I
tried
left it in the
Vermintide
dryer
2
basket when I went to get my iron
briefly.
and,
I want to do
why
Cult
are
of the
you wearing
Lamb.
my dress?
That's got some
I
Twitch chat
am out of
integration.
clothes.
Is this? I don't find this attractive.
Look, just give me. Our date is still going on. Why does this club suck worse than the first club I have? This thing sucks ass. Okay, the dogs.
Oh,
are
you can
incoming.
overlevel
Oh, God.
pretty
All right,
easily.
Wolves,
I
need
suppose
help.
there's
I
that
need
much
help.
in the game.
No,
Eventually, you'll.
Oh my god. Okay, well, at
If
least
you don't get
hurt
good
the dogs.
skill-wise, you'll get good stat-wise.
Okay,
regardless.
Remember that club that we were excited about? Really, if you think about it, I never liked the club. Oh, we have to lose the dress. Goodbye, dress.
For those in chat wondering,
Activating
I am doing
Darker
laundry
Souls.
because Doug took me to a laundromat for our date. He just put a tablecloth on some dryers and is calling it a table.
It
I think
was
Darker
romantic.
Souls would piss
It
me
shows
off.
I'm going
This
to care
dark
for
mode
you. I have a
is
question.
infuriating.
If we kill the evil woman here, do we get a dress? I'm seeing mostly no's, but one guy did say maybe. I like those odds.
And you just
Oh my
noticed the
God,
pumpkin
she's
with
way
the
better than
eyes
me. Okay.
in his
okay.
his
No, we don't need
overlay
a dress. I'm fine just with the
right
Morningstar.
next to his arm.
Cool.
Doug, who is this blind woman? Why is she on our date? Why are you attacking her? And why did you only bring breadsticks for yourself?
I was upset that she was going to ruin the date, and I just... Let's talk about you, Melina. How are you doing?
Hey, it's me,
God
Jake
damn
from
it, get
State
out of here,
Farm.
Jake. Okay, we're going to attempt to fight. This is Morningstar. It's the last usable weapon I have. Let's go. Ow. Okay, it's pretty close. It's pretty close to dead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go
Jesus
dogs.
Christ.
Go dogs. Ow. Easy, dude. Not even close. And it only took 3 dogs, most of my health, and losing the club. Oh, great turtle shell. Okay, we are dripped out now. I am unstoppable. We give me some pants. We get that
I actually
market
love the way the
shackle, and we
turtle
are
shell
cruising.
looks when you're
Hey,
wearing it
Doug,
on your back.
Mammal here. Can you not spare at least
adorable.
one breadstick?
I need it to feed my turtle.
Doug, your turtle is dead. You are waving his shell around as a shield. Just give me a
She looks like an
goddamn
African
breadstick.
I'm busy.
Ninja
All right,
Turtle.
this date isn't all about you. I'm trying to save the Elden Ring or something. I don't know what the story is here. Where do I go? Hello?
This date is horrible. Elden Ring this. Elden Ring that. Why not stop being a coward and put a ring on me already? My mother was right about you, bitch.
Look, sometimes a man's
God
gotta
damn.
go pursue a deadly ancient god who shattered her godhood and spread it around the lands. Look, we're gonna go to a nice Italian dinner. After Margaret
Whoa,
is
that
done
was
using
a
the
close-up
washing
of his
machine.
character
All right,
model I
Margaret
didn't need.
Shackle. Boom. Done.
I wish you could spread your godliness across my land's gods.
Okay.
almost
All right,
finished.
look, just give me a minute, okay? I still have some things to do at the start of the date. Sometimes you take somebody out on a date.
I am
and you say,
curious
hey, can
whether
you
he's
swing by the
actually gonna
post
be able
office
to
real
beat
quick? I have
that.
to do some errands. Can we swing
What
by
the
the
hell's that
Weeping
thing's name?
Peninsula? I
Godric?
have to take down Stormvale Castle.
Doug, these breadsticks are stale. This is the worst fucking date I have ever seen.
There,
My
it's-
clothes are not even
We're
being
gonna go
washed.
get fresh ones.
This laundromat isn't even open.
Let me-
You broke into here just to wear my dress and eat stale breadsticks. This is never going to work, dog.
Deactivate.
What is
I demand a
happening?
divorce
Just give
and
me
a
another
refund.
chance. Just let
Fuck
me do my
you.
errands. The date is gonna start. I'm gonna take you out to a fine Olive Garden eatery. Only the finest. Spaghetti carbonara.
Wait, are we too good for Applebee's now?
Olive Garden is better. We've been over this. Do you even listen to me?
Oh, right. Olive Garden, where you can continue to hoard the breadsticks and unlimited pasta bowls.
If it's unlimited, I can't hoard them all. I have, this is real, a $35 gift certificate to Olive
Pressing
Garden.
all the buttons.
Uh-oh.
I've
And
never been to
had
an
it
Olive
for
Garden because it's
6
American,
years,
and we don't
it's
have that
probably
in
still good.
Australia,
If
as far
it
as I know.
isn't, though, could you cover the bill? Because I am dart broke. Is there anything else we should do before we just go whoop Margaret's ass? Pants. Oh, right. I wanted to buy some armor. Why don't we get this and then one more weapon? And
Pants.
then we go
Just
to Margaret
pants.
and we send it. The scythe in those runes is amazing. All right. I'll get a sick
Although
ass
not
scythe.
having pants might be
you
a
look at
boss
your
kill
character,
strategy.
Oh,
die.
this is bad.
Leave the boss
okay, I got him out,
distracted.
I got the dogs out. I have this for 2 full minutes. I'm gonna try to do a jump attack. Did I get him? That was a hit,
Nope.
right? Fucking hog. What did I get? Was it good? I got pants! Let's fucking go! That's it. We're ready for market.
I love the
You would
wolves.
think you couldn't hoard them all.
Man, I
but
want to play Elden
somehow,
Ring.
Despite unlimited breadsticks,
Okay, we got a
you
site.
still
It's the same
managed
reason I want to
eat
play
all of
Remnant
them
2.
before I even
I
get a
want to be
single
the
fucking
handler
Is there one
class.
more quick weapon
So you
we
get
can
your own
get?
little doggo.
Use the breadsticks as a
controllable
weapon.
doggo in
Miss.
fights.
Doug, you
It's the
well
third weapon
endowed
we need.
bastard! I can't believe you're ditching me so you can be with Margot Robbie or Margaret or whoever that.
That's not
dirty
the person
wench
we're.
has never talked to
Margot
me again.
Robbie.
His name is Margaret. He's a demon creature. And once we kill his ass,
No. Can we
his
get a
date
mod
can
to put
finally
Margot
go to
Robbie in the
Olive
game?
Garden. Okay, we've trained for a while, chat. We're ready to take this to the next
I want to
level.
play
We
Elden
have
Ring with a Margot
3
Robbie
weapons,
mod, thanks.
2 shields, and the final step. Pants. Oh yeah. This date rips
I would
ass.
also
Let's go.
accept Ryan Gosling
Activating Darker Soul.
mods.
All right, it's a little dark. I don't care. We have a shield. Ow,
God
ow, no,
damn
we're
it,
leaving.
Doug,
I
you
can't
sexy
see.
man, just take me right now, damn it.
We upgrade our Morningstar twice. This thing is now the most powerful weapon we've had, except for the Bloodhound Fang. And
Do you
that
think
club.
he
Now
edits
we're
his
ready to
own
send.
stuff, or do
We
you
need
think
to
he has an
equip
editor?
the shackle.
I've noticed a lot
Okay.
of popular
Let's go.
YouTubers have editors that do it for them, so they don't have to spend their entire lives just doing
Doug,
this.
you asshole, since you want to keep all the
That's the hardest part of doing stuff like
Pro,
this,
he
is
knows
editing
how to
takes a
treat
long
lady.
time. So if you're actually
Oh,
the person making the content,
shackle,
like
go.
recording it, and also
Oh, dude,
editing
this
it
is
yourself,
so
it's like
easy.
you can't have a life.
All right, phase 2 is
At
where it's
all.
actually hard, though.
Oh, he's
Ow.
just like,
Ow. Okay, now I heal. No. Oh, he's staggered.
he's just letting an
Fuck.
NPC
That's
and
also
his
the not
wolves
right- not the
just
right
like,
weapon.
Pressing all the buttons.
Oh shit, he's pressed. No. Wait, don't
Like
use my
hound
no,
the
don't
dude.
use my items. Don't use my items. Don't go in the goddamn menu. Uh-oh. Roger is almost dead.
I
Come
saw
on.
it was possible
It's
to
just
make
me.
this guy accidentally jump off the cliff.
Why do
I've
I do
seen
so
a
little
few
damage
gamers
to him?
do that.
No, he hit me out of midair. Gah!
Like, if you're right near the edge and he lunges or charges or jumps at you, it is possible for him to like slip off the edge and fall to
Don't
his
get
death.
greedy. Nope, I'm getting greedy.
I think it's very difficult to make it happen, so it's not worth trying to force it.
I'm getting greedy. Fuck it. We go in. Yes. Let's go. We got the main.
Well, he did it.
We lose nothing. Big fucking day to be a believer. And now, finally, let's go to Olive Garden.
Breadsticks. So, he should probably now finish the rest of the game.
All right, here's what I'm thinking.
In Chaos
the goal
mod mode.
of this whole challenge was to beat Godric, the first major rune boss. It's the guy who runs this whole castle we're about to go into. Maybe I just run through the castle without playing anything, and we just go for it. All right, we are going to take off everything. That way, if
Oh, he's
we
gonna
die,
run.
then we are good.
He's gonna
Let's
sprint
go.
through and
Now,
see if
there
how
are
far he
gonna
gets.
be people shooting at me, but nothing that me rolling can't fix. Okay, that's fine. Nothing
This
that
is
me
not gonna
rolling
go
can't
very
fix. Ow! Nothing that me taking a little healing can't fix. Oh wait, there's a kitty cat over here. Hi, little kitty. Now here's
That
the thing.
isn't a
I don't
kitty
actually
cat.
know what the path is.
You lied to
Activating
me.
random movements.
Now I really don't know what the path is. Oh, the kitty is here. Hello. Hi, kitty cat. We're
Do
gonna go ahead
enemies
and start
in
traveling.
Elden Ring follow you
Ow! Hi,
permanently?
kitty cat. This is
Like, do
fun.
they
Okay.
never leave aggro once they start
Ow.
chasing you? I know in other games,
Are you
once you
gonna
leave
drop?
their
I got
general
armor. I
area,
got
they'll
armor
turn around
from
and
you.
go back.
That's huge. We're gonna have more than just pants going into this. One attempt at the final battle. We go Morningstar. We go Exile Armor. And most importantly, we put on the pants. I look like an actual coherent warrior. We're gonna have wolves. We're gonna have Nephili
Looks
Lu.
okay.
I am doing one shot. Let's fucking go!
The turtle shell's cute.
Where's Nephali Lu? Uh-oh.
That dodge seemed very late, even though it still worked.
Oh, that still hit? So it's only 2 on phase 1? Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way.
Yes.
Got a good bleed. All right, please don't give me a shitty random effect. That was dumb.
Oh, if it does the Shrek thing again, that would be the funniest.
No, get the...
Because that's the
no, I
one
missed the fucking
effect
thing.
that fucked him over the most.
Moving forward.
Okay, I can take moving forward. We're gonna fucking do it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Woo! Whoa. No.
Deactivating.
Fucking
It
sick.
almost walked him off the cliff.
Friendship with clubs are done. Morningstar is my new best friend. Morningstar is a spiky club. So true.
This is basically like a Kickstarter stretch goal. His plan was to kill that previous boss, and he managed to go through and do another one.
To perfection. Now no one will be getting any breadsticks.
Fuck!
That was longer than I expected. Doug. What else does Doug do?
Today, Twitch
Oh,
chat
that's his
and I-
like logo. Not logo. Mascot character. A capsicum. I thought it was a pumpkin. I'm a pepper who teach how to video game real good. I thought that was a capsicum. What the fuck are you talking about, Pepper? Stream live on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter.
Today, Twitch chat.
Whoa, 2.28 million subscribers? God damn, dude. Okay, so he definitely has editors doing this for him. Because when you've got 2 million subscribers, you're earning enough money from YouTube to pay people to do your edits. So you can focus on having a life and actually filming the content. I'm pretty sure everyone like Markiplier, your PewDiePies, your Japsepticeyes, your Call Me Kevins, they all have editors. Sometimes you'll see like in the credits for like a Call Me Kevin video, for example, there'll be like 4 editor names, and I don't think 4 different people edited one video. I think he just generally lists who all his editors are, including himself, and you're not really sure which person was responsible for what video. He's got a bit of a schnoz on him, but maybe that's why he put such a big nose on his Elden Ring character. Okay, wait. I wanted to see really quick this thing you did to your son.
God, you are horrible! No! My dad literally just redeemed.
Oh wait, I missed it. Hang on, go back.
Back to life. Oh, I don't know how to avoid that.
The secret Sayome. Oh,
Dude, they're coming back to life. I can't dodge. You are horrible.
Yeah.
No! My dad literally just redeemed one of the banned in-game action and he banned dodge. You are horrible.
You banned dodge in the middle of a boss fight.
Betrayal.
Honestly.
Check out me and the boys.
Betrayal.
Terror Bird.
How long does it last for? I don't even remember. Can you run?
He still can't dodge?
I dodged.
Oh, there we go. It came back just at the right time. That was cinematic even. He's got like pretty much about the same number of subscribers I do. But I don't get to upload to my YouTube nearly often enough because when I'm not streaming, I'm editing for real life work to make money. So I don't really get to edit my own YouTube videos very often, which kills me inside. I really want to be able to do more of that. We do Xbox Game Pass reviews. Very specific, very niche. To focus almost entirely on Game Pass. But then again, I've seen other channels that focus entirely on PSN. Are all like PlayStation focused. As long as people don't do the console war shit. As long as you're not a... Like, I've seen so many PlayStation PSN channels, which basically suck Sony dick to the point where they're always harping on like Sony supremacy stuff and shitting all over Xbox and Nintendo, and I'm like, man, I don't really want to be a part of that shit. Like, I want to see what you're saying about PlayStation, but I don't need to hear the trashing on the others because I like all of them. Like, I wouldn't myself make a niche channel or a website about any particular console or developer or whatever. You know, bring them all. Bring them all on. What, wasn't there something else you posted a while back? Hang on. Oh, you posted an example of that Ningen thing you mentioned. Japanese. Oh, cool. Wait, what is it? 30th anniversary best album on Japan, USA, UK, Germany, Spain. Licenses. Tokuma, Japan. Oh, they're gonna get mad at me. 14 million really? 200,000 subscribers with 14 million views on this one video. Jesus. Their views are like killing their subscriptions. Why aren't people subscribing if they like the music that much? Okay, I'm gonna hang on to this on a different screen so I can listen to that later in a form that won't get YouTube archiving mad with me later on. Especially Japanese music licenses, they get pissy. Okay. I'm missing one other one. I think it was Tanky. Tanky posted something Hollow Knighty. Pantheon of Hellenist, one shit. Oh, this is the shit posting one.
Hi Limao, get good shithead.
Oh my god, my next 1 or 2 streams will definitely still be more of this. Wait, does one of the charms make a little flower shield around you? I wasn't aware of that. Why use it though? That looks not that good. I can't even tell you what charm that would be. Because I'm pretty sure I've never used it. It looks useless. I don't even know why they're using it in this video. Dream Shield is shit? Oh, is it Dream Shield? Is that what it's called? Yeah, looking at it once, I was like, I would never use that. That seems pointless. Are they using it as part of the shitpost?
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh god, it's a Japanese song as well, hang on. Oh well. I'll just have to let them get mad at me later. I would love to see that that Tiso, or whatever the hell his name is, the guy that got killed by the Molech. I would love to see him come back in Silk Song in some fashion and fulfill his destiny. Does the Dream Shield actually hurt things that it touches, or does it just like randomly block projectiles if you're lucky? Wow, for this shitpost is really hammering away at the copyright music.
Okay, it's childish, can't be no homegirl, drop it like
Oh, it's a mashup. I wasn't expecting that. That came out of nowhere.
Black girls, cause men fuck it out to either. I love pussy, I love bitches, dude. I should be running Peter in Adidas with some short B-O-O all over me. My green is where it's supposed to be. Your green is
Maybe I should run some of my own music while I'm playing Hollow Knight. Maybe it'll amp me up to get a win.
It's like an accent mark, it's all about the overeat. Hot like a parked car. I sound weird like nigga with a hard R. Fly like the logo on my cousin's
He just opened his Sharingan. I understood that reference.
vodka for my ladies, whiskey for a grown man. Hanging in the islands looking for Earl like Toe Jam. I made the beat retarded, so I'm calling it a slow jam. Butcher and I know it, man. Kill me.
It's your boy, back in the jacuzzi.
Brand new whip, 40 niggas like slavery. Told me I was awful and that shit did not faze me. Tell me how I suck again, my
How do we know those bugs in the sauna are female? Or are we just guessing?
You can fuck against my ass, human centipede. You wanna see my girl? I ain't that dumb. You wanna see my girl? Check Maxim. Man, why does every black actor gotta rap some? I don't know. All I know is I'm no
No. Let's skip the part of the pain.
everything you motherfuckers talk about. It's a bonfire. Turn the lights on. I'm burning everything you motherfuckers talk about.
Finne. Back to jacuzzi? It's always the same 2 women in here.
You like jazz?
I miss Pantheon 3. I used to love going in and just basically brick walling that bee. Because no matter how badly you do on the bee, it doesn't matter, you get all your health back in the next fight. So you can literally just stand there and just wail on him and let yourself get hit.
Breathe. He's a god!
Did he just change the Umu's names to Uwu? I don't know how I feel about that. Damn it, now every time I see a jellyfish when I go to play Pantheon 5, I'm gonna think about Uwu. Gross. Yoda looking ass. I saw a cool suggestion with Sly. Everyone's still freaking about saying Silk Song. I saw a cool suggestion with Sly where if you like run to the opposite end and go to climb the wall, it goads his spinning attack combo really well. And all you have to do is just jump off and get behind him before he does the final spinning move, and then hit in the back twice. Fucking spike pit. I still have to go back and practice. What's his name? That stupid, the guy that I died on when I did Pantheon 5 last. The one that you have to fight over a pit. Oh, he finally took off that shield. Yeah, this guy. Everyone seems to try to goad him up into the top left corner and then get underneath him for the shriek.
But I wonder. I think I am actually humble. I think I'm much more humble than you would understand.
Alright, we're calling a draw.
Flesh wound. Nightmare King Grim. Yeah, I gotta figure something out about that asshole wizard that's over the spike pit. I'm not as scared about Nightmare King Grim anymore. All that false knight bullshit, whatever the hell his name is. The maggot in the suit of armor. Even the harder version of that is cool. If I can't do that... What's his name? I keep wanting to say Morlek, but that's not it. I pretty much have my tactic, my technique for this down as well. It's not 100% foolproof, to be honest, but... I know exactly what I'm doing when I fight. I forgot his name as well. Perfect Vessel. I need to train Dude over Spike Pit, and I need to train Absolute Radiance, probably. I can't believe he still has that shield on. Why? I can only assume that the Dream Shield is part of the shippost. I don't know, dude. That seems like a skill issue to me. Honestly, I'm more scared of the...
I want to die.
I'm more scared of the Magician to Zote fight, like that particular part, than I am of the Absolute Radiance situation. I'm not saying Absolute Radiance is not hard. I'm just saying I'm more concerned about getting past that particular combo of bosses. Because this, in a lot of ways, is still a fun fight. The Radiant stuff, regular or absolute, doesn't matter. It's interesting, it's got stuff going on. Everything feels skill issue based, not like random annoying. Zote and the guy before him, Mr. Magician, Spike Pit guy, I wish I remembered his name, are not a skill issue. They seem to be like random annoying, one after the other. Like the two worst, most random annoying bosses in a row. This song sounds familiar. This is in Guitar Hero. Yeah, this is in Guitar Hero. I remember this. I just can't remember what song it was. he's abyssal shrieking the absolute tits off this thing. I think the key to this part is not to rush it. Once you get to a platform, take a moment to confirm or not whether the laser's going to come directly at you before you jump. If it's firing off somewhere else, go for the next one, but if it's about to fire again when you're landing on a new platform, just stand still for like an extra second just to confirm if it's going to come directly at you, at which point jump to dodge. Yeah, dude. For something that's shitposty, I wasn't expecting it to actually include a win. I think other part of the joke is going to be absolute fail at the end. Cool. Embrace the void. I would love to embrace the void. I want that achievement so bad. But I'm going to have to work. I'm going to have to work at it. Will not be handed to me on a silver platter. Or to anyone. It's not how Hollow Knight rolls. Unfortunately. Just quickly. I am very curious about this random horror game that the PlayStation channel posted a little while ago. It's called Stray Souls, and I like the thumbnail. The thumbnail is looks kind of dope. I want to see what this is all about. If you get to Absolute Radiance, you will have to practice her in the Hall of Gods. I mean, I already assumed that probably would be the case. But based on the fact that it's basically Radiance but harder, I'm kind of looking forward to the challenge and, you know, fighting that boss multiple times. Because there's some bosses in Hollow Knight that you have to do on the way there that I never look forward to doing because they're repetitive and they're boring, or they're frustrating and annoying in an RNG random kind of way. What's the name of that boss before Zote? Why can't I remember it? Starts with an M, right? That's a good example of that. I don't like frustrating bosses. Markoth, yeah. See, Markoth is an example of a boss that is annoying. It doesn't feel like a skill issue challenge. It feels like this motherfucker is completely random and the environment is unfair to boot. So good luck. It's a bit of a crapshoot. And then you have to still deal with Zote. See, that's the thing. That's the part that I'm not looking forward to. I am looking forward to fighting Perfect Vessel and Absolute Radiance, because even if you're failing, they're kind of fun. Because I get the fight. I understand the moves and what's required, and it's just a case of getting good. You know what I mean? Markoth and Radiant is actual hell. Yeah, it's like I don't look at like Absolute Radiance is supposed to be like that, and Perfect Vessel are supposed to be some of the hardest bosses in the game, but I don't consider them actual hell. Like I consider them good skill tech to overcome. They're actually fun to bash your head against until you get good enough to beat them. Characters like Markoth, I don't feel the same way about. I feel like that's annoying and a bit of a crapshoot and is not really satisfying. It's more of a big fingers crossed question mark of whether you're going to get through smoothly or not and then still survive Zote. Like, that shits me a little bit. It's the same with Nightmare King Grim. Like, you can die pretty easily on Nightmare King Grim, but the fight is very understandable. It's a skill issue. It's about learning it and doing it correctly, and that's what makes that fun. Alright, Stray Souls.
18 years. 18 years of agony and torment, waiting for the prophecy to be fulfilled.
Spooky. I've never heard of either of these studios.
Forced into being a mere bystander, seeking redemption for the hell that she set in motion.
I'm always...
Well, she has him.
Oh, it's this game. We have seen trailers for this already. I remember that
escape.
Weird main character.
Nightmare wouldn't end.
He looks doofy.
I watched her sacrifice her whole family just to get what she wanted. He doesn't even know the danger he's in.
Look how goofy this main character is, dude.
He's the only one who
his
can
face.
stop her and end this. Daniel.
He looks like a...
I'm sorry.
He looks like a comedy relief character in an American Pie movie. Like a sex comedy. Okay, I don't know about the game, but I like this poster marketing. That's why I wanted to click on this. The thumbnail was that, and it looked cool. The rest of it looks like direct-to-Steam, kickstarted rip-off Silent Hill / Resident Evil. And I can't really get through that vibe. It really does feel like some random amateur studio trying to do their own Silent Hill. And there are just little things about it that pull me out of it. Like the main character, I don't understand why his character model is so goofy looking. Like, I actually can't take the horror as seriously because I want to laugh at that dude. Game has Evil Within Silent Hill vibes. I don't know about Evil Within, but okay. The best thing this game has going for it, honestly, every time I've seen, like, I think I've said this in the previous trailers as well, is that Akira Yamaoka is producing the music, which is the actual guy from Silent Hill. I don't want to hear Silent Hill knockoff music. Like, if he tries to do the same shit he does on Silent Hill, but just slightly different, I think that might be a little bit disappointing. Like peddling his cheaper shit on a cheaper game. It would feel icky. But I'm keen to see what he's going to do for them. Like, that had kind of a rock vibe, that trailer. I'm not sure if his music has anything to do with the trailer, but that was different from Silent Hill, at least. I don't know how to feel about the rest of it, though. We'll see. You know what? Let's stick with PlayStation for a second and do something that's entirely the opposite of what we just watched. Let's go from pure, disgusting, gory, tragic horror, traumatizing horror, to Harvest Moon, The Winds of Anthos. Farming and waifus.
Rated E for everyone.
Sure is. Imagine if Harvest Moon just like trolled us one day and pretended to be like wholesome farming sim with waifus and turned into like body horror, turned into Silent Hill. Kind of like Doki Doki Literature Club type shit. The aesthetic's not bad. I think the environment is a little bit flat, but the anime characters and like the animals and the objects have this shiny cel-shaded 3D look to them, which I like. I just think the land itself looks kind of flat and bland. I say flat as they show like the most hills I've ever seen in a game. This is cute. Do people stream Harvest Moon games? I don't think I've watched one myself. I want to play one of these, I want to do one of these co-op. I've never played a Harvest Moon style game co-op before. You know how you can always romance a waifu in town and get a wife? It'd be cool if you could play a game like this in co-op as husband and wife and split up the chores every day. Like split up and go do different things and come back. And if like the husband gets home before the wife from whatever she's doing, you can like cook like a meal, a dinner for both of you. I know this doesn't sound that exciting as I'm describing it, but shut up, I'm into it. Did that lady just turn into a message in a bottle? She shined and a volcano went off and then there was a message in a bottle where she was standing. I think that was hinting at some kind of like intriguing plot that ended up just being confusing. Because completely out of context. This looks amazing, blah blah. The only thing that I worry about with Harvest Moon is that it's a franchise that's been wrung dry. There's been so many Harvest Moon games on so many different consoles and machines. And a fair number of them have become very average. The last couple of Harvest Moon games I watched videos review on YouTube for, they were literally like 5 or 6 out of 10 max kind of reviewed games. And that's what Harvest Moon essentially turned into, is like they feel like knockoffs of themselves at this point. Like they don't have enough originality or juice left in the engine to come up with enough content for a new game. So they all feel like rehashes of each other with different graphics. That's the only thing that saddens me about where Harvest Moon has turned into. Because I've always loved the concept before it was a thing. I mean, now it's not even a big deal. There's about 10,000 farming games of this style on like Steam and even a bunch on console. You know, like Stardew Valley is huge. But like back when Harvest Moon 64 came out on the Nintendo 64, this was a very untapped genre, and I was obsessed with that Nintendo 64 game. It was so fresh and was so addictive. And now it's a genre that's been driven into the ground, and that makes me sad. Nostalgia, man. I think I could still play this. Even if it wasn't the greatest Harvest Moon game, I think I could still play it and live off nostalgia alone. Fuck, to go back to the N64 days of Harvest Moon 64 and fucking Body Harvest. I forgot about Body Harvest. It just came back to me then. Hey, Chrono. React to some viewers stuff? Like what? What do you mean? I'm at least curious. Bye, Harvest Moon. Let me just get rid of that real quick. You make beats. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've done that before. Sham, who was in my chat just like recently, about an hour ago at least. I don't know where he went. He makes beats and raps as well. I've listened to his stuff quite a few times. I have to stop eating these sour lollies though, because I haven't had dinner yet. And that's going to ruin me. Oh. Maybe I should stop buying Sour Patch Kids. I'm starting to live off these things while I'm streaming. I'll just do it there, in the chat. Oh, SoundCloud. Cool. I don't use SoundCloud much, except for, hang on. Except for where I'm listening to one particular podcast. I listen to the Double Toasted podcast while I work, while I'm doing editing work during the day. They have a Twitch channel as well, actually. They never used to, but they currently do their podcasts on Twitch and then also SoundCloud them afterwards. Pretty new, started a year ago. It's not that good. Well, it's good that you've been putting a solid year of effort into it, though. A lot of people, when they start new creative pursuits, they don't even last like a month before they burn out from trying and feeling like they're not getting anywhere. Whereas if you really want to get good at something, you got to keep that stuff up indefinitely. Even if you go for a year or two and you still think you're shit, it doesn't matter. At some point, you're definitely going to click over. In fact, most people I know get good before they realize they're good. You know what I mean? Like, you won't notice that you're good. Other people will first. And then you'll get to a point where you'll look back and you'll see how far you've come and you'll realize that everyone's right. You actually have gotten good. You know, it's very difficult to be self-critical, trust me. I went to film school and I've made short films and I've got at least one short film that did really well and everyone loved and talked it up heaps. But like, I still struggle to look at it and like what I see. All I see is the potential of the ideas that I had, not what it actually ended up being, which is apparently still very good, but you know what I mean? Like, when you're in your own head, you tend to shit all over yourself, no matter what you do. It's hard to love yourself. Anyway, I'll stop yammering. You have a cool logo. I like the name and the font and shit. It's really cool. What do you use to put this together? FL Studio. Okay, I don't know that one. I know people who use Bandcamp, and I myself have tried putting things together in Audition before, just to teach myself. Never really made anything worthwhile. You should get someone to rap over this. Get an up and coming rapper to drop some verses on it. They're always looking for like instrumentals as like a collab, where each person lets them use their own like content. Sweet. No, that's not bad at all, dude. Yeah, oh shit. Hang on. What the fuck is SoundCloud doing? Stop it. I didn't realize it was gonna autoplay. Yeah, the person I was just mentioning in my that was in my chat earlier, Sham, that I see regularly. He's been around on my channel for a while. Like, that's what he does. He gets instrumentals from artists that they create and put together instrumentals like this specifically to let up-and-coming rappers use to put their stuff together, so that you can use it for free as long as you just shout them out. And he does that all the time, and puts like his lyrics over it. It's too bad he's not. He was here earlier. I think he's he might have gone to bed already. If he was here, I would have been like, Sham, can you do something with this? Don't know if this is his style. Yeah, that's the other thing, is you're it's hard to suggest things to people because, like, you can't just say, hey, try this, and have it actually be like their vibe. Which is why I think a lot of those instrumentalists, they, like, producers, like what it seems like you're trying to do, will create stuff like this and create little libraries of them on YouTube or on SoundCloud, and specifically try to get attention for them so that people like Sham can hear them and actually, like, ask for them. Yeah. I'll, you know what? I'll, okay, I'm gonna keep this tab. When I hop off, which will probably be pretty soon for the night, I'll throw it in my Discord and I'll @ Sham and see what he thinks. Not necessarily in a way, hey, you should come and rap on this, because maybe, like you said, it's not his style, but I'd be curious to see what his opinion is, since he listens to this kind of stuff all the time while he's looking for stuff for beats to put lyrics over. I'll follow you as well. I'll follow your Twitch profile. Hang on. Do you ever stream yourself? Just curious. Because I know some artists, not necessarily just music, but all kinds of art forms, will have a stream channel where they'll actually work on stuff like this in a way that's like more public with fans or music interested peoples. Because I know there's a lot of people that like to be a part of the process. They like to watch artists work on stuff and give feedback live while it's happening. And that also gives you the opportunity to like talk to the chat and ask them what they think about certain things and get ideas. Not everybody likes doing that. Some people feel too exposed and vulnerable to work on any kind of art in front of an audience. I think you have to have a particular mindset for that. Like, it can feel a little bit exposing. Like, I would understand that. I wouldn't ever consider editing a film, like, live on stream, because I would feel a bit too invulnerable. I get embarrassed by that. I don't know why. I'm the kind of person who likes to, like, perfect what I'm making before I show anybody, which is not the healthiest way to think about it. Like, creating art with other people can be very beneficial because you get that constant live feedback as long as you're not too in your own head about it and self-critical. Oh boy. Okay. It's getting really toasty in here. You're also like that? Yeah, it's a hard mentality to break out of. We don't like to feel vulnerable. Human beings, that's a discomforting vibe. You just stream games? Yeah, same. It's normally what I do. Sundays I just hang out and watch stuff, but most of the rest of the week I'm usually gaming. I've known people that have like done art, like painting, drawing stuff on stream. And I always thought that like doing that kind of stuff with any art form, like even music or editing and stuff like that, would be more beneficial if you can handle it. Because when you watch artist streams and stuff, like they just sit there and they casually just work, you know what I mean? And people can chat to them, give like constant feedback, and they take it on and they change things, and they're pretty casual about the whole thing. Whereas I'd be freaked out the whole time of like, oh god, this is it's not what it's meant to look like. Wait till the end, I promise it'll be good. Never how I make beats. Yeah, I mean, if you can ever get over the fear or the mindset, it might be an interesting experiment one day. You know what I mean? Like maybe not anytime soon, but like once you start getting a bit more, because you still seem pretty hard on yourself, even if you've spent like a year working at it. Like one day when you've made a couple of things that you genuinely like and you think you actually might be getting pretty good, it would be an interesting experiment to try some like live music making streams and just try to interact with the audience. I think that's the key. You got to think of it more like an audience thing than a work thing. If you're trying to focus on your work and you're being distracted by the audience, that's frustrating and very uncomfortable. But if you're doing it as like a interactive thing where it's more about the audience, and then from talking with them, you fuck around with things in the mix and just kind of keep it loose and have fun with it, I think you could do something with that. But yeah, it's just an idea. If you ever feel like trying to take a stab at it, I always feel like there's all these niches on Twitch that are yet to be filled. I don't see as like sometimes I see like a niche of someone doing something kind of cool on Twitch that you never see, and it's like every time I see that I'm like, man, there are like little markets here that there's probably thousands of viewers out there that would jump on it, that would be all into it. But we're all kind of doing the same thing. Like maybe someday I should take my own advice and actually try editing film work. If the next time I don't know if how long it'll be before I ever do this again, but because I've already done 4. But if I ever get back to making short films, I should consider maybe making an entire short film on stream, start to finish. Like write the script on stream, film it on stream. If I can get one of those remote systems where you got the laptop in the backpack, the IRL streamer kind of setup, I could probably like have someone with the camera on set, like live BTS as the film's being made, and then you also live stream the editing of the film when it's done. The entire filmmaking process, start to finish, from pre-production to production to post. That's a cool idea, man. I think it's horrifying. It scares the shit out of me, but I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's interesting. I want to write that down. Where's my notepad? Here it is. I'll just get a blank one. Whoop. Entire short film process from pre to post production live on Twitch. Full stop. Sick. I'll transfer that to my OneNote later. I'll keep that open on the side. Thanks for the idea. I know I kind of talked myself into that idea from talking about your stuff. But that's why I think the creative process is a good thing to experiment with on Twitch, because of what just happened there. Like, I only thought of that because we were talking about art and creation on Twitch live between me and chat. You know what I mean? That's what I think the benefits are to creating art on Twitch, because you never know where you're going to go with it. You're constantly talking to chat, which means you're constantly running ideas through your brain because you're constantly talking. Like I never shut up while I'm on here. I'm yapping the entire time, which means it's stream of consciousness. So ideas can, good and bad ideas, can flow in and out, bounce off chat, come back. You are kind of influenced by chat, but kind of talk your way into ideas. So it's almost like you're still coming up with your own ideas, but you're being influenced there by just basically being a motor mouth and bouncing off, you know, anyone who happens to be in your chat room. It's a really cool idea. And I can see why painters and people who draw do that a lot. That's probably the one art that I see the most on Twitch. Actual painting or drawing. That community seems to be really into it. But that's a much more chill form of art. Like, it's very laid back. You just sit there with your easel or your canvas, your Photoshop page with your tablet or whatever, and you just kind of like slowly work at it while being kept in, like, amused by your chat. That's more like a hangout. That's more like a tea party, but you're also creating art while you're doing it. Wild. I'm gonna ask some friends. I think I'm gonna log off now. Go have a midnight dinner, but I'm gonna start chatting to some friends of mine that are also filmmakers and see what they think of that idea. Maybe I can get a bunch of people on board and we can work out something in the future, because that's really cool. Zoop. Sorry. I don't like moving that mic because I swear that probably makes some horrible banging, scratchy noises on your end. I have no idea. I should listen to the VOD and see what that sounds like. I bet it doesn't sound great. Okay. Thanks, y'all, whoever was hanging out tonight. We've jumped around between some pretty weird shit. There was a lot of Hollow Knight and Elden Ring for some reason. I didn't really get through many trailers that I want to check out, but I'll just do it next Sunday, whatever. And yeah, Chrono, thanks for showing me his stuff. That was fun. I'll chuck it on the Discord and add that friend of mine. I'll let you know what his feedback is. All right. Good night. I'll see some of you for the next Hollow Knight, which is either tomorrow or the next day. I'll figure it out on the timetable. See ya.